world is filled with light. It surrounds us as we sleep, dream, rise, and live, day in and day out. Light fuels every promise and every discovery. It sparks our passion, play, wonder, hope, and humanity. At Deloitte, we're constantly inspired by that light, and the companies that energize and electrify it. They generate and power it, mine and refine it, transport, manufacture and build it, sustain and renew it. These indispensable industries use light to make our homes, offices, tools, toys, practically everything that we rely on, day in and day out. So we're doing everything we can to elevate their promising ideas, innovations, and approaches. We're bringing together brilliant minds across sectors to introduce new thinking and approaches. We are looking to fresh talent and diverse points of view to broaden our perspective. We are fusing purpose with profit as we prepare for the future. We are merging established processes with new technologies to accelerate transformation and embrace sustainability. At Deloitte, we are collaborating with those who, like us, believe the only way to strengthen tomorrow's possibilities is to shine a light on them today.
At PwC, we've learned that trust is more important, and big ideas from a community of solvers are what bring change and sustained outcomes that stand the test of time.
At PwC, we understand the power of our people. That it's not just who we are on the job,
but who we are as individuals that makes us special. And when our people take on a task, we can tackle the most important challenges facing business and our world.
We're working to build trust in business and society, as we understand the expectations for business to lead in this space.
We know transformation is key to success, and it's what keeps a business thriving and growing. That's why we're helping companies transform for the long term.
we're helping business and society do the right thing on ESG. It's not just a responsibility, but an opportunity to create long-term value.
And we know people are at the heart of it all. The world of work is also changing, so we're helping companies build a productive workforce and overall organization to navigate the journey.
These challenges cannot be solved from a single perspective. They need a human-led, tech-powered community of solvers. These challenges need the new equation.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Φύσικον, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
A future built on clean, sustainable, and green energy. Energy invisible, gaseous, and renewable. Energy that will travel further, reliably and effectively. This is the future we at DESFA envision, creating the conditions starting today to make it come true. With the know-how of our over 600 employees and the dynamic of 1,466 kilometers of high-pressure pipelines, 55 metering and regulating stations, 6 operation and maintenance centers, and 1 LNG terminal, through key energy infrastructure projects, We ensure alternative supply sources and open new energy routes. In DESFA, we shape the next day of energy for stability, growth, and a better quality of life for all. Because in energy, as in life, the future starts now. DESFA, enabler of a sustainable energy future.
Στη σημερινή εποχή των μεγάλων αλλαγών, κάθε στιγμή κρύβει τη δύναμη της εξέλιξης. Η ΕΝΑΟΝ έρχεται να εκφράσει αυτή την εξέλιξη. Τη νέα εποχή. Επενδύοντας σε αξίες όπως η εμπιστοσύνη, η ασφάλεια, η βιωσιμότητα, η καινοτομία, ο ψηφιακός μετασχηματισμός. Η ΕΝΑΟΝ ανοίγει το βλέμμα της στο μέλλον, μετασχηματίζοντας τις δυνάμεις της ελληνικής ενεργειακής αγοράς σε μια ισχυρή δύναμη ενέργειας και τα δίκτυά τους σε μια ασφαλή οδό προς ένα βιώσιμο ενεργειακό μέλλον. Ενώνουμε τις δυνάμεις μας, αλλάζουμε το μέλλον. ΕΝΑΟΝ, εταιρεία του ομίλου Italgas, ελληνική εταιρεία διανομής αερίου. Stronger together.
Η ιστορία του υδρογόνου ξεκινάει με τη μεγάλη έκρηξη δισεκατομμύρια χρόνια πριν, όταν διάφορες κοσμικές διεργασίες οδήγησαν στη δημιουργία του μαζί με άλλα ελαφρά χημικά στοιχεία. Το 1671 ανακαλύφθηκε από τον Ρόμπερτ Μπόιλ. Σχεδόν 100 χρόνια μετά, το 1766, αναγνωρίστηκε ως ξεχωριστό χημικό στοιχείο. Λίγα χρόνια αργότερα, το 1781, απέκτησε και το όνομά του από την ένωση των δύο ελληνικών λέξεων «υδρο» και «γενής», όταν οι Αντουάν Λαβουαζιέ και Πιέρ Λαπλάς ανακάλυψαν ότι όταν αυτό το χημικό στοιχείο καίγεται, παράγει νερό. Αυτό καθιστά το υδρογόνο μία από τις καθαρότερες μορφές ενέργειας που βρίσκεται σε αυθονία στη φύση. Για την ακρίβεια, 75% του σύμπαντος αποτελείται από υδρογόνο σε διάφορες μορφές. Ακόμα και ο ήλιος παράγει την ενέργειά του από την αντίδραση ατόμων υδρογόνου υποπίεση. Αν και άχρωμο, το υδρογόνο χωρίζεται σε γκρι, μπλε, καφέ, τυρκουάζ και πράσινο υδρογόνο που προέρχεται από ηλεκτρόλυση νερού με χρήση πράσινης ενέργειας και θεωρείται ως η πιο καθαρή μορφή υδρογόνου. Σήμερα, η ραγδαία κλιματική αλλαγή, η ανάγκη για νέες, πιο φιλικές προς το περιβάλλον λύσεις και η ανάπτυξη της τεχνολογίας δημιουργούν τις βάσεις για το μέλλον της ενέργειας. Το υδρογόνο έρχεται ξανά στο προσκήνιο ως το καύσιμο που θα μας οδηγήσει σε μια νέα ενεργειακή εποχή, βιώσιμη και καθαρή, με οδηγό τον ΔΕΣΦΑ. Με επενδύσεις σε εξειδικευμένο ανθρώπινο δυναμικό, ανάπτυξη νέων τεχνικών και λειτουργικών δεξιοτήτων, αναβάθμιση και κατάλληλη προετοιμασία του υφιστάμενου δικτύου και κατασκευή νέων 100% hydrogen ready αγωγών, εργαζόμαστε για να διασφαλίσουμε ένα 100% συμβατό δίκτυο για την ασφαλή, γρήγορη και αποτελεσματική μεταφορά και αποθήκευση του υδρογόνου. Παράλληλα, σχεδιάζουμε νέα έργα και υλοποιούμε συνέργειες για την ανάπτυξη της αλυσίδας αξίας του υδρογόνου στην Ελλάδα, ανοίγοντας το δρόμο για ένα πιο πράσινο και ενεργειακά βιώσιμο μέλλον. Το μέλλον του υδρογόνου. ΔΕΣΦΑ. Enabler of a Sustainable Energy Future.
Our world is filled with light. It surrounds us as we sleep, dream, rise, and live, day in and day out. Light fuels every promise and every discovery. It sparks our passion, play, wonder, hope, and humanity. At Deloitte, we're constantly inspired by that light and the companies that energize and electrify it. They generate and power it, mine and refine it, transport, manufacture and build it, sustain and renew it. These indispensable industries use light to make our homes, offices, tools, toys, practically everything that we rely on, day in and day out. So we're doing everything we can to elevate their promising ideas, innovations, and approaches. We're bringing together brilliant minds across sectors to introduce new thinking and approaches. We are looking to fresh talent and diverse points of view to broaden our perspective. We are fusing purpose with profit as we prepare for the future. We are merging established processes with new technologies to accelerate transformation and embrace sustainability. At Deloitte, we are collaborating with those who, like us, believe the only way to strengthen tomorrow's possibilities is to shine a light on them today.
At PwC, we've learned that trust is more important than ever. And big ideas from a community of solvers are what bring change and sustained outcomes that stand the test of time.
At PwC, we understand the power of our people. That it's not just who we are on the job,
but who we are as individuals that makes us special. And when our people take on a task, we can tackle the most important challenges facing business and our world.
We're working to build trust in business and society, as we understand the expectations for business to lead in this space.
We know transformation is key to success, and it's what keeps a business thriving and growing. That's why we're helping companies transform for the long term.
we're helping business and society do the right thing on ESG. It's not just a responsibility, but an opportunity to create long-term value.
And we know people are at the heart of it all. The world of work is also changing, so we're helping companies build a productive workforce and overall organization to navigate the journey.
These challenges cannot be solved from a single perspective. They need a human-led, tech-powered community of solvers. These challenges need the new equation.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Φίζικον, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
A future built on clean, sustainable, and green energy. Energy invisible, gaseous, and renewable. Energy that will travel further, reliably and effectively. This is the future we at DESFA envision, creating the conditions starting today to make it come true. With the know-how of our over 600 employees and the dynamic of 1,466 kilometers of high-pressure pipelines, 55 metering and regulating stations, 6 operation and maintenance centers, and 1 LNG terminal. Through key energy infrastructure projects, we ensure alternative supply sources and open new energy routes. In DESFA, we shape the next day of energy for stability, growth, and a better quality of life for all. Because in energy, as in life, the future starts now. DESFA, enabler of a sustainable energy future.
Στη σημερινή εποχή των μεγάλων αλλαγών, κάθε στιγμή κρύβει τη δύναμη της εξέλιξης. Η ΕΝΑΟΝ έρχεται να εκφράσει αυτή την εξέλιξη. Τη νέα εποχή. Επενδύοντας σε αξίες όπως η εμπιστοσύνη, η ασφάλεια, η βιωσιμότητα, η καινοτομία, ο ψηφιακός μετασχηματισμός. Η ΕΝΑΟΝ ανοίγει το βλέμμα της στο μέλλον, μετασχηματίζοντας τις δυνάμεις της ελληνικής ενεργειακής αγοράς σε μια ισχυρή δύναμη ενέργειας και τα δίκτυά τους σε μια ασφαλή οδό προς ένα βιώσιμο ενεργειακό μέλλον. Ενώνουμε τις δυνάμεις μας, αλλάζουμε το μέλλον. ΕΝΑΟΝ, εταιρεία του ομίλου Italgas, ελληνική εταιρεία διανομής αερίου. Stronger together.
Η ιστορία του υδρογόνου ξεκινάει με τη μεγάλη έκρηξη δισεκατομμύρια χρόνια πριν, όταν διάφορες κοσμικές διεργασίες οδήγησαν στη δημιουργία του μαζί με άλλα ελαφρά χημικά στοιχεία. Το 1671 ανακαλύφθηκε από τον Ρόμπερτ Μπόιλ. Σχεδόν 100 χρόνια μετά, το 1766, αναγνωρίστηκε ως ξεχωριστό χημικό στοιχείο. Λίγα χρόνια αργότερα, το 1781, απέκτησε και το όνομά του από την ένωση των δύο ελληνικών λέξεων «υδρο» και «γενής», όταν οι Αντουάν Λαβουαζιέ και Πιέρ Λαπλάς ανακάλυψαν ότι όταν αυτό το χημικό στοιχείο καίγεται, παράγει νερό. Αυτό καθιστά το υδρογόνο μία από τις καθαρότερες μορφές ενέργειας που βρίσκεται σε αυθονία στη φύση. Για την ακρίβεια, 75% του σύμπαντος αποτελείται από υδρογόνο σε διάφορες μορφές. Ακόμα και ο ήλιος παράγει την ενέργειά του από την αντίδραση ατόμων υδρογόνου υποπίεση. Αν και άχρωμο, Το υδρογόνο χωρίζεται σε γκρι, μπλε, καφέ, τυρκουάζ και πράσινο υδρογόνο που προέρχεται από ηλεκτρόλυση νερού με χρήση πράσινης ενέργειας και θεωρείται ως η πιο καθαρή μορφή υδρογόνου. Σήμερα, η ραγδαία κλιματική αλλαγή, η ανάγκη για νέες, πιο φιλικές προς το περιβάλλον λύσεις και η ανάπτυξη της τεχνολογίας δημιουργούν τις βάσεις για το μέλλον της ενέργειας. Το υδρογόνο έρχεται ξανά στο προσκήνιο ως το καύσιμο που θα μας οδηγήσει σε μια νέα ενεργειακή εποχή, βιώσιμη και καθαρή, με οδηγό τον δέσφα. Με επενδύσεις σε εξειδικευμένο ανθρώπινο δυναμικό, ανάπτυξη νέων τεχνικών και λειτουργικών δεξιοτήτων, αναβάθμιση και κατάλληλη προετοιμασία του υφιστάμενου δικτύου και κατασκευή νέων 100% hydrogen ready αγωγών, εργαζόμαστε για να διασφαλίσουμε ένα 100% συμβατό δίκτυο για την ασφαλή, γρήγορη και αποτελεσματική μεταφορά και αποθήκευση του υδρογόνου. Παράλληλα, σχεδιάζουμε νέα έργα και υλοποιούμε συνέργειες για την ανάπτυξη της αλυσίδας αξίας του υδρογόνου στην Ελλάδα, ανοίγοντας το δρόμο για ένα πιο πράσινο και ενεργειακά βιώσιμο μέλλον. Το μέλλον του υδρογόνου.
Καλημέρα.
Good morning again with a louder voice. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome. Welcome also, a warm welcome to our friends, executives in the field of energy who are following this event online. This is the second conference organized by Energy Press on hydrogen and green gases. After the successful and unexpected, I would say, success that the first conference had last year, I think that the target has been fulfilled, and now it has become a landmark, an annual landmark for this sector. As we have said before, and as you know, the same as other conferences organized by Energy Press, there is a particularity. These are working congresses, working conferences, and not celebration events. That's what we are always trying to do. And this means that there is a number of people, Greeks and foreigners, who are responsible for decision-making in these critical sectors. So this conference will attempt to look deeply into the subjects that will be discussed, which somehow, I would say, especially speaking of hydrogen and green gases, what we could say is that they actually describe the future in energy. And this future is already here through business initiatives, research and academic initiatives, but also market activities. Allow me to point out that we are in a stage where the EU is promoting, greatly promoting through regulatory and legislative decisions and through financial instruments. The EU is indeed promoting the use of hydrogen and green gases in the effort for the energy transition. But at the same time, in our country, we are very advanced in terms of decision-making, in terms of the legal and the regulatory framework, which is already late. And combined with the provisions of the new National Energy and Climate Plan, we would say that certain concerns have been raised in terms of the scope of using hydrogen and green gases in the energy balance. I will not tire you. I will just briefly tell you about the subjects that have to do with the strategic planning, also aspects that have to do with the key pillars that define what is going to happen from now on. So production, distribution, and use of hydrogen and green gases. We will also see how feasible it is to put in place a domestic market in this sector. We will also see the potential infusion of hydrogen and biogas into the existing natural gas grids, if this is possible. We will see the developments in transportation, shipping, which is very important, decarbonization of shipping, which is linked to the subjects we are discussing today. Then we have an interesting section about the carbon capture technologies and how those are linked to the decarbonization of economy and also the growth of hydrogen and many other subjects, because this is a long conference and we have a heavy agenda because it will go until late in the afternoon. We warmly thank our important, and you will see that in the course of the agenda. So our excellent speakers, the Minister, Secretaries General, professors, business people, executives in the energy industry, executives of the market. We also thank warmly the sponsors because, as you know, without the sponsors, we wouldn't be able to organize such an event. The platinum sponsor, Hellenic Hydrogen, has supported the event, not just financially, but on all different levels. Indeed, their assistance was precious. So we warmly thank Hellenic Hydrogen, which is anyway a pioneer in this sector. Please stick to the time allocated to you. This is for speakers and panelists because it's always important to observe the timeline to make sure that we do not disrupt people's schedule. The first section will be moderated by my colleague George Fintikakis, a journalist, and he's invited to come and take his place on the panel to introduce the panelists. George, over to you.
Good morning. My name is George Findikakis, and I am honored to moderate this panel of the second Hydrogen and Green Gases Forum organized by Energy Press, titled Energy Transition at a Critical Crossroads, Problems in the Uptake of RES Production and the Key Role of Hydrogen and Green Gases. We are talking about a market that will be active within the next decade. Within the EU, several steps have been taken, targets have been set, and instruments have been put in place, but the rules of operation, the set of standards for the operation are being set right now. And if I remember correctly, the Hydrogen and Alternative Fuels Directive will be published in September. We lag behind in Greece. There is no institutional framework. There is no study. There hasn't been carried out any study on the hydrogen demand for investors to have a clear picture. And it all boils down to having electrolyzer prices decreased, and this will all only happen if mass production is there. And having said that, I would like to introduce Aristotelis Ivaliotis, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources, the Managing Director of Hydrogen Europe, Mr. Yorgos Hatzimarkakis, will join us online. Michalis Tomadakis, the Director of Strategy and Development of DESFA, Barbara Morgantes, CEO of ENAON, Mr. Panagiotis Ladakakos, who is the President of the Hellenic Wind Energy Association, and Konstantinos Eleftheriadis, Partner Financial Advisory, Power Utilities and Renewables Sector Leader at Deloitte, Greece. Dear Secretary General, let's start off with a question that is linked to the panel's title. Within this disruptive environment of negative prices, of curtailments, is there actually a chance to boost investments and safeguard the existing ones? And what is the role that hydrogen can play as a storage medium, such as pump storage, etc., and batteries, as well as a solution in order to avoid curtailments in the future? Yes, well, hydrogen, in my view, should find its own place, its own self-sufficient place. It shouldn't be just a storage medium for renewables. It is clear that if we want to achieve a carbon-free economy by 2050, then hydrogen is the energy carrier through which we can decarbonize transport, heavy-duty transport, as well as the shipping industry. It has its own place within the history of the green transition. Well, we are entering an era where indeed we are faced with problems that weren't very well described when we were actually setting the scene for the renewables. There is extreme large interest for renewables. The market is still envisaging the old state aid that was very generous and is including it in their investment plans. On the other hand, there is a large decrease of the cost for photovoltaic and for solar power as well. And if you still strip them of their benefits, they will still come. And despite this fear of curtailment that is making banks, investors, and us anxious about the sustainability of investments, another 1 gigawatt of investments in solar power and 1 gigawatt of investments in batteries have been added. And how would you explain that? The market signal is not being understood. I think the market is talking to us, is trying to communicate, reach out to us. And although we proclaim that state aid is over and tariffs will not be provided, and although curtailment will still take place, there won't be any remuneration for curtailment, then still the market comes to us. And they are most of the times right, except of those times where they're actually, as was the case in the past, where there was this investment, furious investment attempts, such as betting with in the stock exchange or binge buying property, etc. Perhaps there is a slight signal also in the renewables market. Curtailments will be resolved in the long run. In the short run, storage can help. It won't solve the problem. All in all, I guess a large investment opportunity of interconnection projects to interconnect with Central Europe will save us. It is to come, but in the long run, since these are large and complex projects. Because renewables, at the end of the day, is one of the instruments to build the title of the event, green hydrogen. A future lie ahead of us, which we are actually envisaging. And as you said, in Greece we lag behind in terms of hydrogen, but we're not the only one. even the most ambitious nations, the Germans, lag behind, Europe as well. But we're well aware that it is part of our future and we have to plan it correctly now. And the most bold will invest in the short run. As a state, we are currently concluding the licensing scheme, and there is a resilience fund timeline up to second quarter of up to July 2024. Even if we take it further to September, this won't be a problem. We are going to include a support scheme part to promote green hydrogen production, but we will be modest because we don't have vast amounts of money available, and because also we wouldn't want to rush ahead, as was the case with the first generation of the renewables. There were immense state aids. 800 million is being paid every year for all tariffs, and we will continue paying such amounts of money in moving forward, and we are hoping that this will end at some point. Is it really true that 30 million euros a year will be provided for the support scheme? Yes. Based on the current price level, this would correspond to 50 megawatts. In terms of the problems in investments, refineries could transition to green hydrogen production because they can build synthetic fuels at a second later on, and this is very well in demand right now. There is a demand from the aviation for synthetic fuels currently, and there is also a solution to blend natural gas with hydrogen up to a certain extent. I've heard of many numbers. At some point we will have to regulate it, and how 2% up to 8%. Pipelines are being prepared. I guess DESFA will talk about. Pipeline builders are preparing themselves for the new time ahead, so that the investments of the society and our enterprises will not be lost when natural gas is going to be replaced by hydrogen, so that these pipelines can become hydrogen ready soon. And DESFA has a very substantial role to play. The Hellenic Gas Transmission System operator. Since we have green energy in abundance here in Greece, and this will be the case in the future as well, the hydrogen that we will build, well, for that we cannot foresee. We do not foresee extensive demand. We have to export it. And we have to plan the instruments that are not ships or trucks, but pipelines. And apart from DESFA, which will play their role for the national grid system, I guess our neighbors will play their part as well, so that the green hydrogen produced here can end up and reach Europe. Before we go to Mr. Hadjimarkakis, just a short comment. You talked about 50 megawatt projects. That might be incorrect, but I don't remember that very well. Well, we need a magnitude, and I guess the NECP we sent talks about 30 megawatts, 300 megawatts. The support scheme plant can support 50 megawatt right now, and if prices go down for hydrogen to happen, this is very essential. If prices are ramped down, then we can have a large amount, and then the Repower EU involves a project. A call for proposals will be published. 45 megawatt of hydrogen, for which capex is being provided. You're talking about the motor oil refinery. I don't know. I don't know. We're not appointing these projects. 300 megawatt that is going to be included in the NECP is a rather ambitious project, but it has to happen. Prices should go down so that hydrogen can be viable. I hope that Mr. Hatzimarkakis has joined us already. He's here with us. Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Hatzimarkakis, could you describe the greater picture? What is happening currently on the EU level? I mean, both on the institutional framework, which you are following as Hydrogen Europe, but also on the market level, and also on the mobility level, in terms of instruments and investments, all these subjects that were raised in the first minutes of our discussion. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure and honor to see that there is indeed such a discussion on hydrogen. Congratulations to Mr. Aivaliotis, the Secretary General, for the deep knowledge. He's very knowledgeable. I mean, the Greek state is aware of all these hydrogen aspects, and this makes me very happy because a couple of years ago, the situation was different. So congratulations. Congratulations to Dimitris Triantafylopoulos for the key role that he's playing, and Hellenic Hydrogen in general. I would like to outline the picture, and since I see that we also have foreign guests who will take part in the discussion, I will switch to English and then back to Greek.
Europe has been settled. It's crystal clear that we will have difficulties to achieve all the climate targets, especially the big target that has been set by old and probably new Commission President Ursula von der Leyen to be carbon neutral in 2050. So this is given. The question now is how big the role will be and how fast the member states will take part in this race. It's a race that also will decide about the future competitiveness of our economies. And I would refrain from comparing countries, but it's obvious that a country that has the size of Greece, like Portugal, is playing a very active role in these matters. It's a country that recently has won quite substantially some bits of the first auction of the European Hydrogen Bank. And this shows that if a policy scheme is interested in hydrogen, it can now prepare, so to say, the preconditions of its own economy for the future. Because, and maybe I would like to start with this first idea, we might have kicked off as Europeans the issue of hydrogen also globally. But the force, the dramatic flow of hydrogen projects outside Europe is absolutely amazing. And Greece is at a very, very important geographical point because most of the efforts, most of the investments into hydrogen at the moment are done in Saudi Arabia, Oman, Emirates, and Egypt. So it's exactly Greece, which is the next big hub for these geographies, being the biggest producer on Earth for green, but also other hydrogen by far. So it makes sense to adopt very, very soon a hydrogen strategy in order, well, to position Greece in the right way. What has Europe done? So Europe has done the big European Green Deal Fit for 55 package, 3,000 pages with more than 1,000 mentionings of hydrogen. So the last 5 years have been very, very busy in order to draft the legislation. It's now done. It's ready. We have, out of this, obligations for member states. So all the member states that use gray hydrogen at the moment, and you do it in refineries, you do it less in Greece in chemical and steel production, but other countries are more affected. There are obligations to replace the gray hydrogen by green hydrogen up to 42% until 2030. That's super fast. The problem is these obligations need to be implemented into national law. And this has not happened yet. And it won't happen if, of course, the preconditions to bring green hydrogen to the affected companies and to have a de-risking scheme is not given. So we cannot expect our industries to adopt these obligations if they are not equipped with a de-risking scheme. And this is something we need to look into. I mentioned the Hydrogen Bank. The first auction with 800 million euro had 132 bidders, out of which 90% were eligible, so were ready to be accepted. This shows the robustness of the European hydrogen sector. There is a big appetite, but also a readiness of industries and technologies to bid and to go. By the way, the Iberian Peninsula by far has won the first race. The price of subsidy for 1 kilo of hydrogen is below 50 cents. You might have seen this. This is a big success. And this shows that people are ready. However, we see already that certain elements of legislation and of regulation, especially the definitions, are too complex. We have this delegated act on renewable hydrogen, so renewable fuels of non-biological origin, that's the whole title, which is extremely complex and which is also extremely difficult to achieve for importers. There's one element which is the so-called hourly correlation, so you can only use electricity from the grid if it's taken from the same hour of production, of renewable production, which brings up the cost of hydrogen five times. And this is not needed. So whatever we hear and people say, yeah, it makes up clean hydrogen, it will destroy the hydrogen sector. So there are also deficiencies of European legislation, which we need to look into, especially with the new Commission, and which we need to fix. On the other hand, the Commission prepares at the moment another delegated act on defining low carbon gases. So everything which is not renewable. And here we need to take care that this definition comes fast and that this definition also includes every technology that decarbonizes. So far, they want to narrow it down to nuclear and also to carbon capture sequestration, which is good, it's a good start, but what about pyrolysis? What about the natural hydrogen that has been found in neighboring country of Greece and Albania? We call it natural or white hydrogen. This should be also part of this definition. So let me come to this idea of stopping color discussions. Hydrogen, and Kyrios Valiotis, the general director said it clearly, needs to have its own role. But what is the role of hydrogen? There are two roles, and I want to clearly say one role is the decarbonization of molecules. You can and you must, as humankind, decarbonize molecules in order to bring down the CO2 emissions according to the Paris Agreement. And hydrogen has different technologies to do that. And we need to accept this. We have a threshold, which is 3.4 kilo of CO2 for every kilo of hydrogen. And this is the threshold. If you are below, you are low carbon, and every technology should be accepted. We should stop to be technology ideologic. We should be technology diverse. And that's why we call this the end of the color code, the end of the rainbow. We should decarbonize. That's one thing. The other thing brings me to the blackouts that you described in Greece, but not only in Greece, we have blackouts all over the world because of the intermittent effect of renewables. It's fantastic what Greece has achieved with regards to more renewable energy, especially solar, in Greece so far. So congratulations to the Greek government. This is really an achievement. As you know, I'm Greek and German, and I would like to describe the German experience with one example, and then I also come to an end.
Yes, Mr. Hatzimarkakis, if you could please conclude in half a minute.
Last year had 40% of renewables in power production. But the flip side is that the costs of curtailment and grid management in order not to have blackouts was 11 billion euro. And here you see immediately what happens. We need to ramp up the power grids, but the cost of this are 10 to 20 times more than ramping up the grids for molecules. And here's where hydrogen can help. It can create flexibility by storage and by cheap transport capacities. Ολοκληρώνω εδώ. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Let me conclude here. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I cannot stay more. You're not staying? No, unfortunately, today it's not possible because we have some visits here. But if there is a question that I can answer immediately, I'm available. Thank you very much for this opportunity. We thank you very much, and let me now give the floor to Mr. Thomadakis.
Mr. Thomadakis. Well, Mr. Hatzimarkakis believes, as he does so has been doing so over the past years, that Greece can become exporter of hydrogen to neighboring countries. What are the conditions for that? I read about the Southeast Europe corridor through Bulgaria and Slovakia, starting from Greece out to Germany. What is the role that DESFA can play in that? Well, I would like to say good morning to all and start by saying that this corridor started or has its root in the PCI project, the hydrogen backbone of Greece, which we started 2 years ago in the context of a previous project. And this is a PCI together with Bulgaria, with Bulgar-Transgas. On top of that, the transmission system operators from other countries have joined us, and there is an agreement that a corridor running from Bavaria up to Greece will be built and collect production and disperse consumption, SE high, from the Southeast European corridor, as its name, SEAC. There is a work group that is examining and doing its assessment. We have concluded our part. I will talk about it in a minute. We're currently in the stage, since this is a PCI project, our part of the corridor and Bulgaria's part of the corridor is within the first list of projects of the IPCEI, and we're bidding for the full design level together with Bulgaria. We will announce a market test next month, a non-binding market test, and should just consider that we have applied for PCI with 40 terawatt hours of potential production by those interested for the Greek market. And since we are here, we have been discussing it extensively. And as the Secretary General said, there are larger capabilities of producing hydrogen, such as green hydrogen, grey hydrogen as well. We will start a market test together with Bulgar-Transgas, and other system operators will follow. This will be non-binding, of course, because the conditions do not favor a binding market test. And to have a binding scheme, you need the framework to be there, the regulatory framework. based on the new European directive and the new European regulation on natural gas and alternative fuels is being awaited. It is very important, and I'm very happy that the Secretary General has described the efforts being taken in order to transpose in the Greek legislation those directives and this regulatory framework. This should take place right now, for those efforts to be fruitful, is for the regulatory authority to also be the hydrogen regulatory authority, and DESFA should have the transmission operator role. This is extremely important since we are at the forefront of the European advancement. 2 days ago, together with all other stakeholders, we drafted the statutes of the new hydrogen scheme of the European Hydrogen Organization. And this what does this European organization, European Hydrogen Organization, stand for? As is the case with natural gas, there are organizations that concern system operators, transmission system operators, same as for power, and they will coordinate, this organization will coordinate all players to regulate the markets. DESFA is a stakeholder, Greece is a stakeholder, not all countries are involved, are included there, and we are looking forward to this legislative initiative in order to remain within this organization. It is very important since we all built the Western Macedonia pipeline, the Patra pipeline, our hydrogen-ready pipelines will be used now for natural gas. We have conducted studies, but they were completed shortly before, and therefore they're not well known. We do know that green hydrogen produced in Greece is one of the most affordable ways to transport hydrogen to Europe. But the Balkans, Central Europe and Germany can uptake 5 to 6 times more hydrogen, green hydrogen, than the capacity of Greece. As Secretary General said, we are there together with the operators of other neighbors through which this corridor will run to reach Europe, and through this hydrogen bank for the bidding of hydrogen projects, we can use financing and funding instruments in order to develop the hydrogen market in Greece and save Greeks from spending money on that. Just a short comment. The Secretary General said in terms concerning blending that it could be 2 to 8%. Well, our take, in principle, the European directive at cross-border points provides for 2%. This is extremely low based on our system, and we have analyzed that. We can take up to 10%. There is no problem. We have to communicate also with the systems, and it is up to the state to set the limit. The interest we see in the market is larger. 2 megawatt is extremely low. 2% is extremely low. We have to move forward as fast as possible. Build clean hydrogen infrastructure. Blending should be there, but green hydrogen should also be a reality. Ms. Morgante, do you think you should pass to the... can you transpose the Italian experience to the Greek experience? Are there challenges there? Do you see, because of this experience and know-how transfer, a faster progress in our market, in the Greek market?
course, we will take all the advantages of having experiences in Italy to be put in place also in Greece. Up until now, the speakers have described and mostly addressed the issue of the hydrogen. In Italy, we have already assessed all the network, the distribution network, in order to understand the capability to be fed by hydrogen. We are, for sure, we can address the limits set by EU, but we are working to increase the possibility. In Greece, we have started a few weeks ago with an assessment of the Greek network in order to be prepared as soon as also the legislative national framework will be ready, to be ready as well. The study will take some time, of course, because the network is extended, and we have already planned to have a phase where the coordination with the TSO will be fundamental and needed, of course. But don't forget biomethane, because in this respect, our network is already there to ready to accommodate a blending with natural gas and biomethane. And this is something we can do faster than the hydrogen, to be very frank and open.
Apologies for interrupting. If I remember correctly, there is a target. There is a certain target in the national climate and energy plan concerning the production of 2 terawatt-hours per year of biomethane in Greece. I think that's the number, if I'm not mistaken. Is this feasible? Is this feasible?
Yes, it is, of course. Most or all the biogas producer should switch to biomethane production, and probably something have to be added. We will see also in the revised version of the national plan, which will be the target for Greece. I can say that at European level, there is in many countries there are big production of biomethane, and nevertheless, in Germany is the most active one. But indeed, nevertheless, to reach the EU targets for 2030, we should have a growth rate, an annual growth rate, which is double than the one experienced in the last 5 years. So it's really difficult. It's true that at the beginning, every technology needs some time. Now the experience is there, but nevertheless is a difficult target to be reached. In Greece, we are missing the legislative and regulatory framework. We are looking forward to have it. In the meantime, we have already signed an MOU with ABIO, the association of many biogas producers, not all of them in Greece, but the main one. We also had some MOUs one-to-one with other biogas producers. We are doing some initial work in order to understand, for example, how far the plants are from our network, which is the capability and the capacity of the production. But of course, the framework, the legislative framework is fundamental in order to understand the feasibility in terms of financial efforts that the companies should put in these projects. So we are really waiting for this. The network is ready. We are from next year we will install the new smart meters which have been created with all the experience and capabilities in Italy. They will be installed in Greece, and they are really the cutting-edge technology capable to govern also the blending of biomethane, hydrogen, and natural gas, of course. So this is a very important step. I think all the work to prepare our company for the future and to be a very important actor in the energy transition and are there, really.
Good. I will now move to Mr. Triantafylopoulos because the discussion has been opened and we have started talking about projects, about action, about the substance. We talked about the legal framework, the pending issues. We talked about the role of the grid operator. Mr. Triantafylopoulos, in 3 years' time, are we going to see hydrogen production in Amindeon? What are the requirements? How close are we to such a project? I've heard you say so, but are we there? Yes, good morning, first of all, and thank you. Let me say, for us, it's very important having a forum dedicated to hydrogen and renewable gases, because in all energy fora, hydrogen is present, of course, and it has started becoming more relevant, but having a forum dedicated exclusively to hydrogen and renewable gases, I think is something that is needed in Greece. So congratulations to Energy Press, and I also see that there are many more participants than last year. In this forum last year, we actually presented our company, Hellenic Hydrogen. We presented our business plan, investment plan, and the project that we have named North One, that you mentioned, and this is getting mature. It is now being developed. We've done a lot of work, which may not be visible because in the initial development stages, sometimes the work is not visible outside. For the technical maturation, I believe that we are quite ahead. We have worked with foreign companies that do have experience with hydrogen, which is an industrial gas, let me remind you, with very particular features. The production is not a simple process. And fortunately, we have assistance there. In terms of licensing, the project is getting mature, and this is a task with several challenges, because it's the first time that such a plant is being licensed in Greece. In terms of financing, we have structured our financing plan, and as the Secretary General said before, who does have knowledge on the subject, and we thank him for that because he's always listening and he's always trying to understand what we are saying. So we will start a process of assessing, evaluating whether the financial instruments can structure an investment and take the investment one step further. Let me say the following. An investment in the production of renewable hydrogen is not just about production. Here, of course, you also have the grids, but we should view that also on the consumption level. And as the Secretary General said before, and as Mr. Hadjimarkakis also mentioned, consumption is the big issue in Greece. A parenthesis. It could be otherwise, because if we do not view hydrogen as hydrogen, but as raw material for alternative fuel, Greece does have the possibility to produce and consume or distribute to other countries big amounts of renewable fuel. We do have know-how from the refineries, and we do have some infrastructure. So I believe that this part of the market is more mature than the consumption of hydrogen in Greece, because as you know, hydrogen consumption presupposes industrial plants, which we do not have. Let's focus here, because this is one of the desirable things. Without it, there's no point discussing. If I remember, you will have 12,600 tons of hydrogen production in the North Project 1, if I remember correctly the number. So in a country without a strong industry and without strong demand from the industry, what about this production, this project? Which clients is this addressed to? Well, we are trying to see the opening of the market in different phases, and hydrogen is favorable there because it's an investment that can where you can gradually add megawatts instead of incurring the initial capex that cannot be covered. The initial investment, as it has been structured now, and with the current facts, is about 50 megawatts for electrolysis, 5,000 to 6,000 tons. And as I said, we have an initial agreement that remains to be implemented once we agree on CHP with the PPC to consume hydrogen, and we are also discussing with DESFA because CHP does not work throughout the year. So in summer months, when we do not have CHP, we would like, and here there is an interesting discussion with DESFA, we would like this hydrogen, and I guess this is true for anyone who invests in a green hydrogen plant in Greece. We want this hydrogen to go into a pipeline that has been constructed to be 100% hydrogen ready, as the Western Macedonia pipeline. But it's not that easy. However, we have a very good collaboration with DESFA, and I do believe that we will find the solution. To close, blending the number may sound low. I will disagree with Mr. Thomadakis about the 25 megawatts. I think it's higher, it's more, but that's a technical topic. In any case, this is a beginning. It's a beginning. It's a percentage that will not affect the distribution grids, and I believe that we should view this step by step. If we just think of the 200 megawatts of the National Climate Plan, I'm not saying if we have money for hydrogen, but this amount will not be implemented by 2030 if we do not have a plan today to reinforce these plants, at least in the beginning of their life.
Just a short comment on your side. We're talking about electrolyzer prices, etc. Do you believe if the investors take this investment decision and all this moves forward, when do you believe, would it be 2027, 2028, after 2030, will the product be of a competitive price? The electrolyzer costs are currently very high. Well, you know, competitiveness of a product produced everywhere around the world, and this is something that has to do with hydrogen. You don't need to mine hydrogen. Then competitiveness is rather a relative factor. We will see in a demonstration later on what I mean. A 100 megawatt project in Portugal that has shown in the hydrogen bank of a levelized cost of 8 euros a kilo is subsidized by less than 50 cents to implement a 100 megawatt investment. You know what I mean? We can certainly produce hydrogen at a lower price, and then the outlook for green energy makes us positive that we will have very affordable green hydrogen available, but it all boils down to how we will manage green energy, and it's not about whether there will be green energy available. Okay, Let's move on to a person of the renewable energy sector, Mr. Ladakakos from the Hellenic Wind Energy Association. Can hydrogen be a solution to reduce curtailment of renewables? Is it flexible enough to be used during the daytime where we're actually rejecting price? What could be the business model of such an investment that could operate based on the same restrictions? And your take on hydrogen and risk containment. Well, first of all, thank you. Thank you for organizing such a successful event. Let's start off with a remark that here among us are people from the renewable business, not just from the hydrogen business. And this showcases how these two technologies should move forward hand in hand in order for one to accommodate the other. I will focus on your question. I will try to look at hydrogen from the perspective of how it can support renewables and the largest possible uptake of renewables. Let's see the problems in renewables. Curtailment, one, and then the grid space that becomes even more restricted, and then electrification, that is, we have a larger pie of electrification, and the larger pie will give more space. And then there is flexibility in terms of consumption, demand-side management that should be synced with the variability of the renewables. Can hydrogen play a role here? In our view, yes, it can. I'm not a hydrogen expert myself. Indeed, an exercise should be carried out to look into how this energy can go hand in hand with the cost reduction. We are here to share ideas as well as to listen to ideas, because there are many technicalities, there are many economic issues. Are electrolyzers flexible enough to operate only at the time when we have large solar power generation in order to reduce curtailment? It is. Can it work only those hours? Can hydrogen work only those hours? We haven't done that exercise yet. Is it valuable enough to have off-grid plants that will support, for example, offshore wind farms, off-grid offshore wind farms that will produce hydrogen only? Maybe that's the future. Maybe it's not the time now to move forward there. Is hydrogen competitive enough? We have to see into that. The preliminary studies say we should look into that. Does it have a role to play in the green export narrative of our countries? Again, yes. As the Secretary General rightly said, we are an open country. We try to become a hydrogen exporter. But this is a difficult exercise. Deploying hydrogen is not sufficient. All other countries in our neighborhood use hydrogen. We should look into the holistic renewables and hydrogen blend within this exercise. And let me close with a remark. Timing is of essence. Hydrogen is a new technology. It's a technology that is currently ramping down its costs. To look into curtailment, electric grid space, etc., and what role the hydrogen can play here, we have to look at the timing when the first projects will be implemented. We're awaiting the state to give us a signal here. You have posed a series of questions, very interesting ones during your speech. Let me just add another question and I don't know if it holds true. Maybe instead of designing these huge interconnections towards Northern Europe, maybe we should just produce this blend and use pipelines that are already existing. We shouldn't sink power generation of our country and its role as exports. We shouldn't sync it with the demand of the off-taker. Is this something logical to you? I'm very interested in listening to your question because it will resolve the mass demand problem during peak hours or during hours where the northern European countries are not in demand of energy. Instead of building huge pipelines that will provide electricity at times that are not needed, I can produce electricity right here at minimum cost and export. Maybe a blend of such solutions could be meaningful. It's not about building green pipelines, but also a blend that makes sense. Mr. Eleftheriadis, you as Deloitte have a global picture. You have a picture in Greece as well as the wider picture, let's put it this way. As far as I know, international studies on the hydrogen demand over the next years are not available so far, if I'm correct. Respective studies on demand, are there any such studies, and what have they demonstrated? Thank you for the invitation. Let me start off by saying, as Mr. Hadjimakakis indicated, there are some countries that are more advanced. Emirates, Spain, I would add Mexico, and the Netherlands. We have a center of excellence for hydrogen in the Netherlands, and we are in close cooperation. Truth is, for most of those countries, the national strategy has been built with our help. We have worked on that substantially. We should look at two levels of analysis, the top-down approach and the bottom-up approach. We start with the top-down approach, meaning what my country can produce, how much hydrogen my country can produce. We don't examine to what extent the neighboring countries can produce hydrogen and if this quantity can be consumed. And the bottom-up approach comes second. We have to look into what are the sources this can come from. We do that in Greece as well. There are 5 factors. What will go into the natural pipelines? 2, 3, 5, 8%, regardless of the rate, whether an export country or a domestic demand-covering country, there is a demand for hydrogen there. A second pillar examined at the European level is transportation. How automation will evolve in the future in order to be able to use hydrogen's fuel cells. This might be a small share right now of the pie, but it can become a major pillar. In transportation, we are right now looking into that, since we have seen that electric-powered buses are there. There are hydrogen-powered buses as an option. They should be examined as a proof of concept for Greece as well, for certain regions. Another field has to do with industrial plants. Someone said that there are not extensive industrial plants in Greece, but we have to look into those industrial zones, look into industrial zones that use thermal loads as well, and then add up the consumption, produce proof of concepts for smaller scale plants in order to introduce hydrogen into our everyday business. And another large pillar in terms of demand are alternative fuels in the future. All panelists talked about that. Ammonia, biomethanol can work on that, can do the job here. Hydrogen can be an alternative carrier, and we will be able in the future to produce ammonia from biomethanol to boost mobility as well as the shipping industry. If we look into this top-down approach and combine it with a bottom-up approach, we have the integrated picture, a whole picture to set up a certain strategy. Can you name a number for Europe? Is there a study showcasing that by 2050, let's say, Europe will be in need of that much? There are many studies being carried out that are being renegotiated. The energy crisis, low energy prices in some countries, the volatility have overturned the plans on energy consumption. We're being updating, all these studies are being updated across countries, and we can tap into that as a country, as we in Greece. Since there is nothing certain right now, we can join this effort. It's hard for me to name numbers. By the end of 2024 and early 2025, we will have a clear picture of the strategy for the countries.
Well, clearly we have made the first round, but is there any comment? Let me start from here. Is there any comment on anything that was said? Let me say I fully agree about exports, which definitely includes gas and hydrogen. Well, the consideration of a pipeline to Europe is a supplementary project. We have done our analysis. We believe that both can be accommodated. The cost of having a terawatt hour of hydrogen go to Germany, either through green electricity from Greece or green hydrogen from Greece, green hydrogen is slightly cheaper. The cost is slightly lower, but electricity is very close. And obviously, those are supplementary, not competitive, and both are needed. That's what we should keep in mind. And as we are going to say later, we have carried out all the analysis, and we know on the level of our business plan what we need to do in the future. But we will tell our shareholders first. A short comment from the Secretary General. What is most important for me in the entire hydrogen market is the cost. As long as the levelized cost for green hydrogen today is at 5.5 euro per kilogram, approximately, I even heard about 8, we cannot imagine many things concerning the use of hydrogen. And we cannot even envisage any export because we won't be able to produce it. Now, concerning the pipelines, as the technologies get mature, we should go there with all eggs in the basket, both with power and pipelines. But the most important is how to reduce the cost and get it close to the gray hydrogen. Because if I've understood correctly, the difference is very big, is huge right now. And the only thing that can resolve the equation is the scaling up of production that will start elsewhere, not in Greece. Madam Morgante, do you have any closing comment?
I agree with the Secretary General. I mean, in any case, the technologies are also seen from an economic point of view, because we don't have to forget that at the end the customer has to pay. So we cannot raise tariffs in case or cost of the utilities or of the products. This technology has to be implemented according to a plan which is not tomorrow. To be very frank, it needs some more time in order to be affordable from the economic point of view, mainly. This is why, from our point of view, we are studying, we are preparing ourselves, but to be very open, we think that it's not time for hydrogen in our pipes. Probably there are other fuels which are green, which can be used immediately.
Okay, Mr. Triantafylopoulos, one last comment, a closing comment. And I would also like a reply. I liked what the Secretary General said before, that RES investors will continue coming no matter if they are stripped of their benefits. Yeah, that's right. Of course, there is an inertia in the market. I think this is the reason. There are many big players who have come into the market. They have made their business plans. Now, two fast remarks concerning transport. I agree with Konstantinos. It's a very important part of opening up the hydrogen market. As you know, we have brought the first hydrogen bus to Greece with motor oil and coral gas. Motor oil and coral gas are already investing in hydrogen refueling stations and fuel trailers transporting hydrogen. And second, we need to give a different dimension and food for thought. We are saying about hydrogen, its role, how it can absorb the energy excess surplus. But we also see the other side of the coin. We want hydrogen. We want our plants to increase demand for energy, both for thermal and electrical loads. Around our plants, we want to set up other industrial plants. We want other investors to come. That's what we want to do in Western Macedonia. This is our vision with Mr. Amanatidis, and I think we can do it. Thank you. Mr. Lathakakos, one comment from you. Okay. As a closing comment, once again, it is obvious what is the magic of RES and energy transition, that no technology can give the solution alone. We need everything. We need all. We need RES, different sorts of RES. We need hydrogen, green gases, electrical pipelines, gas pipelines. We need it all. The point is that we need to do it on time. We have to make the right forecasts and have the right mix to reduce the cost for the consumer and make our country competitive. And concerning the comment of the Secretary General about RES producers, it's true that there is investment, strong investment interest, but it's true that the climate is quite different now, has changed. If you scratch under the surface, you will see that there is concern and worries, and several investment plans have been stalled until they see how things will evolve. So things are not so merry. There is a lot of concern. I'm saying that as an alarm bell that should make us all think. I mean, all of us designing the future, planning for the future of our country's energy. Mr. Eleftheriadis, closing with you. One last comment from you. I think that if we manage the energy surplus to feed this into hydrogen, and if we consider the curtailment cost that will reach the society and we will have to pay for the extra production that is wasted, I think the amount from 5 to 8 euro will manage to go much lower. And if we have a lower cost for hydrogen production, this means that indeed we can attract new industries around the hydrogen plants. So I would close by saying that what is a problem today for the entire market, zero and negative prices, should be turned into a benefit, and we can channel that into hydrogen market, for example, which can bring benefits for the entire economy. Thank you very much. Our time is over. We could be talking for hours, but we have to close here. Thank you.
We thank the extinguished guests of Yorgos Findikakis of the first panel. It was quite interesting listening to what they had to say. We're now moving on to a second panel that addresses the national strategy of our countries, the challenges and the opportunities, prospects, and barriers. We will start with two presentations. The first one by Mrs. Despina Giulaki, Senior Manager of the Hydrogen Biomethane Expert at the Energy Department of Grand Thornton, Greece, and followed by Evangelios Gazis from Aurora. Based on those keynote speeches, we will be able to talk about that with Mr. Kordomateas, Mr. Soumelidis, and the other speakers. I would like to call Ms. Despina Giulaki for a 10-minute presentation. Welcome, Ms. Giulaki.
Good morning, everyone, and by behalf as well, thank you very much to the organizers for the kind invite. I hope you do not mind that I will deliver my presentation in English. So it's my privilege to be among exceptional speakers in the field of energy and deliver my presentation, which bears the title, First Steps Towards the Establishment of a Hydrogen Economy in Greece. I will actually not exclusively focus in Greece. I would rather approach our country as a key player in the wider Balkan region, and I will highlight also the importance of our country, even for the Central Europe. But before doing so, if you may allow me to spend a few minutes on introducing ourselves. I'm here representing a group of 40 experts. All of us comprise the Energy Department of Grand Thornton, Greece. We are based in Athens, and I must say that 9 out of 10 of us have an engineering background. We deliver a vast array of services to our clients, and all of our services are linked to different pillars of the energy sector. More specifically, we specialize in the electricity, in natural gas, renewable and low-carbon gases. This is actually where I sit, in analytics, in the public sector, and also in sustainability. Hydrogen has gained a lot of importance during the recent years, and it has become actually a controversial topic in many debates. The role of hydrogen in decarbonizing the future is indispensable. Nevertheless, it comes along with significant challenges. For example, think of the fact that nowadays we are just 5.5 years before a major milestone regarding hydrogen in Europe, and we do not have large-scale hydrogen-dedicated infrastructure. It has been voiced in general, but also earlier in this conference, that the hydrogen blending is an option, and I second that. It is indeed a very important tool, especially for the first years for the establishment and development of the hydrogen economy. But nevertheless, this as well comes at a cost, and it should be deployed in a very prudent manner. This has been acknowledged by the gas TSOs, and all of them are already busy in testing the networks and see their compatibility with hydrogen blends at different levels. And we also heard by DESFA that their network is able to accommodate up to 8% of hydrogen blend. Now, by 2030, Europe is not only expected to produce 10 million tons of hydrogen, but it's also expected to import equivalent amounts of it from outside Europe. This hydrogen will reach us not only via dedicated pipelines, but also through the implementation and deployment of other types of infrastructure, for example, the LNG terminals. And this is, as you can understand, particularly important for our country. So it is of utmost importance that technical and economic assessments need to be done and concluded in order to assess the compatibility of LNG infrastructure terminals for hydrogen carriers such as methanol and ammonia. In our group, we have performed a modeling analysis, a modeling exercise, in order to predict future hydrogen flows. And I will actually give you a flavor of the results. But before doing so, I would like to walk you through a number of important assumptions made for the model. Plexus is a demand-driven model. That means that national demand in hydrogen is being fed as input. And then the model optimizes the hydrogen flows in a way that the demand is being served. Demand can be served either via imports of hydrogen or via local production or via a combination of both. So out of our pan-European model, we have selected a handful of countries, and obviously Greece is among those. The rest of the countries are listed on the slide. For the model assumes hydrogen demand to be zero for those countries where no hydrogen demand targets have been explicitly reported. And when I refer to hydrogen, bear in mind that I refer to renewable hydrogen. So we treat the hydrogen targets as being targets for renewable hydrogen. And we also assume that the hydrogen demand stems from the industry and the transport sector, which is in complete coherence with what Europe stipulates. I mentioned a bit earlier that the demand can be served also via local production. That means that the model is able to optimize the location and the size of the electrolyzers that are needed. And it treats the electrolyzers as an additional electrical load, and at the same time, the additionality criterion stipulated by the Delegated Act is respected. Another means of meeting the demand is importing hydrogen or exporting hydrogen, but that necessitates adequate transmission infrastructure. And therefore, as a bare minimum, the model adopts and assumes the hydrogen transmission PCI projects that have been recently approved by the Commission. And beyond those projects, and on top of that, if rendered necessary, the model is free to deploy additional transmission infrastructure from a predetermined list of candidate projects. And there's no distinction between repurposing of existing natural gas pipeline networks and new dedicated pipelines. I already mentioned that it's a demand-driven exercise, so we have mapped the hydrogen demand at national level, and for that, we took into consideration only official strategic documents from the individual countries, be it the NECPs or the national hydrogen strategies, in the case countries have such documents, of course. And if the demand is not reported in a disaggregated manner, then we assume that the demand stems from the industry and the transport sector, as I just mentioned. And out of the whole demand for hydrogen in Germany that is expected to be served via imports, we assume that 40% of this is served exclusively or originates exclusively from the southeastern Europe. So in general, we are able to map the consolidated, so to say, demand for the whole region we modeled per year. And you can see that there is a 15% increase in this demand from, let's say, one phase to another. I mentioned a bit earlier the hydrogen PCI projects that have been taken as a prerequisite, so to say, for the model. And those projects I illustrate here on the slide. So I'm talking about the hydrogen corridor that connects Italy, Austria, and Germany. This actually means 5 projects, 1 in Italy, 2 in Austria, and 1 in Germany. Of course, we have the very well-known to us hydrogen interconnector between Greece and Bulgaria. This consists of the project promoted by DESFA and also the mirroring project, so to say, in a neighboring country, Bulgaria. And also we have the generic corridor that aspires to bring hydrogen from Ukraine all over to Germany via Slovakia, Czech Republic, and Austria. That brings me to the slide where we discuss a bit the results from this modeling exercise. Let's first focus on the time frame from 2035 to 2040. The approved hydrogen PCI projects I just mentioned are deemed to be sufficient to accommodate the necessary cross-border hydrogen flows and till 2035, actually. And here I would like to remind you that those projects are expected to become operational in 2030. What we call vertical Balkan corridor that starts from Greece is expected to expand further in 2034 by the incorporation and inclusion of the section from Bulgaria to Romania. Germany represents the major demand center for hydrogen. So one could say that all flows lead to Germany, similar to the saying of all roads lead to Rome. So flows here reach Germany not only via the Italian corridor, but also through Hungary and Austria via the vertical Balkan corridor. This is also why Greece becomes very important in this case. So I mentioned that we foresee the completion and inclusion of the section from Bulgaria to Romania as part of the vertical Balkan corridor, which indisputably will lead to considerable flows, even in the order of 14 terawatt hours in the period examined here. And obviously, this will increase the exports of hydrogen coming from Greece to Bulgaria, and that is expected to reach the value of 9 terawatt hours. At the same time, as you can understand, and together with the fact that Greece will still need to satisfy its own demand, that will most probably dictate the installing of an overall electrolyzer capacity in the order of 3 gigawatt by 2035. So we take one step down the timeline. We reach now the time frame from 2040 to 2045. Here the situation slightly changes. What I mean by that is that beyond 2040, Italy's demand is increasing rapidly, and therefore the flows from Italy to the further to the north start to gradually weaken. More explicitly, by 2044, very little exports are observed from Italy to Austria. That actually corresponds to a drop of more than 60%. Instead, by 2045, Italy imports from the African continent are more than 30 terawatt hours, but the country nevertheless also needs to domestically produce hydrogen. And so far, Germany's demand was accommodated primarily through the hydrogen corridor, including Italy, and also through the vertical Balkan corridor. But now the generic corridor comes more into play, and at the same time, the flows from Greece are enhanced. So they become more prominent, and as we expect, this will lead to an increase in the installed electrolyzer capacity as well in our country. So that brings me to the last slide of the presentation, where we have summarized a few recommendations for the Greek market. We know that the updated NSCP is currently in the making and about to be finalized. It is very important that it bears clear targets for the development and integration of hydrogen, and especially that it considers the fact that Greece will play a prominent role as an exporter of hydrogen for the wider region. And that needs to be reflected in the modeling and in the numbers. The promotion of integrated sector planning is important. In other words, the gas, electricity, and hydrogen networks need to be planned in tandem. Otherwise, synergies will not be achieved, and we will have a high risk of stranded assets. The location of electrolyzers should be also optimized in the sense that proximity to renewable energy generating assets needs to be thought of, as well as the water availability. Transposition of RED III and the hydrogen and decarbonized gas market package are essential. This will, among other things, simplify the licensing processes for hydrogen plants and speed up their implementation, their establishment, actually. The National Regulatory Authority also needs to get prepared because they will have to assume a role bigger than the one that they have today. Stronger national support and de-risking is needed, and I'm sure that all developers in this room will agree with this statement. This support can take different versions, different can be of different types, such as investment grants, operating aid. We heard several of them before. And especially for Greece, it is important that we utilize existing funds, such as the Repower and the Modernization Fund. The deployment of electrolyzers dictates for a priority when it comes to hydrogen-related RES plants, given the fact that there are constraints on available electrical capacity. The identification of production and consumption centers needs to be a dynamic exercise that needs to be repeated and therefore continuously monitored, because this will narrow down and minimize the uncertainties considering the timing for deploying the cross-border infrastructure. And as soon as we have officially the hydrogen network operator in Greece, this entity should initiate market tests with adjacent counterparts in order to verify the commercial interest and be able to promote those projects that are indeed flagship and needed for the country. That's it. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry for the time.
Thank you very much, Madam Tsoulaki. And now I will invite Mr. Evangelos Gazis from Aurora, who will focus on the future of green hydrogen in the Greek energy system. To avoid further delays, we will hear Mr. Gazis with the panelists of the next panel, Mr. Kordomateas, Soumelidis, Ifandis, Vougliouklas, and Davos. So the panelists are kindly requested to take their place on the panel while listening to Mr. Gazis.
Καλό στο χρόνο να είμαστε προσεκτικοί. Ευχαριστώ.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Καλημέρα σας. Ονομάζομαι Ευαγγέλης Γαζής.
Mr. Gazis, head of Aurora Energy Research in Eastern Europe. I'm very glad to see that strong interest in hydrogen.
Πολύ μεγάλης επιτυχίας.
For those who do not know Aurora Energy Research, we are one of the leading organizations in Greece providing research and advisory services for the energy markets. We mostly cover electricity, but also hydrogen, natural gas, and anything that has to do with energy in general. We have a global coverage, 14 branches, more than 700 people worldwide. In Greece, we have been in the last years, we cover the whole Southeastern Europe, including 7 countries, and by the end of the year we will increase coverage to 12 countries. Today I shall present the latest analysis of Aurora, focusing on Greece. We will look into production, demand, cost of production and different production methods, but also how the hydrogen market affects the electricity market and the RES finances. Let me start with the reason. Why are we talking about hydrogen? The main reason why we are talking about hydrogen, and we believe it will play a very important role, is because it can offer a different corridor for decarbonization, especially for certain activity sectors, which are difficult to electrify and or difficult to find alternative options, especially industrial production, where it can be used as a source of heat or as a fuel, as a raw material, but also in transportation. Speaking of transportation, I mean landed transport, but also shipping and airliners. These sectors of human activity are more difficult to find alternatives of a low carbon footprint, so hydrogen will have a major role there. In Greece, in particular, demand will move around these 2 key sectors, and this is also reflected in the EU targets. By 2030, I would say the target is quite low in our national plan versus Europe, because there is no special subsidization for electrolytic hydrogen. 300 megawatts of green hydrogen is still the target. And then there are other targets that are related to the hydrogen market, such as storage, CO2 storage, but also targets concerning the use of fuel hydrogen, especially for road transport. And as I said before, the targets are quite conservative versus the targets in other EU countries, but it is still important. Now, how do we believe in Aurora? How do we believe that, how do we think demand will move? The key demand lever will be the use of hydrogen in refineries. We see that there is already a lot of demand, very strong demand for hydrogen in refineries. Now this is mostly covered by grey hydrogen, around 14 terawatt hours, and we believe that it will go up conservatively by 2030, so by 4 or 5%. And then there's going to be a further rise, especially in industrial production, but also the increasing demand for heating and transport. And we believe that it will go up to 9 terawatt hours in the key scenario by 2050. Now, in an alternative scenario where there is a faster decarbonization in other sectors, we may see lower demand in refineries, although there could be a higher demand in other sectors. But overall, what we expect to see in a net zero scenario, so if we reach the net zero target by 2050, demand remains at 12.5 terawatt hours by 2050, which is much lower than the NECP target concerning demand. Now, how do we consider that this hydrogen will be produced in Greece? As I said, mostly at the moment, hydrogen comes from grey production. It's grey hydrogen, but increasingly in the future, there's going to be green hydrogen, especially after 2030. The NECP target will be exceeded in 2030. We believe that there is going to be further growth of electrolytic hydrogen afterwards, especially in the net zero scenario. Although demand stays low, we see that there is a strong production, high production, because of affordable green energy that will lead to potential export of hydrogen after 2040. Now, what are the key reasons or drivers behind it? What is going to affect the amount of hydrogen that will be produced and how many electrolyzers we will have in Greece? First, it's the capex, the cost of electrolyzers, which is the initial cost for developing an electrolysis system. So we see that there's going to be a rapid reduction of cost in the next 12 years, more than 50% cost reduction. This is also a change to a more affordable technology solution from alkaline electrolyzers to different electrolyzers by 2040, and this is a key driver for more electrolytic hydrogen. The other reason is renewable energy sources, development of RES in Greece, which remains remarkable in our forecasts. It will go more than 30 gigawatts in 2030 and more in 2050. 36. This means that it will be possible to produce green hydrogen according to the provisions of the EU directive. Now, let's see how green hydrogen can be produced. The first way is to use it using power, to produce it using power from the grid. In order for this to be green, according to the EU directive, the requirement is that the electrical power in the grid, 90% of it derives from green energy. In Greece, this will not be achieved by 2035. So for the next 10 years, we believe that it will not be possible to produce green hydrogen with this business model. Alternatively, it could be possible to make PPAs, power purchase agreements, certifying that the energy used for production of hydrogen comes from a green source, and there is going to be synchronization and all the criteria in the EU directive. The third way is co-location in the same physical space, co-location of electrolyzers and electricity generation technologies. And there are two options here. One is not to be able to infuse the electricity produced by RES into the grid, or being able to do it. Obviously, the second option involves a higher cost, but it is also possible to exploit this excess energy in case there is overdimensioning of the rest versus the electrolyzer. I will focus on the last business models, starting with the first one, the island one. In this case, we see that there is a strong correlation between the relevant dimensioning, RS electrolyzers concerning the power, and the result on the cost for production of hydrogen. So we see that as RS goes up versus electrolyzers, there is a reduction in the levelized cost of hydrogen, but up to a certain extent, because then the cost for the excess is wasted. The excess is wasted, so the cost goes higher, and the optimal size is around 1 to 6, so 60% more RS versus electrolyzers. In this case, the cost will be around €6 in 2030 for PV, and around 8 if it is onshore wind power. Now, in case it is possible to inject this into the grid, then the energy is not wasted, and there is an additional revenue stream because this energy can be sold in electricity markets. So we see here that a major role is played by the value of hydrogen, the price of hydrogen in the market, because this will mean how much you are using your electrolyzer, and whether you are using RES to provide energy to the grid. This is a heavy figure, but we wanted to stress that the higher the utilization of the electrolyzer, which is when there is a higher value in the hydrogen market, the levelized cost of production goes down. The second, it is again an over-dimensioning. Even for a double size of power, the cost goes down. So it is a lower cost, 5.5 to 7, depending on whether it is wind or solar. And these two end up with a better business model. Now, how is Greece placed versus Europe? I will be very fast. There are two different ways to see that. If there is an ongoing demand for hydrogen, then we should also include the cost for hydrogen storage. And this can double the cost of production, which is an important parameter. On the other hand, if the electrolyzer is placed very close to consumption, and if we don't need ongoing flow of hydrogen, so production from solar or wind, then the cost stays low, and Greece is a very competitive market concerning the cost of production. Finally, how does the hydrogen market affect the electricity market? Obviously, when there are many electrolyzers, there are different effects on the finances of RES and the overall system in terms of electricity demand or attractiveness of RES investments. What we see here is that looking into two different scenarios, this is the central scenario, so around 1 gigawatt of electrolyzers in 2030, and another scenario around 50% higher electrolyzers in the system. We see how this affects the special prices of solar in green and wind in blue. And you see how this affects the demand for power, electricity in Greece, and the production of green energy. The most important takeaway here is that having 50% more electrolyzers into the system, the special prices of solar increase by 11% in 2040-2050, which means that first, on the system level, the finances for new technologies are enhanced, so smaller curtailment, fewer negative prices, better finances in general for the development of RES. And then on the asset level, the finances are getting better. And this creates a new path for the use of electrical power. So small curtailment, alternative use of hydrogen, and a new revenue stream that could help with the investment models. Thank you.
Εμείς ευχαριστούμε πολύ, κύριε Γαζή. Πραγματικά ακούσαμε πολύ ενδιαφέροντα πράγματα.
Thank you, Mr. Aziz. We've heard very interesting things that will introduce us in the topic, same as Ms. Julaki. We'll thank her, and we thank Mr. Aziz as well. On the panel, I am joined to discuss strategy and implementation in Greece. Some distinguished panelists, and we're not talking only about hydrogen but also about biomethane, biogas, and there is a market for them here as well. So I am joined by Mr. Dimitris Kardomateas, who is the President General Manager of the CRES, the Center for Renewable Energy Sources, and CRES has had a more energetic role in the topic. I'm joined also by Mr. Alexandros Somelidis, who is the Chief Production Design and Development Officer, Mr. Alexandros Ifandis, the Hellenic Association Biogas Producer President, Yannis Vougouklakis, who is the head at PwC in terms of strategy. Welcome. As well as, of course, Nikos Davos, who is co-founder and manager of the CLUBI, the Cluster of Bioeconomy and Environment in Western Macedonia. You are all well aware of the involvement that Nikos Davos has in this subject field. Thank you for being here. I would start off by giving the floor to Mr. Kardomateas. Mr. Kardomateas, you as CRES and you personally have a role to play in the development of the new NECP. And I would like you to share with us the outlook, the point of view in terms of hydrogen, biomethane, biogas and green gases. Please. Yes, as you know, CRES has undertaken to organize this area, and it has been selected because it has the technical capability. We should start off with assessing the technology in terms of maturity in order to be able to devise a good strategy. Our main direction, and this will be introduced into the new NECP, is the energy transition. Without risking that the targets are not implemented, the energy transition should take place in the best possible way and at the lower cost for citizens. This can take place in principle, by categorizing technologies based on cost, and where alternative solutions are available, to opt for the most economical solution, as well as in terms of sustainability, opting for the most mature solution. Our objective is not to base the NECP on hypotheses that will not materialize in the future. Let me give you an example in the field of sustainable gases. Biomethane is cheaper than hydrogen, so therefore it is preferred. And it also goes down to the scalability. Hydrogen is having to deal with certain issues in terms of use rather than production. Is not prioritized within the NECP. We should give the technology the time to develop. when it comes to transportation or industry. What do you mean by prioritizing biomethane and by saying that hydrogen deployment will take some time in practice? What does it mean in practice? Well, practically, our primary objective is the objective of decarbonization. And what is this objective? By 2030, minus 80% by 2050, and 100% by 2050, I said. 2030, 2040, 2050. All other things are instruments. Biomethane, biogas are just instruments, are just means to this target. They're not the objective per se. For example, renewables are affordable by themselves. If you compare it to the fossil fuel production cost, then renewables are cheaper, and therefore they are favored in order to achieve the 35%. Biomethane is a mature technology that is linked with a lower cost, and therefore is favored as well. And biomethane, there is, of course, a restriction in feedstock, and this is also taken into consideration in order to avoid non-realistic premises. All this will go into the new NECP that will be the strategic priority of Greece. We believe that we should put our emphasis on the economic dimension as well, because the cost is being incurred by the citizens, either as taxes or through their bills. And the state aid, if it has to borrow money to support this NECP, they will pass it over to the citizens in the long run. We're trying, of course, to make the most out of leveraging our options. The economic dimension is therefore the primary objective that will be shaping the new NECP. Since we are meeting the targets, why shouldn't we opt in for the cheapest solution? And well, the new Minister of Environment is the former Minister of the Economy, and therefore it is plausible. Such financing instruments and capabilities will be used for non-mature technologies, but in terms of state aid, of state money, rather more mature and more sufficient technologies are favored. And let me just add that we are really listening into the comments of the stakeholders, and therefore we've taken into consideration the comments in the previous public consultation concerning the cost of the economic transition, as well as the costs for the industry. The Greek industry is at a crucial point. It is a sector that is open to international competition. It's not like with housing or with cars, where if a restriction is being set, you can abide by that, but if restrictions are being introduced in the industry, they will be out of competition and they will have to close. Therefore, the cost dimension the cost perspective is very important. The plans of the industry are being taken into consideration in terms of carbon capture, which is very important because it reduces emissions. Refineries and their plans in terms of hydrogen. Refineries are at the forefront of energy deployment, of hydrogen deployment, and all this is captured within the new NECP that will be opened up to public consultation because we're very looking forward to people's comments. Thank you. I think we will have the chance, given the time, to have time for another work. Mr. Soumelidis. Mr. Soumelidis is the Chief Production Design and Development Officer at the PPC. And I guess you can contribute into this discussion from the side of the market and in view of the new strategic planning of Greece and based on your experience. Do you believe that what are the issues that need to be resolved and what steps should be taken in order to have this market evolving?
Good morning. Congratulations once again. Last time and this time I see great success of the conference with so many people attending. Now, the market side. Well, we are talking about something that does not exist as a market right now. Green hydrogen is not produced in the country now, so we wanted to develop it. As anything else that is growing in any market is not growing by itself, it is always assisted on the regulatory framework, financial framework, funding and so on. But there is always also supply and demand. The way we view that as PPC in our country, and being as partners in Hellenic Hydrogen with Motor Oil, we see that there is no problem with the supply. There is interest in producing hydrogen, at least on the planning level. And as we have done it in Hellenic Hydrogen, there is no problem in supply. Let me describe the problems. 3, in my view. First of all, the regulatory framework for the operation, compensation. I could give you 5 or 6 components that are critical and which also affect the cost of production. Licensing aspects. Mr. Triantafilopoulos are trying to have the first hydrogen project licensed, but that did not exist so far. How are we going to have the green certificates work? How are you going to calculate CO2? What about cross-border trading? And what logic? What about the charges for using the system, which increase the cost? What about the additionality that was mentioned by Mr. Hatzimarkakis? It increases 5 times the cost if the hourly arrangement applies. 5 times the cost goes higher. We have to reconsider. What about the demand response for hydrogen? So these are all aspects which I'm sure the state is considering, but we have the sense that we are lagging behind. There is a delay. If we want the market to be ready in 2026, because this is the expire of additionality from the month to the hour, we should have a regulatory framework already. I understand, though, that in such fundamental change in the energy market, because everything is changing, it is not easy to plan. But that's a direction that all stakeholders would need to move to quite fast. The second important aspect is the demand. We all know at the end where this fuel or energy carrier will move. I don't know how we will name it. Obviously, this is not the key for any solution in energy. I'm an engineer and I can realize that producing hydrogen and producing electricity again, the rate, the yield is low versus a chemical industry that needs that for the processes. So we all know where we need to move. But is demand there? Let me tell you, we are planning a project in the north. We have to find the demand, but the state, starting from now, in the context of the transition, as announced by the Prime Minister, for the delignitized areas, Megalopoli, Northern Macedonia, combined with the refineries and so on, we should think and say, okay, there's going to be a transition up there. A huge business that had 50% of the local GDP is removed, and they do want to make hydrogen because there are economies of scale there. The infrastructures are there, the green pipeline is there that has been funded for the natural gas. So we do have major economies of scale. So shouldn't the state transition or ministry or the state in general? Shouldn't the state shape the demand requirements, circumstances? If we are looking for businesses that will be the consumers, what is a better chance for these businesses to be strengthened to come closer to us or anybody else who wants to produce green hydrogen? That would support the national vision for delignitization, the national vision for greening, and we will also have the lower possible cost. So on the demand side, definitely it is not just that, it is also SAF. But even there, we have to fund investments. For example, cross-border trading. How are we going to do it if we cannot have a steel industry next door or a chemical industry? How could this be done? How could we say on the national level, TAP is here, DESFA is here, why not sell it outside? And why just start a market? And the third is economy. If we believe that by dedicated RES next to electrolyzers, you can achieve a low production cost for hydrogen, this will not happen, if you allow me, because the utilization factor increases the cost. So the economies of scale, if we do want economies of scale, we should have absorption of electricity in the grid. I hope, and I think this will happen, very soon we will have RES numbers in the system that will allow us to do so. But even there, listen, if somebody has curtailments in the system, high ones, I don't think we should be happy, because RES will start going down despite the interest, and the system will not get any cheaper. It is helpful for getting electrolyzers to consumers, but the problem is not solved. The problem is the long-term storage. You know, we have discussed this before. In this case, the hydrogen producers will have gains, because 24/7 is insured, and the cost will be affordable, because at the end of the day, you know, the price has to be competitive. The way it is today, 4, 5, 6 euro versus other competitive fuels, well, it's out of discussion. But now it can become competitive, especially for the indicated consumers, not for everyone. So to conclude, our group with motor oil and Hellenic Hydrogen, we are ready to start tomorrow morning. Of course, as long as a solid, robust regulatory framework is put in place for operation and compensation, and if we also solve a couple of issues that have to do with the funding scheme, demand, and so on. Well, you raised a lot of topics, and some of those, the way I view them at least, are simple to approach, but some others are harder. Anyway, with your remarks, you gave us the real facts that should be approached in order to take the next steps. Do you have the sense that those who make the decisions are listening? Yes, and thank you for the question. It's true that the leadership of the Energy Ministry are discussing with us. It's true that we are having discussions. They do understand the needs and the requirements of this huge system, not for our business, but for the whole country. This is not only in Greece, it's all over Europe, you know. If you tell me that we are late in Greece, I will answer, and what are the projects all over Europe? There are many stalled projects. Everybody is waiting, because this is a market in undershaping. In our country, we've gone very fast with the RES, and we did well. But to keep the system low, we should also try to make this market, put this market in place quite fast. And not just this, biomethane. These are all pieces of the puzzle that will add up, and at the end we will have an affordable system for Greek businesses and Greek consumers. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I will now move on to Mr. Ifandis, who is representing the Association of Biogas Producers in Greece. Could you please share with us the perspective of this side, of the production and the economic side in terms of the strategic planning and the economic framework? Yes. Well, I would like to share a couple of slides, if that would be possible. I can start, of course, by saying that I do need the remote control. Okay, let's start. Just please be concise, because I am terrified when I see that there are PPT presentations in a panel. Let me just take this direct incentive and this in terms of hydrogen, to share that in terms of biomethane we are lagging behind. We lag behind compared to Europe, where there is a radical increase in biomethane. And let's compare the Greek picture to the European picture. What are the steps and the challenges ahead? Since hydrogen is a pillar with specific deployment use cases. So within this energy transition, every energy carrier has its benefits and its space. There is no one-size-fits-all in terms of energy carriers. And as Mr. Silakakis said, and as a previous speaker, Mr. Hatzimakakis said, it's not only about energy, it's also about molecules. Electrification is not possible because of economic terms. We cannot talk about energy transition disregarding that if natural gas does not become green, we will lose 40–50% of the energy transition. And if we reduce the grid space of electricity, we won't be solving the problem, because it has to do with the use of natural gas as well. In Greece, 115 megawatts based on last year's data available. We had 62 plants, 13 landfill plants, and these are the rates in Greece, because we have a large project, a large problem with with aggregate and wastewater plant management. This is northern Greece, where we have farm plants. This is 90.8 megawatt, representing 70% of the sector that are participating in the association. Elacto has the largest biogas production plant in Greece. You can see here the capacity, biogas, biomethane. Let's look at the picture in Europe. Let's look at the German, the production in United Kingdom, 18,843 biogas units, just 62 in Greece. These are the numbers. This is the situation in Europe. Biogas is much more than energy. It is a biorefinery. The future of biomethane is not just biogas. It's a biorefinery that can produce feedstock and other materials. And this is the reason why, and I'm very happy that Mr. Gardomateas indicated this, there are systematic efforts being done over the past year to move forward, because we realized that biogas and biomethane is not just about energy. A part of it is energy, and it can become extremely cheap if the framework is there, giving added value to the byproducts. And here, this is combined biogas, biomethane. Europe's stops producing biogas for electricity and heating, and most plants are for biomethane production. And biogas is the feedstock for biomethane, 70% biogas and 30% or 65-35 CO2. And let's also point at this stage that if hydrogen enters into a biogas reactor, it can produce biomethane. The biomethanization that will provide us gas that's ultimately and fully compatible for all uses is possible. You can see the statistics here, 18% biomethane rise, and you can see 2023, 35% rise, and there are problems in the logistics. In order to buy the membrane equipment, you need more than 1.5 years. There is a waiting list because there are delays in construction, manufacturing, and moving forward. Greece 2.1 terawatt hours within the proposed NECP. This is a rather small rate. The largest plant in the Netherlands produces 2.1 terawatt hours. This is a rather not ambitious term for Greece. And why is that? You can look at the statistics for Greece provided by our association to the European Bank Association, and the official data provided towards Europe since 2016. There is an increase, there is growth, but because of the problem in the grid space and the sustainability issues that are there is also the feedstock bottleneck. Feedstock is there, but legislative initiatives should be taken, and there are certain other problems in Greece as well. The legislation should be established, the tariff should be set, and if this is the case, together with the state aid, plants will come back in Greece, and this will be a progress for us. Today, compared to the targets, if all biogas plants switched into biomethane, we would be able to achieve 1.2 terawatt hours out of the 2.1. That is the target. The plants are at 50% of their capacity right now. So if we take it up to 90%, the existing plants can reach the target. But it's not about turning all biogas to biomethane production, but the picture about biomethane production should be clear right now, today. No one can right now produce biomethane. Nothing is recognized. You cannot sell it. So we do understand how important the legislatory framework is. Biomethane, biogas are brothers. Biogas comes first. Biomethane will open up the pathway to hydrogen, because all the regulatory framework proposals and initiatives will sooner or later establish the framework for hydrogen as well. And just let me add something else that is very important. We should not forget that biomethane is a direct alternative to make hydrogen greener. And if you think, and you should be crazy to think that all this infrastructure would be abolished. There are trillions of euros invested. So this is a valuable asset. We should tap into it. Biomethane is the way forward. There is also gasification at larger volumes. That is, wood is being used. There are 50 ways that can be utilized. Indeed, we have to look into a speedier process to inject biomethane into the grid so that methane is also net carbon economy ready. We're very happy to learn that we're very happy to see that the bio-LNG issue is being promoted on a two-axis basis. We're not Greece, we're not Italy, we're not Austria. We have certain problems, and our biomethane should deal with the particularities of Greece, the small decentralized plants.
Mr. Voyoklakis, welcome again. Have you worked on such models? Have you considered the biomethane or hydrogen case on a Greek or international level? Good morning, everyone. Thank you once again for the invitation. Congratulations for this second consecutive year of the conference. We do believe that it will be established as an annual event. The short answer is yes. We have worked on this on both sectors. Both sectors are interesting for us throughout the value chain. It's very important that we are raising topics today, which I should say were not easy to raise openly in the last years. Actually, there is not one single technology. There is no one single application. There is no one single consumer who can fulfill development of hydrogen or other renewable gases. There is a combination of investment opportunities and also a combination of leverage, I would say, and the utilization of already available financial instruments. And as we heard this morning, also national financial instruments that will appear very soon. The problem, which we also see in our analysis and our support, is the following, as previous speaker said, and also in the previous panel. First, the regulatory and legislative framework. And from theory, we now need to move to practice. We have to implement it in order to have visibility for everyone, because everybody needs to know what to do, what to follow, how to start their investment plans, and how to move to implementation. And second important factor, which is a big difference from electricity production from RES, the off-takers, consumers, the off-takers in this market are different. So I would not say that we need to educate the off-takers, but we need to identify the opportunities, the timing of the opportunities. Cost is a key component, of course, and cost will also define the synchronization, the timing for off-takers, both for hydrogen and for other applications. I agree with Mr. Ifandis, biomethane is the low-hanging fruit. It's the one that could go faster, with also value on the level of circular economy. So one should see that from the very start, from the supply chain point of view. Or value chain point of view. And in terms of hydrogen, there are many aspects that have to be considered: the regulatory and legal framework, injection, transmission, certification. There is a debate all over Europe what is already there or what can change in the future. But it's important also to identify the off-takers. Who are the consumers? Who are the off-takers? Where should we need to focus in the first stage? And then at a later stage, we can also consider export possibilities. Energy infrastructures are a critical element. As we see in the investment discussions, we need to realize the role of the grids here in this exercise, how we can develop and enhance and utilize the grids to this direction, both for transmission and distribution. And I think this is a general puzzle, and having the state as a supporter in the good sense, because everything that we are discussing today needs to be translated into a certain framework. So I believe there's going to be continuity and transparency to develop this market. Timing is favorable. There is strong interest on the level of producers and also utilization of the grids. Now we should look into consumption and how consumption can be attractive and competitive compared to other types of fuel. Are you optimistic? Do you believe that the market, such a market can be established in the near future? Well, definitely the market will be created. The size of the market and the sectors depend on the initiatives and on the pioneers in this sector. Today, I think some initiatives were announced already. Not for pilot projects, I would say market projects that will have a certain footprint. My opinion is that the market is setting ambitious targets. The market itself is setting ambitious targets. I don't think the timing allows us to go very fast in the first couple of years, but it's important to have the first projects. It's important to identify the opportunities and give room to investment initiatives that are here already. So this will help next investments to come. And then having the EU updated regulatory framework and also having the national framework. And I agree with previous speakers. If we also have a support framework for the production of renewable gases, then the market will start growing. And I am optimistic that the ambitious targets of NECP, the National Energy and Climate Plan, can be fulfilled. Thank you very much. Mr. Davos, with the stimuli from the discussion, and given the critical decisions on the strategy level and the institutional level, please give us your opinion, your perspective in terms of planning and the necessary steps in this field. Mostly hydrogen, because you are more active in the field of hydrogen.
Let me stress by saying that we are a bioeconomy cluster. Biogas, biomethane are among the primary sources we're working with for many years. These two energy vectors, these fuels, are not competitive to one another. They are complementary to one another. The technology is there. Those two energy vectors are commercially utilizable. This has been showcased, but there are problems in the supply chain that have to be dealt with. Every technology has different as well as similar and common difficulties. As Mr. Ifadis rightly said, these two brothers moving forward hand in hand is very important for Greece, that has a high res production capacity. There will be energy produced that will be lost, and the energy standard, the energy criterion plays a role here. And we have a very good capacity, a potential with biogas. The regulatory framework should be set up so that feedstock leading to biogas can be managed in a proper manner. And this can also take us to fuel for aviation and decarbonization of hard-to-abate sectors. And we do have a privilege here. We do not lag behind that much from Europe, but we have to move fast. We are among the few countries that do not have a strategic plan. And I do not belong to those saying that the NECP will set the respective targets. No, we have to have a specific hydrogen-specific strategy linked to biogas as well as to the circular economy, as the previous speakers rightly said so. Over the next months, therefore, the Greek state should take the necessary steps in terms of the strategy, in terms of the regulatory framework, and in terms of providing the aid, the subsidies required at the beginning. And as my friend Aleko said, difficult exercise is to link production to the off-takers. We have to move fast. The budget at the European level is there and at the national level in order to take us to a hydrogen economy that has benefits for the end user and will also create jobs. And this is something we experience in Western Macedonia. Jobs are necessary and other technologies cannot lead to that. This is where I would like to wrap it up. Thank you. This is an interesting perspective. Within the small amount of time left, I would like to ask each and every one of you for some short comment. Mr. Vouklakis, if you have a final remark you'd like to share. I think I would stick to what I said before. The renewable gas market is not there yet in financial terms, I'd say, but we have the ability, we have the capability to make it grow. There are sectors and industries which within their own target ambitions coming from the European level can create this niche market so that hydrogen can grow in Greece, increasing its competitiveness until 2030. This is very important because your job, of course, is to measure things, so to speak, and this is very important as a priority. Mr. Ifandis, last mark.
Well, there are positive messages from Europe on biomethane, but in Greece, more than 50 or 60% of the biogas units that are operating are almost bankrupt. So you realize, unfortunately, investors moved in a framework that existed already. Plants were established without securing the raw material. The framework was distorted, many problems. So although biomethane is definitely the future, the way to the heaven has to go through hell. And in the next years, it will be very difficult for the biogas sector. We do believe that the government will support us. It's not just about financing. It's not just about subsidies and support. No. In biogas, the institutional interventions that will put in place the right context, the rules, the raw materials, are decisive for the sustainability of the industry, because we may see many problems in the future. And although this is a competitive sector in Europe and it does work, if we do not have the necessary institutional breakthroughs, it's not just about the financial aspect. Biogas is the heart of circular economy. If you do not resolve all issues from the supply chain until the digestate that comes out of the stations, the problem will not be resolved. We believe that this alarm is needed, both for investors who consider that biogas is like solar and wind. No, it's not. We are talking about a production plant. It has nothing to do with any RES. No. And I shall close by saying that this effort, along with hydrogen and putting in place a framework for renewable gases, is very important. And I agree with other speakers. We are brothers here. There is no competition between hydrogen and biogas. There's nothing to gain one from the other. We are supplementing each other. And it's very interesting to have a common conference because, yeah, green gases, exactly. Mr. Soumelidis, to follow up on what Alexandros said, and since we keep talking about the financial cost, the low price, as a critical component. This is not true. You need a strategy alongside, because if there is no strategy, let me ask you, what about natural gas when it first entered the Greek market? Was it competitive? I could remind you of the prices back then. What about solar energy, RES energy? The 400 euro was the tariff, so they were not cheap at all. So definitely economies of scale need to be achieved. The cost needs to be low, but on the other hand, we need a strategy. Do we need hydrogen? If yes, how much and when? Do we need biogas and for what? So strategy and cost hand by hand. And then very fast, very rapidly, we need a strong, robust framework that will allow, at least in the beginning, 2, 3, 4 important investments to open up the market. And then the market will start shaping itself. And those investments have to be supported. Yeah, Mr. Bouglioukakis said so, and I think it's a decisive factor. If we do not have the first plans, you cannot say that the economy is there. Mr. Kardomateas, you are going to close. You had a lot from the market and from stakeholders. I would like to express a different view, because indeed the heart of the problem is the creation, the establishment of the market. I believe that the market is first created by the technology. It's not created by administrative acts. Of course, the institutional framework is needed, but the framework will not generate the market. The market is created by technology. I will give you an example from the 18th century with the steam engine, which abolished the carbon market. In the 19th century, the discovery of the internal combustion engine by Nicholas has created the oil market. And the oil market took off in the 21st century when when cars became affordable for average citizens. So do not underestimate the importance of technology, which does not depend on Greece, of course. This is an international situation. So once there is so much research in using hydrogen derivatives as a fuel for shipping and aircrafts, if this is not finished, we cannot talk about hydrogen market, and we cannot talk about sustainable investments. It's not sustainable only by subsidizing, because we will be subsidizing something that people do not need. So the directions of an ECP that say we should give room to technology to decide, I think this is the best strategy. And it is also the best for citizens financially wise. Thank you very much. Although you didn't please us very much by what you said, but thank you. It's good to be honest, and it's good to hear what the state is thinking and what decision makers are thinking. As you realize, we lost the break, the coffee break. We will immediately start with the next panel. Thank you very much.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Φίζικον, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
Δεν ξέρω. Κάτσε,
Υποστηρίζει η Ευρώπη το υδρογόνο.
Ωραία, σύμφωνοι. Να αρχίσουμε για την...
Well, I would suggest we start. Let's move on to the next session. A very important one. We've listened to various aspects in the domestic hydrogen green gases reality. Let's shift to the European perspective and the wider spectrum, or wherein the Greek perspective is also integrated. I would like, first of all, to give the floor to each of the panelists, and there will be time, I guess, for some questions. We'll start with Ms. Georgiadou, who is a senior expert at the DG Research Innovation of the European Commission, who will be joining us online. Don't know if we have her already. Good morning, I hear you. I can hear you. Good morning, Ms. Georgiadou. Good morning, good morning. Good morning from Brussels. Well, we look forward to your presentation. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to the conference for a second time, and I hope that it becomes an institution, because it gives me the chance also to update you on the new trends and the news in general in the sustainable gases in general, which is a focal point in Greece, in Europe. In summary, one can say that there are several European policies affecting renewable gases. I have summarized some of them. There's, of course, the package of the 16 draft laws. 15 of them have become laws. In effect, part of the Fit for 55 that is implementing the European Green Deal, among which, in principle, the Renewable Energy Directive, the Refuel EU Aviation and Maritime schemes, as well as the transmission, the trading schemes, and the taxing, that is the only one that has not been adopted and endorsed by the Parliament and the European Council. Then there's the Repower EU that is setting specific targets for hydrogen and biogas. We have the package adopted for the hydrogen and decarbonized gas markets. For those to be implemented, two further plans have been devised. The Green Deal Industrial Plan, involving specific legislation for biogas and biomethane, as well as for sustainable alternative fuels for aviation and maritime, and the RFNBOs, the so-called EU Net Zero Industry Act, as well as the Strategic Technologies for Europe platform that supports clean technologies as well as biotechnologies. And talking about targets, there are several ones. Here you can see the targets in transport, in industry, in aviation, and maritime business, as well as targets in terms of buildings, of agriculture. Across the fields of interest, there are targets set. We can also focus on Repower EU, 35 billion cubic meters biomethane that should be produced domestically and annually by 2030. as well as the 10 million tons domestic renewable hydrogen by 2030. For these targets to materialize with respect to the technologies, the ENG provides for a scale-up, that is a deployment of those technologies at industry level, and meet at least 40% of EU annual deployment needs by 2030 when it comes to innovative technologies. The hydrogen and decarbonized gas market package soon will provide for synergies that support an integrated energy market in terms of hydrogen, of biogas and renewable gases. And this is, of course, facilitated using subsidies and by supporting hydrogen transport through the natural gas pipelines. And when we're talking about this, we're talking about natural gas and renewable gases, talking about biogenic as well as renewable non-biologic origin fuels, as well as recycled biogases. If 40%, if at least 70% of greenhouse gas less is produced. What is the role of renewable gases in the EU energy system? They can be used for seasonal storage of renewable energy. They can also be used in industries and business sectors that are hard to abate. For example, energy-intensive industries, the aviation, maritime industry. This is currently not viable, but can be enabled based on ideas and concepts such as the hydrogen valleys. In this case, there are hydrogen valleys that support the use, distribution and production of hydrogen, covering a geographical area. And one can imagine it as a valley for biomethane or biogas. Conditions here are increased efficiency, decreased cost and supportive regulatory environment. And when it comes to the rules for liquid and gaseous transport fuels of non-biological origin, the RFNBOs, within the RED directive, 2 delegated acts are included, regulating when it can be used, how it can be certified, and what is the greenhouse gas methodology. What is important to look at here is the current state in biogas and biomethane, as well as the outlook. The directorate I'm working in carried out a study in 2024 in terms of the development of outlook for the necessary means to build industrial capacity for drop-in advanced biofuels, including biomethane. The industry was asked to participate. More than 100 associations have taken part in it. And you can see from this slide that out of the 4.6 MTOEs of current production, 3.2 is biomethane. Until 2030%, this can go up to 18%. Biomethane will be 15, and it can triple up if the supporting regulatory framework is there. We support these technologies through the Horizon, that is a research and innovation program running up to 2027, and in particular through Pillar 5, that is for transport. You can see here the Horizon Europe Work Programme for 2023-2024, as well as the fields where renewable fuels and renewable gases have been supported, whether of biological or non-biological origin. And there is a series of proposals starting from September for gaseous and liquid alternative fuels, as well as for integrated biorefineries, where biorefinery can be one of the project proposals one could submit. There was a thematic area concerning renewable energy valleys, where for a renewable gas to be viable, sustainable, it falls within this area. Apart from the Horizon program, that actually finances technologies until they reach a level 8. There is also the strategic energy framework that is being supported by the Member States and the European Commission, and is currently part of the ENG in terms of the advancements in the strategic energy technology package. To support the actions, a synergy, a partnership has been put in place between the European Union and 30 countries that are associated countries, international partners. This partnership is called Clean Energy Transition Partnership, the CETP. 700 million funding up to 2027, 1/3 provided by the European Union and 2/3 by the participating countries. There are financing areas. One of them is hydrogen and renewable fuels. And here the production of biomethane, as well as the biogas upgrading to biomethane through methanation technologies, is supported. The next call module will open up in September, and within 2025 the applications will be assessed, and 100 to 130 million are being provided during each call. I have included some links here for you to find potential partners, as well as look into the financing options. I agree with the previous speakers that we do need the appropriate technology in place in order to create an affordable solution, affordable to the citizen, to the consumers, with respect to biomethane and biogas. Technologies are currently at different maturity levels. 3 levels. The first stage is pre-treatment technologies, conversion methodologies, and post-conversion methods, gasification of biomass, hydrothermal technologies, thermocatalytic technologies, as well as electrolyzing technologies, and algae technologies. All these technologies are at different levels. Nevertheless, they are all funded, and are those that will play an essential role in the economic sustainability of the field, together with the support measures taken by the market. for the sustainability of biogas, biomethane, hydrogen for the energy transition. And this is what I want to present it to you, and I am at your disposal for any clarifications needed.
Σας ευχαριστούμε εμείς, κύριε Γεωργιάδου. Μία σύντομη ερώτηση.
Thank you, Mrs. Georgiadou. Just a short question. From the discussions so far, the very dense discussions, some concerns were raised on the part of the market for hydrogen and green gases. In terms of our country, I mean, the legislative support and the placement of a framework in which the investment initiatives are going to move. Okay, for those who do not know the details of the EU law, obviously where there is an EU regulation, there's no need for national legislation. We are talking about provisions that are entered into force immediately. But it's not just regulations, it is also directives and other soft law documents of the EU that make up the EU framework. How would you assess the adjustment so far of our national framework? If you do have this picture, I guess the other speakers will also talk about this in relation to the EU reality. Well, I have a general picture. I do not have a particular picture about hydrogen and biomethane. What I can say is that Greece is taking part in the integrated programs, common European interest projects for hydrogen. So far, we have not had a similar program for biomethane, because that could be a way to support the sustainability, the economic sustainability of this gas in the European market, but also the Greek market. And furthermore, one could say that the target for the local production of biomethane is very important. I'm not sure whether the National Energy and Climate Plan has any particular target concerning the 35 BCMs. Well, it could be because there is abundant feedstock in the country that could be utilized with a decentralized plan for the production of such gases. But then I cannot have any particular opinion because I do not know much about the Greek plan for energy and climate. Thank you. Thank you. If there is more time, we shall come back. But thank you for your comprehensive presentation. Now, I will introduce the next speaker, Madam Verikios, who is the president of a Clean Hydrogen Partnership of the European Commission. It was mentioned in the beginning of today's very interesting conference. Some concerns were raised and questions concerning the demand and the correlation or combination of the projects for the development of biogases and hydrogen with the renewable sources. In my capacity as a lawyer, let me say that investors are quite resilient to retrospective changes of the rules of the game. From a direct discussion with the speakers, I do not see such a major resilience unless if you are talking about those who have other reasons to be resilient. Because investors who are interested in renewable energy sources, for example, or are interested in going into the hydrogen economy, on the contrary, I have realized that they don't want to suffer. They don't want to be stripped of their benefits. On the contrary, they want a clear framework which will not be recalled retroactively. They want clarity. So a dynamic adjustment of the regulatory framework to the market developments. So in relation to the Greek reality, of course, you have a broader perspective because you have the overall picture of the EU. But what do you think about this need of having a clear framework to give momentum to all these activities in hydrogen economy and green gases? Thank you very much, Mr. Metaxas. Thank you for the introduction. I'm here in my institutional capacity as the president of the Green Hydrogen Partnership. The partnership is an organization, a private and a state organization between Hydrogen Europe and the European Commission in Brussels, handling funds, 2.2 billion for a 7-year period for the Horizon programs. So we are talking about hydrogen. Some parts of this funding has gone to Greece. That's good news. And this has made a start for creating hydrogen valleys or further developing the technologies and establishing a network. Now, your question is dual because what we see in Greece is different compared to the rest of Europe. I will not talk about RED II, the packages to be approved in Hydrogen Europe. We'll have a discussion on this tomorrow. Let me take things from the beginning. In the past, we would see that from heavy industry in Greece, there was some caution, some hesitation, some reluctance. That was an impediment how to proceed to the energy transition. Now things have changed. The curves are not linear. We've seen big investments. We've seen that the Hydrogen Bank has given to 7 big projects 750 million to go ahead. And we were surprised, of course, by the subsidy price and the hydrogen there, but that's a big step. So we see that there is a domino effect. In various aspects, investments are very strong, very intense, and very drastic. So I will say what I usually say. In the last 20 years, in the area of hydrogen, it doesn't make economic sense so much to make investments. If you do not have a subsidy, it doesn't work. The project is not bankable. So we are not investing in hydrogen for a 10-year horizon. We go further, but mostly for strategic reasons. And that's why we see that most heavy industry has started in Greece, and this makes us proud. So in terms of the strategy, we should make sure that we do not miss the train for the future, business-wise, not just climate-wise and so on. So how is this linked to the investments that we want to make in renewables? Renewables is not just about hydrogen. In Greece, we have so many companies that have started research in the last 20 years with pyrolysis of biomethane, steam reforming. Renewables definitely have an important role, and the price of renewables is also important, levelized cost of hydrogen, as we call it. So we have to see how to connect the support of each member state with connection of renewables for production of hydrogen. There is no answer yet. You may be disappointed, but there is no answer, especially in Greece. We see that there is a big gap. There is a lack of understanding, let's say, or consultation between the state mechanism and the industry. This is very sad. A debate started 4 or 5 years ago. The government says all the time, we're going to support you, but we have not seen many steps. We have only seen minimal support, especially for organizations that have invested a lot of money and effort and do have the human resources to go forward. And of course, they are responsible for all growth, all development that we have seen in Greece concerning this transition to hydrogen economy. And that's a big step that the country has taken. So what we expect to see is in the next few years, tomorrow we will have more news on that, but in the next years we should see how to make investments in renewables in order to have a clear idea of where we are heading, what is the time horizon of the investment, what is the price of the hydrogen to be produced, and how can we channel this into the market without having losses. Of course, an effort is being made, not just through hydrogen. We are trying to regulate the energy price worldwide, and we see that gradually there is hope that hydrogen will be able to bring a price, a rational, a reasonable price, to replace part of the energy economy. Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Verikios, for your remarks, which are critical because you are an expert and you are very close to the decision-making center. Now, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Konstantinos Hatzifotis, who is the Director for European Affairs in Motor Oil Group, an expert on the European dimension of this topic. As I've heard so far, I think that it's important to know the European dimension. Madam Verikios, for example, talked about RES growth, and the more relevant topic, the most relevant topic nowadays, I should say that there is a negative mobility here. Immediate establishment of an uncertainty framework. When there are EU regulations, for example, providing for conditional compensation, whether compensations will be given or not, this will not be decided by the Greek ministry, but by the courts. So when there is an EU framework, it's very important to have it in mind. And we should not say things that sound weird to those who know. So give us this European dimension from the experience of Motor Oil, which is one of the pioneers in this market, hydrogen market. Mr. Metaxas, dear Antonis, thank you very much for your question. It's a pleasure being here today in the second hydrogen forum for hydrogen and renewable gases. When you attend such conferences every year, it's good because you review what you said last year to avoid repeating the same. Last year, in my speech, we had an NECP draft stating that the foreseen production of hydrogen in Greece would be 1.7 gigawatt. Now we're talking about 300 megawatts, and I hope the number will not become lower. I hope the final number will be realistic, reflecting what the country can truly support. Is it the technology or the market that can push forward? That's what we are asking, but we forget what is happening around in the last 10 or 15 years in Europe and the world. Financial crisis, migration problem, the pandemic, Ukraine, Israel, Palestine, and climate crisis on the top of all that, and energy crisis included, food crisis in the near future, access to water, and at the same time, okay, in Greece we handled the issue the way we have been doing it in the last 30 or 40 years. For the European elections, we didn't have any European discussion. I don't think that hydrogen was mentioned in any debate during the period before the elections. We didn't even discuss energy. When France has already gone into a huge crisis, which is a time bomb for Europe as a whole. The UK is out. France is close to starting discussing this. Germany has its own problems. The entire north is faced with the same problems. But the energy issue was discussed. Why? For a reason that was not mentioned here so far: energy security. It was yesterday when we said that we will have no natural gas to be heated, and German ministers were saying that we should wear warm clothes. So energy security is not a theory. It has to do with whether we will have air conditioning at home tonight, or whether our refrigerator will be working. Because if there is a blackout, okay, we know how many hours per day we have sunshine, but in the evening we need energy that so far we cannot store or produce in any other way. And we are talking about today, tonight, not 5 years later. And we are also talking about the cost of energy. Oil products become more expensive. The cost of energy is going up. So do not live in a laboratory with normal conditions where we calculate everything as if they were to follow a linear progress in the future. So our energy group has a history of 50 years, and we are now transforming in order to be able to respond to the external factors, but also to go ahead with an energy mix, which is huge now. Oil products, as long as they exist, the transitional fuel, future fuel, hydrogen, biofuel, circular economy. So we wanted to take a place in this asymmetric normality of crisis, if I can use this term. We want to be there, and we wanted to provide energy in any possible way at an affordable price and with safety, security. And one additional thought: hydrogen alone. Okay, now we are in the second or third hype of hydrogen. In our refineries, we have been handling that for the last 40 years. Hydrogen in Greece, for the reasons that were indicated and analyzed, alone cannot support an economy just because we will be using hydrogen for transport. The future is shipping, aviation, because in those industries, hydrogen can be an energy carrier. And as a country, we should consider how hydrogen can be a tool that will help us become an energy hub. And to come back to my takeaway message: do not forget about energy security. To make hydrogen, you need water, power, and technology. And we have all those in our country. So that's how we should view hydrogen, as something that can ensure energy security for the country. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hatzifotis. We are trying to highlight that those ongoing changes in the targets of the national plan and all numbers that have to do with the energy market obviously have a dynamic dimension, but somehow if you make political announcements and then you have to launch investment initiatives and set targets, you can only do that on a solid background. Do you have any realistic reflections, considerations, what would your approach be concerning the limits? Well, I would say that by default and by design, motor oil has realism, pragmatism in its DNA. My colleague Dimitris Triantafylopoulos from Hellenic Hydrogen said that before. Given the access to the natural gas system, there are limited possibilities for off-takers, consumers in Greece, in order to start this market. Because if we are talking about sustainable aviation fuel or synthetic methanol, well, there is a lot of room. But you cannot invest overnight in a market that is insecure and involves huge risks. And do not forget, I forgot to mention before that we are in a geopolitical environment where on one hand, you say we should become independent from fossil fuel, and then you depend on U.S. LNG, and there is going to be elections in the U.S. Soon, and you don't know whether Biden will stop the natural gas production or Trump will say we stop exporting natural gas. And then you depend on a different technology provider, the Chinese. And China makes things well, not much better, but well, but much faster and much cheaper. And now we know that because we are in the process of installing an electrolysis system in motor oil refineries. If you go to a European provider and ask for an electrolyzer for 20 megawatt, they will say, sorry, I have bigger orders. If you ask a big electrolyzer, more than 50, they will say, okay, I can have it ready for you in 3 years. So this is a discussion we should hold, speaking of numbers. We should keep in mind all the parameters. And we should make sure that we have to be rational. Thank you. And now I will give the floor to Mr. Moraitis, who is Head for Sustainable Development and the Project Manager for Hydrogen in DEPA Trade. An introductory question, Mr. Moraitis. So indeed, we are talking about a deviation between us, Greece, and the maturity level of these markets in other EU member states. Do you agree with this statement? Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. We saw that in previous panels. We saw the flow of the discussion. Sometimes we consider that Greece is lagging behind and Europe is galloping ahead and other member states are far ahead and so on. This is partly true. I think on the European level, what we have seen is that since 2020, with the publication of the European strategy on hydrogen, hydrogen is a key aspect for the achievement of the climate targets of Europe and the implementation of the European Green Deal. Something that is very important and was not discussed heavily today. I think this is the key point we need to focus as EU member states. I mean, achieving the climate targets and the European Green Deal. On the European level, what we see is that often we move in silos. Colleagues said that before in the panel. There is biogas, there is biomethane, there is electrification, there is hydrogen. And sometimes you have the sense that all those are moving in parallel, but not together. I mean, these elements are not combined. And my opinion is that we should have this combination. We should have a holistic approach to this issue that we want to resolve. In terms of hydrogen now, which is our key topic, I think a big mistake on the European level is that the EU institutions believed in the leap of faith And they neglected, I think, the intermediate steps that are needed in order for a hydrogen economy to grow. This leap that I mentioned has to do with the ways of hydrogen production. We all know gray, blue, pink, red, yellow, and all those colors of hydrogen. The European Commission quite early has adopted the approach that only green hydrogen will be supported. They said we want a green hydrogen economy, and that's it. I think there is a gap there. I believe that other ways to produce hydrogen are important in order for this economy to grow, because we keep talking about this economy, but we see that it cannot grow on a large scale. So either reforming green gases in the future, carbon capture, production from pyrolysis, or something that is now being discussed in France heavily, nuclear energy that could be used for the production of clean hydrogen. So I believe all those components should be viewed holistically. Otherwise, the development of a green hydrogen economy would be very, very difficult. Okay, one last question, because they are telling me that we have to close. It was discussed before in previous panels. There was a discussion about transport and the need to combine hydrogen technologies, green gases, questions about demand and so on. How do you see this prospect? And what about battery technologies? Are those competitive to hydrogen? What is your comment on that? I think this is a very good example. Transport, mobility in general. I believe that was again a mistake on the part of the European Commission. They didn't try to bring the two technologies close together. So unfortunately, they became competitive, which is not true in reality, because we are talking about two technologies which are both e-power technologies, because hydrogen is turned to power to fuel an engine, an electrical engine. So both are e-mobility. Each technology has pros and cons. Batteries eventually have more privileges for the urban fabric. Hydrogen eventually would be more useful for long distance, heavy-duty vehicles, and so on. I think, and I will come back to what I said before about the silo approach, I think we should break these bonds and see where the different technologies could complement each other, because there are already mature technologies that are already in the market. They just need to be placed in the right framework in order to grow properly and help us achieve the EU targets. Okay, thank you. If you allow me half a minute. Yeah, okay, then Mr. Panagoulis will allow us a couple of minutes. Monday and Tuesday, I attended a conference in Brussels on the European hydrogen valleys, green hydrogen valleys. It may sound like a joke, but there was a French, a Finnish, a Pole, and myself. And I was surprised because all three, having said a few things about hydrogen, all three talked about carbon, CO2, and how we can utilize CO2. And not just of biological origin, but also fossil carbon. This shows a different way of thinking that comes from Europe. And I think we will see that with the new Commission and EU institutions. I think they will make a shift. And energy transition will be rationalized, I think. Okay, thank you. Madam Vericius, would you like to add anything, or shall we close? I agree with Konstantinos. In the European Parliament, 9 months ago, for the first time, And for the first time, we talked about non-green hydrogen. I'm a bit biased because our company was born by producing blue hydrogen by methane reforming. Another big company, big joint venture, is in pyrolysis. The results for the prices of produced hydrogen through pyrolysis go even to negative prices. The use of CO2 for production of carbon, and then through green certificates, it can be fueled to battery industry in Greece or abroad. There are so many parts that we have not touched so far, and there are so many companies and organizations that have done this research before. So with this opening up that we see now that the European Commission has started allowing and investing in non-green hydrogen, I believe we will see a very rapid growth concerning the drop in the hydrogen price, because it does not need to be exclusively green anymore. So there is a lot of hope, I believe. Thank you. Thank you. It was indeed a very interesting panel.
Περνάμε αμέσως σε ένα...
We will proceed to a presentation by Mr. Douridas. We will still speak about the potential development and promotion of hydrogen at European level. Outcomes and insights from the operation of the European Hydrogen Bank so far. Mr. Douridas. Good afternoon. My name is George Douridas. I work at Hellenic Hydrogen, and I am a development project manager. I would like to congratulate the organizers for this second hydrogen forum and thank them for the invitation. I would like to talk about the European Hydrogen Bank today. I will talk about some conclusions from the pilot auction, and I will talk also about the next auction. But before I present the results to you, let me tell you a few words about what hydrogen, the European Hydrogen Bank is. It is an instrument to support renewable hydrogen that is being produced from water. So it is an instrument in the form of fixed premium for 10 years. In September 2022, Ursula von der Leyen announced the European Hydrogen Bank, and it opened in 2023. The conditions to participate in the pilot auction were made known, and here I have on this slide the four main pillars that the Hydrogen Bank is based on. The first is the domestic pillar. The second one is the international pillar. It is another arm of Repower EU. We have had the examples of Germany and other countries that have devised a strategy for hydrogen, such as H2 Global. It is a dual system of import and production. The third pillar is transparency, especially in terms of costs, flows, supply and demand. And the fourth pillar focuses on improving investment and technical assistance throughout the hydrogen supply chain. Now, the auction process was based on clearing the lowest bids. 4.5 euro per kilogram was the maximum price. It is different than the tax credit, and it was lower than 9.5 euro that we saw in the UK last year. The grant is calculated on the basis of the produced hydrogen in 10 years, and the support cannot be more than 267 million euros. Now, 5 megawatt were the conditions. The operation must be completed within 5 years of the grant agreement, and a 4% letter of guarantee was required. MOUs were required for the supply of electrolytes and electricity, as well as for the absorption of hydrogen. Now let us look at the result. We could say that this pilot auction can be considered successful, since there were 132 participations from 17 countries, and only 13 projects were excluded based on the eligibility criteria. However, only 7 projects were the winning projects, and altogether we have 1.5 gigawatts, 158 million renewable hydrogen will be produced within 10 years. What is interesting is the very low clearing price. I think Mrs. Verikos also mentioned it before. The clearing price was 0.48 euros, and this is really low. If we were to interpret these results, and according to some consulting agencies, it seems that the end purchasers of hydrogen were willing to absorb a part of this premium. It could be that these low prices are reflecting the expectations of the developers and not the purchasers, their willingness to pay. Another important element is that we have large-scale projects, and they are aiming to create economies of scale and a levelized cost. So we could say, looking at the clearing price, that the competitiveness in this auction was very high. Finally, 2 more results. 60% of participants were from only 3 countries, Spain, Germany, and Norway, Spain having 46 bids, and on the other hand, we have Eastern Europe with 3 bids, 2 of which were from Greece. Here we can see the winning bidders. What is interesting is that Spain has 1.3 and 1.5 gigawatt projects, and we can see in this overview, in the last 3 rows, that the main use of hydrogen seems to be green ammonia. Finally, MP2X and Catalina projects from Spain and Portugal will account for 66% of the overall amount that will be granted through this auction. And this seems to be a very concentrating result. Now, on the upper hand of this slide, we can see the bid ranges. We have tried to show here 132 bids. What is interesting is 1 out of 3 bidded under €1. The interesting part is the lower part of this slide, the levelized cost. And we can see here that Greece had the lowest levelized cost for hydrogen, even if we had only 2 bids. Other panels discussed this too. I would like us to highlight that Greece has an increased potential to produce renewable hydrogen at competitive prices in the next years. Now let us go on to the off-taking figures. Here, industry is higher than mobility. 2.7 euro per kilogram is the difference. Now, what is interesting here is maybe Refuels EU that sets certain targets and sanctions. So even though the use of hydrogen seems more interesting in mobility rather than industry, the tendency is different, and this may also be due to the cost of condensation, of compression. Some main suggested TNC's changes, and let me also say a few things about the next auction. The important thing is that 1.2 billion will be the next budget, and there will be another pool exclusively for shipping. This may have been triggered from this year where shipping has been integrated into the ETS. The letter of guarantee is raised to 10%, and the time for operation will be decreased from 5 to 3 years. So the more mature projects are the ones that have more opportunities. And one last change is the reduction of the ceiling price to 3.5 euro. Of course, from 48 euros to 3.5, we have really from 0.48 to 3.5 euros, we have a very big difference. Now, there has been an event last week by the European Commission. So by the end of 2024, we will have the final terms and conditions for the auction. And maybe in December, the platform for bidding will open. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to Mr. Douridas. We did very well to include this presentation. Very interesting. Thank you. Now I will give the floor to our distinguished colleague and friend, Director of CNN Greece, Dimitris Pefanis. He will coordinate the session about public and private financial instruments to support research and investments on hydrogen, biomethane, and renewable gases. He will introduce the panelists, and then, at the end, we will have a separate presentation by Professor Karelas from the Athens Technical University. The topic is the importance of circularity and sustainability of European hydrogen projects. 40 minutes you have, Dimitris, for your panel. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Panagoulis, the host of today's event. I think it is very interesting to discuss also the financial aspect, the funding of the whole process, because we are talking about big investments, starting from research and development and going up until implementation. I have the pleasure to have here three excellent experts on the financial aspects with domestic and international experience who have run major RES investments. Mr. Haris Damascus, Associate Director and Senior Banker of EBRD, Konstantinos Petropoulos, General Manager, Structured and Shipping Finance, Piraeus Bank, and Mr. Christos Papaleonidas, Watermelon Consulting Director. And we are going to discuss these topics. We are clearly talking about projects with a very strong impact on economy and society, but also major financing needs, and they draw financing from a set of instruments. So I'm starting with Mr. Damascus, just to give a first outline for the discussion. And there's an introductory question. Let me ask you. We are talking about complex projects with many different factors. It's not like a traditional RES project, a PV project or wind park where a modus operandi already exists. Now we are talking about complex projects with several stakeholders. So how important is your involvement, EBRD's involvement in financing? Because the involvement of an international organization is important. And what are the messages sent to other stakeholders? Because we are talking about multidimensional financing schemes, grants, loans, private participation. Good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation. The answer has many different dimensions, I would say, because in Greece, Greek commercial banks are very sophisticated already in terms of RES financing. We've seen that working with Mr. Petropoulos and also with the other banks. So the EBRD's role is mostly to go into some sectors or projects that are supplementary. In other countries, the answer is easier. To give you an example, in Poland, last year, we participated in funding the first offshore wind park in the country. It was a 4 billion project. Our share was around 200 million. And of course, there were several stakeholders. And the technology was complex, so it was important to have the involvement of international organizations. So we really feel that we have a supplementary role along with other organizations. Another example, RES in Albania, where the country is now starting to run the first auctions. So on one hand, we are helping the government with the planning of the auctions, and on the other hand, we are supplementing the financing. In Greece, as you said, the traditional RES are quite easy to finance. Either we in the area of hydrogen and biogases, technology is still evolving. So EBRD can help there, eventually with some technical assistance for the projects to become bankable, and then it can also participate in financing along with the commercial banks. Since we got a first picture from the international or ultranational framework, let me welcome Mr. Amanatidis, the regional governor for Western Macedonia. He will make some comments on regional growth for hydrogen and the available financial instruments. So along the discussion, we can also see the national context. Mr. Amanatidis is with us online. Governor, welcome. Welcome to the conference. Looking forward to your comments. Thank you. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, it's a positive challenge for me to be attending this conference, because this is a conference that looks into the future. So the region of Western Macedonia wants and plans for the future, and we are in a critical crossroad, because from the lignite era, we are heading to a new era, the era of clean, green energy. Of course, Western Macedonia is anyway in a transition phase. Even if we didn't have the well-known delignitization, we would have to go to a new era de facto. We would have to change our production model. We cannot rely on a model characterized by two important activities, such as energy and fares, energy relying on lignite, of course, which are not supported or defined by our local forces, but by external factors. So it was only reasonable for the changes in the external environment to affect the sustainability of our area. So what we want is for Western Macedonia to continue being the energy hub of the country. And to do that, we need the necessary structures and infrastructures. That we want energy production and mostly knowledge. And of course, we have to look ahead and use new technologies such as hydrogen. In this period, this exists, and we are in an ongoing effort and planning to this direction. Now, to talk in particular about hydrogen economy, we believe indeed that it can become one of the strong pillars for the transition in our area, which is anyway needed. Of course, it is also necessary to follow an approach based on small but stable steps. We have to ensure the implementation both in Western Macedonia and the entire country. As you may know, Western Macedonia was a pioneer in many innovative interventions and institutional changes in the country so far. So on these topics too, I believe we will continue having a leading role. So we have a process in progress for the adoption of hydrogen as an important energy resource that can offer many benefits to the area. Why? Because first, it can contribute substantively to cutting greenhouse gas emissions, promoting environmental sustainability. Second, because we are convinced that we can enhance energy autonomy. You know better, of course, so I'm not going to elaborate on production or use of energy from RES. I will not need to talk about storage or coordination between production and consumption. So we wanted to have alternative solutions. Third, because we can create new jobs based on knowledge, technology, and innovation. Because we do believe that these are key supplies for the new era in our area, in our region. So to achieve these goals, we have to make the best use of the available assets. And this is going to be the topic of my speech from now on. So one of the key programs is Horizon Europe, which can provide funding for research and innovation. So we can secure funds through this instrument, through this facility, to develop new hydrogen technologies. Now you are talking about new hydrogen technologies, and indeed our goal should be the next day. We have to shape the future and not just follow the developments. And we can also apply pilot actions in our area. One is designed in Western Macedonia and is under progress. We also know that the RRF also offers remarkable funds for the well-known green transition. Our region can develop synergies and can utilize this funding. Then the Just Transition Fund, which is in progress, should speed up, but it is an important instrument. I usually say that this is not a program for us, it is our program. It can finance respective innovative projects, and we are looking forward. Innovation Fund is another useful financial instrument which supports new technologies and innovation, and we can also support our effort to consolidate hydrogen technologies in our region. CEF, again, among other transport infrastructure projects is also supporting, as you know, energy aspects, hydrogen in particular. But I have a strong opinion that all these changes should be preceded by knowledge. So through the Just Transition Fund, our goal is to enhance knowledge that will receive the development of new technologies in our region. So we will use funds from the Just Transition Fund and from the partnership agreement. In our region, these changes have to be supported, of course, by manpower and research institutions. In our area, we have a very competent university offering expert knowledge and oriented to the new changes that are coming to the region. And now the university is being linked, connected with future investors in modern technologies in Western Macedonia. EKETA is another pillar where we rely on for the transfer and the installation of new knowledge. And in Ptolemaida already, EKETA will be the hub, the hydrogen hub, in the context of designing and implementing the innovation zone in Western Macedonia. This is an approved project under the Just Transition Fund, and very soon we will have a contractor. And other important projects are implemented on economy, energy, and technology. And another important aspect is the absorption of these technologies by users, off-takers, that is industries, businesses in the area, which need to have the necessary guarantees and funding in order to integrate in their production the use of hydrogen. So this is something that we're going to support. And to close, we support in our region research and innovation. We have a special team, a research team, which supports research and innovation, and we will continue doing that. We have already ongoing programs such as LIFE, which is carried out by the municipality in cooperation with Bloomberg for the first station, refueling station with on-site production of green hydrogen. DEPA is the owner, seated in Kozani. And there is also a project coordinated by EKETA that aims at the creation of a hydrogen innovation center in Western Macedonia, Ptolemaida, as I said before. And we also have underway a project by Bloomberg with to support hydrogen again. And let me also say that Western Macedonia is a pioneer because it implements training and upskilling and reskilling projects, such as the second summer school for hydrogen that will take place in Kozani the first week of July. I'm sure Mr. Davos will tell you about it. So cooperation among all entities, among all stakeholders in this quadruple helix, as we call it, this whole chain is very important, both for development of new technologies and the use of technologies. We wanted to transform knowledge in the area into added value. And let me inform you that after the law that was passed 2 years ago about releasing the power of universities, the Western Macedonia University has already organized 12 spin-off companies. Some of those are also oriented towards new technologies. So we want to put in place a new technologies environment with ongoing improvement by using new technologies in an environment that keeps getting better. So at this point, before closing, let me tell you that for us, sustainability and protection of the environment is not an obligation. It is a long-term productive investment. And that's why all our actions, especially those that have to do with changing our production model in the area, are always done with respect for the environment, which is the source of life. And we believe that development is more valuable when there is a respective environment in the area of quality of life. Dear participants, the transition of Western Macedonia to a hydrogen economy is both a challenge and an opportunity. So we can turn the challenge into an opportunity. And how can we do that? Not by big steps, by small steps and continuous victories, and with continuity. So we support all relevant efforts in the region and all investment efforts. We do have such an investment effort that is already taking place in the area for business development. We have the office supporting investors in the region, and we are offering ongoing support to make sure that all investors in the region can feel that they are in a place where citizens and authorities welcome them and take care of them. I wish every success to the works of the conference. I'm sure it's going to be successful. This is a very expert topic, and as I usually say, in the next years, our regions will grow not necessarily with big infrastructure projects, but by other things that need knowledge and cooperation for implementation. It's not necessarily about big infrastructures. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amanatidis, Governor of the region of Western Macedonia. He has given us an overview of the targets in the area and the instruments that are used. Now let us go back to our panel discussion. Mr. Petropoulos, we heard from Mr. Damascos about the role of the EBRD and the challenges. I'd like to ask you, you are representing a traditional commercial bank, the Piraeus Bank. So, to what extent are such projects relevant for the bank, and what financial instruments are there available? I'd like to thank the energy press. It is true, as the governor said, this is a forward-looking event. I'm thinking back 30 years ago when we were asked to say what our view is about the internet. So today we're talking about the transformation of the economy. Back then, we did not know where the transformation would lead us, and this is what we're doing today too. Transformation is not only a challenge, it is also an opportunity. I was pleased to hear the governor and say that actually the Western Macedonia region has embraced all these new challenges. And this is exactly the way that Piraeus Bank also sees these challenges as opportunities. The green transition is a strategic aim for us. Hydrogen projects and green gas projects are different in terms of financing, different from other renewables. To be frank, these projects are rather remote. However, let us look at the financial instruments. Bank financing could start from corporate financing, large corporations that could be engaged in such projects. Now, with renewables, RES projects, we indeed had a multiple impact on the economy that required something tangible. Right now we're talking about hydrogen, we're talking about technologies that we do not know yet which ones will be established. biomethane may be a more simple issue. We have financed biomass projects and we feel more familiar to them, but with biomethane, you have other questions popping up. Distribution of the product, purchasers. Will we have corporate off-takers? Duration of 5 or 10 years? Is an off-taker agreement enough for an investment of 20 years? What scale will be used for the for the product? So these are difficult questions, and that is why we are attending this conference. We want to be up to date, so as when the conditions are there, we want to participate in this strategic matter. Thank you, Mr. Petropoulos. So I understand that there is a willingness on the one hand. On the other hand, there seems to be it seems to be quite remote until it is established what project is bankable. Now, this leads me to Mr. Papaleonidas. We are indeed speaking about complex projects that have different stages that lead to their completions. These are not plug-and-play projects, I'd say. We have research and development and many more stages. So how can someone select the appropriate tool depending on the stage that one is in a project? Thank you for this question. Thank you for the invitation. It seems to be that we are creating here a community of reflection about the different challenges. Indeed, it is important to say what stage one is and what project we're talking. North stage is a different scale than a refueling station. Both have challenges, but from the start, you need the developer of the project needs to have a certain mindset that will make best use of all available tools. Now, the available tools are well known. Unfortunately, one does not know how to best make use of these tools in order to have the best leveraging, because the bank will not bear the risk itself. But that is why you have other institutional banks that, like the EBRD, with equity together, you can have a financing scheme. Otherwise, no developer, no investor would proceed to such a project. So what you can do is have a clear view of the scope of the project. Then, depending on the maturity of the project, you have to examine the financing tools and then make a segmentation. You should not proceed to pharaonic financing needs. You need, for each stage, the appropriate tools. So I understand you say you need, or the developer should have a very clear view of their project and then combine that with the available tools. And you also spoke about segmentation, to know where you are in this course of development. Exactly. You need studies for in one segment. Now, Mr. Damascus, all these issues have an international aspect. We have infrastructure, interconnection that have an international aspect as well. The EBRD has participated in different projects around the world. It has best practices. So in this dual role, how do you make use of international expertise, and how important is such a know-how for the completion of a project? This is a very topical question that you are asking me, because EBRD indeed wants to participate in cross-border projects. Now, our mandate is ending in 2026 in Greece, because we consider Greece to be a mature market. From then on, we will examine cross-border projects, and we hope that Greece will also be part of that scheme. Now, recently, we approved the gas pipeline that will connect Greece with North Macedonia. This is a good practice, and if we have the interconnection between Greece and Egypt, we could co-finance the cable. We could also finance RES projects in Egypt, where there's a lot in the pipeline, so as to finance the other side of this project as well. Now, apart from the RRF, which is the most conventional, let's say, financing tool in our country, and that has worked very well, we also have InvestEU that could be considered for higher risk projects, because you have a first guarantee to cover part of the risk. We can see Greek companies, large corporations, transform themselves to large regional players. So we could consider financing through InvestEU guarantees, but this would be for projects where Greece would be participating, but not alone. It would be Balkan projects, again, cross-border financing projects. So surely Greece has a role to play in the wider region. But I guess you are also expecting proposals that will also have Greece participating. But I guess there are also wider instruments. That's right. Now I'll go back to local financing. Mr. Papaleonidas spoke about the need of partnerships and cooperations, and maybe also sharing risk. Mr. Petropoulos, if you have a company, a consortium, an investor who wants to tap on bank financing for his business plan, what should this investor examine, or what do you expect from investors so as to proceed to co-financing such projects? What we expect is a very thorough business plan, a very detailed business plan that shows that the investor knows the market, knows all the technologies, has considered all the risks, and is presenting a solution that we can finance. This means cooperation with experts, with international consultants. This means also that the investor can furnish all the guarantees that will be expected, maybe also a partnership with the off-taker. All these items are expected by a banker in order to support such a financing scheme. So if the banker sees all these items, can we expect to have bankable projects? This is a difficult question. If everything is secured, then you will have bankable projects, but it is like the hen and the egg. So in order to have all this segmentation, we need a mature market. We are heading towards such a market, but we need to take all the steps. There are some markets that are easier to handle. For example, ammonia. And we heard before that there is quite a lot of demand for ammonia. Or in shipping. Shipping has enormous needs for alternative fuels. So if you can make use of shipping, then you could proceed to a sustainable investment. Now, Mr. Douridas earlier spoke about the European Hydrogen Bank. It was interesting, but we saw that in the first auction, the winning bids were so low. One I would ask myself whether they correspond to the market and whether or not they are just expectations of the procurers. We saw something similar with batteries. Everyone wanted to be engaged in batteries, but in the end, it did not work out. So what is risky is that all these policies and tools could lead to procedures, or rather, what you want is to have economies of scale. One or two projects are not enough. You need a whole framework that will accommodate a large number of projects that will boost the economy. So we're talking about a framework and also economies of scale, a critical mass that will allow banks to recognize that this is a potential market that should be financed. Exactly. The same went for renewables. All systemic banks were involved in renewables because there was a strong interest locally and internationally. So we are expecting something similar to happen for our resources.
The role of consultants was mentioned, and we are talking about projects that need a combination of subsidies and aid, either from funding from banks or from European or other financial instruments. How is your role in assisting those investments? And how can you combine, how can you make the puzzle and create a product or a proposition that has to be such in order to draw the interest, attract international investors such as the EBRD, but also local, domestic institutions? Well, the role of any consultant who just not wanted to put his seal on a study or in a business plan, but if a consultant truly wants to help the project developer, the role of the consultant is first to have good knowledge of the market, technically wise, and also the financial instruments, but also technically, because the consultant has to help in the maturation of the project. He has to know what he's talking about and follow up the technology advances. For example, if I am talking about a vehicle refueling station in Greece, I should know whether there is a technology now supporting the temperatures, high temperatures in Greece, because we are not talking about same weather as the Netherlands. So first, you need to know the conditions. Second, you need to know the instruments. Third, you need to work together with the project developer. Work together, collaborate, roll up your sleeves and work together in order for the project to get mature. Because it's not mature yet. It's not like a solar park, a PV park, which is a routine. I'm not downgrading it, but it is a routine. And now we are talking about immature projects compared to others in the market. So you have to be there in every step. for the project to be executed and delivered and operated. Okay, one question for all three of you. I understand that you are approaching the subject from different perspectives, but you have a deep knowledge. Now, as the situation is being shaped, and this is a dynamic situation, what is the biggest challenge, do you think, for the next 2 years? What is the challenge that we need to overcome to make sure that there is going to be financing for such projects? Let me start with Mr. Damascus. I agree that for the time being, financing is quite difficult. We have a successful example, though, from the renewable energy sources. Somehow, companies, regulatory framework, and banks matured together. I mean, in the beginning, most financing was by reduction or some guarantees. And then, as the cash flows came, and as they seemed to be more secured, we started having financing without reduction. I think this is the challenge, to combine all those and have maturation in this sector. But we do have an example to follow, because RES was something exotic in the beginning, but then as the framework got more mature, now it has become plain vanilla. It takes two to tango, as we say. So the framework is needed, and then any financial instruments would be combined. Mr. Petropoulos, from your viewpoint, what was the biggest challenge you are faced with today and tomorrow? Well, my perspective is not short term. It's not for the next couple of years. After the year 2030, the hydrogen will start entering our economy. So in the short term, we may have investments in biogas, which is easier, I think. The projects are smaller, technologies are more mature, the market exists already, while hydrogen will follow later on. The challenges were mentioned. Everything starts with a framework and proper planning. Somebody needs to plan the process, because we may all want to do it, but there are competent entities. There is a national plan on energy and climate. There are national guidelines and tools, instruments to help the investments. So at the end of the day, we are turning to them because they have to put the market on track. Mr. Papaleonidas, what about you? Well, the framework will be put in place. There is going to be a legislative and regulatory framework. The players will develop projects. I think the most difficult thing is to be realistic, but at the same time bold and ambitious. I'm saying this because you may have something that is green but unfeasible, or on the other hand, you may do nothing and stay with the existing investments that will be saturated. So from this viewpoint, you need to strike the right balance: knowledge, testing, and going after the opportunities. Thank you. Thank you to all three for this interesting discussion. Thank you to the colleague, Mr. Pefanis, and the panelists. Let me invite Sotiris Karellas, the professor, for a 10-minute lecture, an interesting one, and then he will moderate a panel, a short panel, with Mr. Katsis and Madame Zanignotti. Mr. Karellas, please proceed.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank for the invitation. We have a remarkable number of people here, and also an event that combines technology and strategy. So I'd like to look apart from strategy and finance that we have covered so far. I would like to look at the environment, circularity and sustainability issues, and what is the take of Hydrogen Europe on this. I would like to talk about the European Hydrogen Sustainability and Circularity panel that was created to examine sustainability issues. I will also give you some examples and then I will conclude. When speaking about a project, especially an environmental project, we should not look at the tip of the iceberg only, but also below what is involved in the whole life cycle of a technology. The indicators, both in demonstration projects and other projects, because you cannot have hydrogen projects without sustainability. We should think about it twice if sustainability cannot be secured. So this panel was created by the European Commission, and ECORIS, together with Grant Thornton, with Clean Hydrogen Partnership as their client, have joined forces. And there are four categories that are being examined. Hydrogen production is the first task force. The second is hydrogen storage and distribution. The third task force that I moderate is about hydrogen end uses. And you also have cross-cutting issues, which is TF4. Essentially, we created some indicators. Of course, I am a professor, so I like to show equations in my presentations. So the concept here is to demonstrate in numbers what the environmental goal is when we have a technology to be used in a project. And since there are a series of indicators, our task is to limit them and to adjust them on the basis of hydrogen, so as for these targets to correspond to the project targets, the targets of the projects that will be financed. So we're talking here about carbon intensity, the hydrogen green index, all these environmental factors. Another important issue is that of critical materials that is also relevant for batteries and other technologies. This is also something to be considered. You also have issues, social issues, and also recycling and reuse of the different materials used in these technologies. I would now like to give you some examples. Since I had promised Mr. Panagoulis that I will not speak for more than 9.5 minutes, I'd like to start with the HyFlex Power project. It's a project that was just concluded, and the Technical University of Athens participated here. We have the first demonstrator who used 100% hydrogen in a gas turbine. It is an engine that feeds a paper mill, and this gas turbine used in 2023 hydrogen by 100%. We can see different photos of the engineering aspects. And this particular project was also awarded with the prize of Best Project of the Year for the use of hydrogen. Now, speaking about the indicators, we should examine the different characteristics of a technology, electrolyzers, the piping, the transport. All these items should be analyzed in terms of their impact on the environment. The comparison to available technologies and the examination of the whole life cycle is something that we have carried out in terms of the electrolyzer, storage, etc. Another project which also is involved in environmental performance is the HycoFlex project. We will look at the footprint of this project when we have some dynamic data about it. And I would like to conclude with a very much favored project. It's the Trieres project. Mr. Hatzifotis mentioned it earlier. So this is the Greek hydrogen valley. It is a hydrogen valley that needs to be examined also in terms of its environmental importance. Also, its life cycle should be analyzed, and based on the indicators, we will see as a panel which indicators are more appropriate for hydrogen valleys, for electrolyzers only, for production and use of hydrogen. In conclusion, I'd say that policies should focus on sustainability and circularity aspects in hydrogen. Within the whole value chain, as we say, from cradle to grave for every technology, we need to follow standards to analyze the environmental footprint of our technologies. This is what life cycle analysis is about. Recycling and circularity are still immature in the hydrogen sector, but all this will form the basis for the next projects, the research project that will be announced by the European Commission and Hydrogen Europe. The indicators and the monitoring of projects should be done constantly, and this is very well done by the European Commission. Thank you for your attention.
Now, I would like to invite on the panel Mr. Katsis, who is Managing Director for Infrastructure Management with DESFA, and Madame Zanignotti, who is the CEO for ENAON EDA.
One from Italy in the panel. I will continue in English. Να σας δείξω ότι ξέρω και αγγλικά, ας πούμε.
I have to show you, to show off, show that I also speak English, says the speaker.
Yeah. So we go directly then to the next point that has to do with the grids. We have two high-level representatives of two companies that play a key role in the grids in Greece. So I would first like to start with Mrs. Zanignotti, And I would like to ask you regarding the infrastructure. So here we are talking about hydrogen, we are talking about biomethane. So the question is, how ready are your grids in order to welcome, let's say, these gases that we are talking about in this conference, in these very nice discussions that we had today?
So thank you. First of all, thank you for the invitation and also for the organization of this event. I would like to introduce very shortly our company. Enaon EDA is a subsidiary of Enaon. We are part of Italgas Group, that is the first operator in Italy and third in Europe. Here we are, Enaon EDA is the sole operator of the gas distribution network after the merger that we did in end of September 2023 of the ex and former companies EDA Tiki, EDATES, and EDA. We take the gas from the DESFA, and our grid is made up of pipelines from 19 bar to 25 millibar, and we deliver gas to houses, businesses, and industries. Now we are managing more than 8,200 kilometers. We are operating in 9 regions, and more. We have license in 141 municipalities, of which 107 in operation. Last year, just to give you an order of the volumes that we are delivering, we delivered and distributed almost 970 million of cubic meter of natural gas, the 34% to Greek industries. So after the introduction, I do believe, we do believe that hydrogen will play a huge role in the next decade. But now, today, is the time for biomethane. So allow me to start from biomethane. Our network is 100% ready for hosting and accommodating biomethane. This is why, because biogas converted in biomethane mirrors the natural gas quality, and so the integration is absolutely perfect, and we don't need to invest in modifications of our network. Then, let me also add our location of the network and our capillarity is an advantage for the biomethane market, since in Europe, according to the EEBI data, today the 58% of the currently active biomethane plants are directly connected to the distribution network. We have the capacity, the knowledge to design, operate, maintain the injection station. Also, we can take advantages from what we have already done in Italy. There is the first station already in operation, and other 2 already constructed to be ready to start. Hydrogen, about our network, the literature is saying that up to 200%, it's fine. No need of further investment. Marco Gas study is saying it up to 10% of blending of hydrogen in our network. Again, no need of significant investment. Apart from old network, for example, cast iron, and we have here in Athens the last and remaining part of cast iron network, and we have an ambitious plan to replace the last 50 kilometers, more or less, by 2026. Then, as Morgante said this morning, we started with an assessment of our network. By the end of 2024, we will complete the first assessment based on technical specification and documents. And our target is to arrive in the first quarter of 2025 with the strategic roadmap to assess which are the interventions that we have to do to in our network to arrive up to 20% of blending.
Okay, thank you very much. Then I go to Mr. Nikos Katsis. First of all, maybe you want to say something about your company's profile, and then I will come back with a question for you.
In 1-2 minutes, I will give you the strategic priorities concerning biomethane and hydrogen. You know DESFA very well, is the Greek TSO. So we are promoting, as you can imagine, as a TSO, hydrogen and biomethane. We agree with all the participants today that biomethane is a very mature technology. Hydrogen will follow, but we are working in both topics very actively. First of all, in a regulatory point of view, we are active in the establishment of the new NOA in European level. The day before yesterday, the Article of Associations of NOA has been submitted to the Commissioner in order to approve the establishment of this new institution. And of course, we would like to be the national hydrogen operator within the Greek territory, at least one of the operators. On the other hand, technically, we are lucky because still we are developing projects and pipelines for specific needs of the Greek and the regional area. So all the new pipelines are constructed with 100% hydrogen readiness, and the above ground installations and the MR stations, everything.
Okay.
We are going to use these pipelines in order to create the first part of the hydrogen, European hydrogen backbone. We envisage to be, let's say, the entry point in Southeastern Europe of hydrogen in the European gas market. For the existing network, we are working with blending. We know that blending is a short-term solution. We can improve it quickly. We have a hydrogen readiness study performed with one of our main shareholders, SNAM, last year. We identify what are the changes that we have to make in our system in order to go to 2%, to 5%, and to 10%. Even for 10%, we don't expect significant capex in order to perform the works. It needs work in any case, but the capex is not so big because our system is quite new, as the distribution networks as well in Greece. And this is good in order to use the blending of hydrogen. For the biomethane, and I will stop with that, we are working, we know how important it is. We would like to be an active member of biomethane. We are working with other stakeholders who have experience in the management of feedstock and in the development of this kind of projects. And of course, we are working all together with ENAON as well to the establishment of the legislative framework in Greece, which is very, very important, and it should be implemented as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me then start from this point about biomethane, since you mentioned it. As we have heard also, the idea of biomethane is to be injected either to the distribution grid or to the transmission grid. I think that this is something that DESFA would also like to have. So I have a question, having the distribution grid and the cases in which we see that, for example, in the summertime, where you do not have any big consumption of the natural gas, of biomethane in this case, there is the discussion of injecting it back from the distribution grid to the transmission grid. So the question is, would that be followed with additional investments from DESFA side in such a case, or how do you face it? Are you ready for that? Do you need some additional investments or not?
This is true. This is a good question. Let's say the grid where a new biomethane plant or existing one will be connected is subject to the distance that it has from the distribution networks or the high pressure networks. If it is very close to the distribution network, certainly it will be connected there. So the important thing is to have the right cost-benefit analysis concerning the costs that you need in order this project to be implemented. For example, the topic that you mentioned with the congestion of small distribution networks is correct, okay, because if it is summer and we don't have consumption by the local consumers, then the consumption from the biomethane plant, it is not easy to be injected in the system. In that case, we will need a compressor station in parallel with our MR station, in the point that we are delivering currently the quantities from high pressure pump to to medium pressure, in order to send these quantities backwards, to have a reverse flow from the distribution network to the transmission network. This is not easy. We can do it. We need compressors, okay, because we have to go from the 19 bar to 60 to 50, 60 bars, whatever is the pressure in this area. We can do it. The technology is there. It is not something difficult, but the cost should be discussed. Who will pay for this cost? Okay. For example, DESFA certainly can include this kind of projects in his 10 years development plan and develop all these compressors. On the other hand, when you are comparing two biomethane potential producers, you have to take into account all these costs, because you should include also the cost of the compressor to the power producer, to the biomethane producer, even if he's connected to the distribution network. You should do a very detailed cost-benefit analysis. This is important.
Yes, and something very small, you mentioned it, and I could keep it. Your networks, because now we are always hearing everywhere in technology, in gas turbines, etc., we are hearing the words hydrogen ready. You said that the readiness in your case could be even for 20% hydrogen, or you need to do some more investments in order to accept such a blending, such a high, because it is a high percentage blending, eh? Yeah. 20%.
Last year in the study that we have performed, let's say the result was that our system can go up to 10%, okay, without too high capex investments. Okay, the European, the hydrogen and gas package, let's say, defines a very small percentage of hydrogen, 2%. Certainly, we can go above that. Up to 5%, the capex is limited, okay, because even the compressor stations, which is a very detailed equipment that need modifications in case of higher percentages of hydrogen, can work with 5% hydrogen without any need. But even with the 10% hydrogen, we believe that it is easy to be implemented.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mrs. Zaninotti, a second question. What are the challenges for the company when you want to blend either hydrogen or you want to inject biomethane? And what do you think that are the benefits for the Greek consumers in the long run in such scenarios that we are seeing maybe not very far from now, maybe tomorrow or the next year or in 2 years?
Okay. So first, one of the first challenge for sure is to continue to invest in innovation, because first, innovation and what we did until now and we are doing is the key enabler factor for hosting and accommodating renewable gases. Why? Because we can control and monitor the network in real time, and we can control the quality of the renewable gases. We can also balance the gas that will be injected for different sources. And so innovation should be, has to be an important part of our development program. Maybe we can discuss also about incentives. This is a really, really important part of our program. The main challenge, and I fully agree on what the chairman Avabio said before, is not only to define some technical rules that are still missing, for example, for biomethane as gas quality requirements, injection fees, or cost-sharing agreements between producers and distribution and transport company, but also to define as soon as possible the whole strategy. Which are the benefits? The benefit, for sure, it's clear, I think now, that there is no one solution for the decarbonization and for reaching the target that we have in 2030 and 2050. And so biomethane, hydrogen, but also the gas sector and the power sector has to collaborate. This is definitely clear. And to which, let me say, it is the target the benefit for the consumer to enhance the energy security, for sure. Also to decrease the risk to be dependent on imported fossil fuel. And I think that we have to take the opportunity also to work for a stabilization of the energy price with benefit, a potential benefit for the client to have also an energy with a lower cost.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Katsis, a final question. Regarding biomethane, I understand that you have the properties of biomethane have to be quite strict in order to align with the quality of natural gas that you have in your grid. My question is the following: do you think that you could also accept even small quantities of biomethane, because we know that biomethane is produced mainly decentralized way. You don't have very big, or it depends what is big and small. So would you even go for lower cubic meters per hour in your grid, or would you put a limit or some prerequisites for the gas in terms of quantity?
No, I don't believe that there is a need to set a limit. The biogas plants that we have in Greece, for example, at least they are 1 megawatt of electric power. If you convert it to thermal power, is 2.2 megawatts. So that means 200 cubic meters of biomethane per hour. Okay, if you make it 2 megawatts, it is 400, 500 cubic meters per hour. This is a good number. There are commercial units feasible financially that they produce 300 or 500. We have the experience of Italy. They have a lot of biomethane plants with a production of 300 cubic meters per hour. So we don't believe this is the obstacle. The important thing now is to finalize the legislative legislation, which is not an easy. It is not an easy exercise because it involves also other ministries. Until now, DESFA, if we talk for ourselves, we used to go to the Ministry of Energy to take any permit or any license we wanted. Now we have to go to the Agriculture Ministry as well, because they are involved in these processes. So the permitting process is also something that should proceed quickly in order to have, let's say, a good result concerning biomethane in Greece.
So I keep as a message that the legislation needs to go as fast as possible. We have discussed this also last year, where I was more involved in the legislation. But I hope that now the work is in the route of, let's say, going forward, and that until the end of the year we'll have something on that, and we can discuss next year about the new, let's say, plans of your companies to include these gases in your grid. I would like to thank you very much for this very nice discussion. And
thank you.
I think now it's the lunchtime, so everybody was waiting for it.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ τον κύριο Καρέ.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karelas, for your presentation and also for the moderation of this panel. Thank you to the distinguished speakers. At 3:15, in 3/4 of an hour, we should be back because we have an interview with Mr. Skylakakis, the minister.
Η ιστορία του υδρογόνου ξεκινάει με τη μεγάλη έκρηξη δισεκατομμύρια χρόνια πριν, όταν διάφορες κοσμικές διεργασίες οδήγησαν στη δημιουργία του μαζί με άλλα ελαφρά χημικά στοιχεία. Το 1671 ανακαλύφθηκε από τον Ρόμπερτ Μπόιλ. Σχεδόν 100 χρόνια μετά, το 1766, αναγνωρίστηκε ως ξεχωριστό χημικό στοιχείο. Λίγα χρόνια αργότερα, το 1781, απέκτησε και το όνομά του από την ένωση των δύο ελληνικών λέξεων «υδρο» και «γενής», όταν οι Αντουάν Λαβουαζιέ και Πιέρ Λαπλάς ανακάλυψαν ότι όταν αυτό το χημικό στοιχείο καίγεται, παράγει νερό. Αυτό καθιστά το υδρογόνο μία από τις καθαρότερες μορφές ενέργειας που βρίσκεται σε αυθονία στη φύση. Για την ακρίβεια, 75% του σύμπαντος αποτελείται από υδρογόνο σε διάφορες μορφές. Ακόμα και ο ήλιος παράγει την ενέργειά του από την αντίδραση ατόμων υδρογόνου υποπίεση. Αν και άχρωμο, το υδρογόνο χωρίζεται σε γκρι, μπλε, καφέ, τυρκουάζ και πράσινο υδρογόνο που προέρχεται από ηλεκτρόλυση νερού με χρήση πράσινης ενέργειας και θεωρείται ως η πιο καθαρή μορφή υδρογόνου. Σήμερα, η ραγδαία κλιματική αλλαγή, η ανάγκη για νέες, πιο φιλικές προς το περιβάλλον λύσεις και η ανάπτυξη της τεχνολογίας δημιουργούν τις βάσεις για το μέλλον της ενέργειας. Το υδρογόνο έρχεται ξανά στο προσκήνιο ως το καύσιμο που θα μας οδηγήσει σε μια νέα ενεργειακή εποχή, βιώσιμη και καθαρή, με οδηγό τον Δέσφα. Με επενδύσεις σε εξειδικευμένο ανθρώπινο δυναμικό, ανάπτυξη νέων τεχνικών και λειτουργικών δεξιοτήτων, αναβάθμιση και κατάλληλη προετοιμασία του υφιστάμενου δικτύου και κατασκευή νέων 100% hydrogen ready αγωγών, εργαζόμαστε για να διασφαλίσουμε ένα 100% συμβατό δίκτυο για την ασφαλή, γρήγορη και αποτελεσματική μεταφορά και αποθήκευση του υδρογόνου. Παράλληλα, σχεδιάζουμε νέα έργα και υλοποιούμε συνέργειες για την ανάπτυξη της αλυσίδας αξίας του υδρογόνου στην Ελλάδα, ανοίγοντας το δρόμο για ένα πιο πράσινο και ενεργειακά βιώσιμο μέλλον. Το μέλλον του υδρογόνου. Δέσφα. Enabler of a sustainable energy future.
Is filled with light. It surrounds us as we sleep, dream, rise, and live, day in and day out. Light fuels every promise and every discovery. It sparks our passion, play, wonder, hope, and humanity. At Deloitte, we're constantly inspired by that light and the companies that energize and electrify it. They generate and power it, mine and refine it, transport, manufacture, and build it, sustain and renew it. These indispensable industries use light to make our homes, offices, tools, toys, practically everything that we rely on, day in and day out. So we're doing everything we can to elevate their promising ideas, innovations, and approaches. We're bringing together brilliant minds across sectors to introduce new thinking and approaches. We are looking to fresh talent and diverse points of view to broaden our perspective. We are fusing purpose with profit as we prepare for the future. We are merging established processes with new technologies to accelerate transformation and embrace sustainability. At Deloitte, we are collaborating with those who, like us, believe the only way to strengthen tomorrow's possibilities is to shine a light on them today.
At PwC, we've learned that trust is more important than ever. And big ideas from a community of solvers are what bring change and sustained outcomes that stand the test of time.
At PwC, we understand the power of our people. That it's not just who we are on the job,
but who we are as individuals that makes us special. And when our people take on a task, we can tackle the most important challenges facing business and our world.
We're working to build trust in business and society as we understand the expectations for business to lead in this space.
We know transformation is key to success, and it's what keeps a business thriving and growing. That's why we're helping companies transform for the long term.
we're helping business and society do the right thing on ESG. It's not just a responsibility, but an opportunity to create long-term value.
And we know people are at the heart of it all. The world of work is also changing, so we're helping companies build a productive workforce and overall organization to navigate the journey.
These challenges cannot be solved from a single perspective. They need a human-led, tech-powered community of solvers. These challenges need the new equation.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Φύσικον, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
Future built on clean, sustainable, and green energy. Energy invisible, gaseous, and renewable. Energy that will travel further, reliably and effectively. This is the future we at DESFA envision, creating the conditions starting today to make it come true. With the know-how of our over 600 employees and the dynamic of 1,466 kilometers of high-pressure pipelines, 55 metering and regulating stations, 6 operation and maintenance centers, and 1 LNG terminal. Through key energy infrastructure projects, we ensure alternative supply sources and open new energy routes. In DESFA, we shape the next day of energy for stability, growth, and a better quality of life for all. Because in energy, as in life, the future starts now. DESFA, enabler of a sustainable energy future.
Στη σημερινή εποχή των μεγάλων αλλαγών, κάθε στιγμή κρύβει τη δύναμη της εξέλιξης. Η ΕΝΑΟΝ έρχεται να εκφράσει αυτή την εξέλιξη. Τη νέα εποχή. Επενδύοντας σε αξίες όπως η εμπιστοσύνη, η ασφάλεια, η βιωσιμότητα, η καινοτομία, ο ψηφιακός μετασχηματισμός. Η ΕΝΑΟΝ ανοίγει το βλέμμα της στο μέλλον, μετασχηματίζοντας τις δυνάμεις της ελληνικής ενεργειακής αγοράς σε μια ισχυρή δύναμη ενέργειας και τα δίκτυά τους σε μια ασφαλή οδό προς ένα βιώσιμο ενεργειακό μέλλον. Ενώνουμε τις δυνάμεις μας, αλλάζουμε το μέλλον. ΕΝΑΟΝ, εταιρεία του ομίλου Italgas, ελληνική εταιρεία διανομής αερίου. Stronger together.
Η ιστορία του υδρογόνου ξεκινάει με τη μεγάλη έκρηξη δισεκατομμύρια χρόνια πριν, όταν διάφορες κοσμικές διεργασίες οδήγησαν στη δημιουργία του μαζί με άλλα ελαφρά χημικά στοιχεία. Το 1671 ανακαλύφθηκε από τον Ρόμπερτ Μπόιλ. Σχεδόν 100 χρόνια μετά, το 1766, αναγνωρίστηκε ως ξεχωριστό χημικό στοιχείο. Λίγα χρόνια αργότερα, το 1781, απέκτησε και το όνομά του από την ένωση των δύο ελληνικών λέξεων «υδρο» και «γενής», όταν οι Αντουάν Λαβουαζιέ και Πιέρ Λαπλάς ανακάλυψαν ότι όταν αυτό το χημικό στοιχείο καίγεται, παράγει νερό. Αυτό καθιστά το υδρογόνο μία από τις καθαρότερες μορφές ενέργειας που βρίσκεται σε αυθονία στη φύση. Για την ακρίβεια, 75% του σύμπαντος αποτελείται από υδρογόνο σε διάφορες μορφές. Ακόμα και ο ήλιος παράγει την ενέργειά του από την αντίδραση ατόμων υδρογόνου υποπίεση. Αν και άχρωμο, το υδρογόνο χωρίζεται σε γκρι, μπλε, καφέ, τυρκουάζ και πράσινο υδρογόνο που προέρχεται από ηλεκτρόλυση νερού με χρήση πράσινης ενέργειας και θεωρείται ως η πιο καθαρή μορφή υδρογόνου. Σήμερα, η ραγδαία κλιματική αλλαγή, η ανάγκη για νέες, πιο φιλικές προς το περιβάλλον λύσεις και η ανάπτυξη της τεχνολογίας δημιουργούν τις βάσεις για το μέλλον της ενέργειας. Το υδρογόνο έρχεται ξανά στο προσκήνιο ως το καύσιμο που θα μας οδηγήσει σε μια νέα ενεργειακή εποχή, βιώσιμη και καθαρή, με οδηγό τον Δέσφα. Με επενδύσεις σε εξειδικευμένο ανθρώπινο δυναμικό, ανάπτυξη νέων τεχνικών και λειτουργικών δεξιοτήτων, αναβάθμιση και κατάλληλη προετοιμασία του υφιστάμενου δικτύου και κατασκευή νέων 100% hydrogen ready αγωγών, εργαζόμαστε για να διασφαλίσουμε ένα 100% συμβατό δίκτυο για την ασφαλή, γρήγορη και αποτελεσματική μεταφορά και αποθήκευση του υδρογόνου. Παράλληλα, σχεδιάζουμε νέα έργα και υλοποιούμε συνέργειες για την ανάπτυξη της αλυσίδας αξίας του υδρογόνου στην Ελλάδα, ανοίγοντας το δρόμο για ένα πιο πράσινο και ενεργειακά βιώσιμο μέλλον. Το μέλλον του υδρογόνου. Δέσφα. Enabler of a sustainable energy future.
Is filled with light. It surrounds us as we sleep, dream, rise, and live, day in and day out. Light fuels every promise and every discovery. It sparks our passion, play, wonder, hope, and humanity. At Deloitte, we're constantly inspired by that light and the companies that energize and electrify it. They generate and power it, mine and refine it, transport, manufacture and build it, sustain and renew it. These indispensable industries use light to make our homes, offices, tools, toys, practically everything that we rely on, day in and day out. So we're doing everything we can to elevate their promising ideas, innovations, and approaches. We're bringing together brilliant minds across sectors to introduce new thinking and approaches. We are looking to fresh talent and diverse points of view to broaden our perspective. We are fusing purpose with profit as we prepare for the future. We are merging established processes with new technologies to accelerate transformation and embrace sustainability. At Deloitte, we are collaborating with those who, like us, believe the only way to strengthen tomorrow's possibilities is to shine a light on them today.
At PwC, we've learned that trust is more important than ever. And big ideas from a community of solvers are what bring change and sustained outcomes that stand the test of time.
At PwC, we understand the power of our people. That it's not just who we are on the job,
but who we are as individuals that makes us special. When our people take on a task, we can tackle the most important challenges facing business and our world.
We're working to build trust in business and society as we understand the expectations for business to lead in this space.
We know transformation is key to success, and it's what keeps a business thriving and growing. That's why we're helping companies transform for the long term.
We're helping business and society do the right thing on ESG. It's not just a responsibility, but an opportunity to create long-term value.
And we know people are at the heart of it all. The world of work is also changing, so we're helping companies build a productive workforce and overall organization to navigate the journey.
These challenges cannot be solved from a single perspective. They need a human-led, tech-powered community of solvers. These challenges need the new equation.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Φύσικον, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
future. Built on clean, sustainable, and green energy. Energy invisible, gaseous, and renewable. Energy that will travel further, reliably and effectively. This is the future we at DESFA envision, creating the conditions starting today to make it come true. With the know-how of our over 600 employees and the dynamic of 1,466 kilometers of high-pressure pipelines, 55 metering and regulating stations, 6 operation and maintenance centers, and 1 LNG terminal. Through key energy infrastructure projects, we ensure alternative supply sources and open new energy routes. In DESFA, we shape the next day of energy for stability, growth, and a better quality of life for all. Because in energy, as in life, the future starts now. DESFA, enabler of a sustainable energy future.
Στη σημερινή εποχή των μεγάλων αλλαγών, κάθε στιγμή κρύβει τη δύναμη της εξέλιξης. Η ENG έρχεται να εκφράσει αυτή την εξέλιξη. Τη νέα εποχή. Επενδύοντας σε αξίες όπως η εμπιστοσύνη, η ασφάλεια, η βιωσιμότητα, η καινοτομία, ο ψηφιακός μετασχηματισμός. Η ENG ανοίγει το βλέμμα της στο μέλλον, μετασχηματίζοντας τις δυνάμεις της ελληνικής ενεργειακής αγοράς σε μια ισχυρή δύναμη ενέργειας και τα δίκτυά τους σε μια ασφαλή οδό προς ένα βιώσιμο ενεργειακό μέλλον. Ενώνουμε τις δυνάμεις μας, αλλάζουμε το μέλλον. ENG, εταιρεία του ομίλου Italgas, ελληνική εταιρεία διανομής αερίων. Stronger together.
Η ιστορία του υδρογόνου ξεκινάει με τη μεγάλη έκρηξη δισεκατομμύρια χρόνια πριν, όταν διάφορες κοσμικές διεργασίες οδήγησαν στη δημιουργία του μαζί με άλλα ελαφρά χημικά στοιχεία. Το 1671 ανακαλύφθηκε από τον Ρόμπερτ Μπόιλ. Σχεδόν 100 χρόνια μετά, το 1766, αναγνωρίστηκε ως ξεχωριστό χημικό στοιχείο. Λίγα χρόνια αργότερα, το 1781, απέκτησε και το όνομά του από την ένωση των δύο ελληνικών λέξεων «υδρο» και «γενής», όταν οι Αντουάν Λαβουαζιέ και Πιέρ Λαπλάς ανακάλυψαν ότι όταν αυτό το χημικό στοιχείο καίγεται, παράγει νερό. Αυτό καθιστά το υδρογόνο μία από τις καθαρότερες μορφές ενέργειας που βρίσκεται σε αυθονία στη φύση. Για την ακρίβεια, 75% του σύμπαντος αποτελείται από υδρογόνο σε διάφορες μορφές. Ακόμα και ο ήλιος παράγει την ενέργειά του από την αντίδραση ατόμων υδρογόνου υποπίεση. Αν και άχρωμο, το υδρογόνο χωρίζεται σε γκρι, μπλε, καφέ, τυρκουάζ και πράσινο υδρογόνο που προέρχεται από ηλεκτρόλυση νερού με χρήση πράσινης ενέργειας και θεωρείται ως η πιο καθαρή μορφή υδρογόνου. Σήμερα, η ραγδαία κλιματική αλλαγή, η ανάγκη για νέες, πιο φιλικές προς το περιβάλλον λύσεις και η ανάπτυξη της τεχνολογίας δημιουργούν τις βάσεις για το μέλλον της ενέργειας. Το υδρογόνο έρχεται ξανά στο προσκήνιο ως το καύσιμο που θα μας οδηγήσει σε μια νέα ενεργειακή εποχή, βιώσιμη και καθαρή, με οδηγό τον DESFA. Με επενδύσεις σε εξειδικευμένο ανθρώπινο δυναμικό, ανάπτυξη νέων τεχνικών και λειτουργικών δεξιοτήτων, αναβάθμιση και κατάλληλη προετοιμασία του υφιστάμενου δικτύου και κατασκευή νέων 100% hydrogen ready αγωγών, εργαζόμαστε για να διασφαλίσουμε ένα 100% συμβατό δίκτυο για την ασφαλή, γρήγορη και αποτελεσματική μεταφορά και αποθήκευση του υδρογόνου. Παράλληλα, σχεδιάζουμε νέα έργα και υλοποιούμε συνέργειες για την ανάπτυξη της αλυσίδας αξίας του υδρογόνου στην Ελλάδα, ανοίγοντας το δρόμο για ένα πιο πράσινο και ενεργειακά βιώσιμο μέλλον. Το μέλλον του υδρογόνου. DESFA. Enabler of a Sustainable Energy Future.
Is filled with light. It surrounds us as we sleep, dream, rise, and live, day in and day out. Light fuels every promise and every discovery. It sparks our passion, play, wonder, hope, and humanity. At Deloitte, we're constantly inspired by that light, and the companies that energize and electrify it. They generate and power it, mine and refine it, transport, manufacture and build it, sustain and renew it. These indispensable industries use light to make our homes, offices, tools, toys, practically everything that we rely on, day in and day out. So we're doing everything we can to elevate their promising ideas, innovations, and approaches. We are bringing together brilliant minds across sectors to introduce new thinking and approaches. We are looking to fresh talent and diverse points of view to broaden our perspective. We are fusing purpose with profit as we prepare for the future. We are merging established processes with new technologies to accelerate transformation and embrace sustainability. At Deloitte, we are collaborating with those who, like us, believe the only way to strengthen tomorrow's possibilities is to shine a light on them today.
PwC, we've learned that trust is more important than ever. And big ideas from a community of solvers are what bring change and sustained outcomes that stand the test of time.
At PwC, we understand the power of our people. That it's not just who we are on the job,
but who we are as individuals that makes us special. And when our people take on a task, we can tackle the most important challenges facing business and our world.
We're working to build trust in business and society, as we understand the expectations for business to lead in this space.
We know transformation is key to success, and it's what keeps a business thriving and growing. That's why we're helping companies transform for the long term.
we're helping business and society do the right thing on ESG. It's not just a responsibility, but an opportunity to create long-term value.
And we know people are at the heart of it all. The world of work is also changing, so we're helping companies build a productive workforce and overall organization to navigate the journey.
These challenges cannot be solved from a single perspective. They need a human-led, tech-powered community of solvers. These challenges need the new equation.
Καλησπέρα. Καλησπέρα και πάλι μετά το μεσημβρινό.
Good afternoon. After the break, I hope that you were able to rest for these 45 minutes. Now we have the Minister of Environment and Energy with us, Mr. Theodoros Skylakakis. Unfortunately, he could not be with us here, but we are linked with the Minister via Zoom. Minister, we can hear you and see you. Same here. Thank you for being with us, even virtually. Thank you for willing to join us. I would like to thank you for the invitation. We can start with the discussion right away. I'd like to start with something that is not completely linked to hydrogen and green gases, biomethane, etc. In the renewable sector, according to the last developments that we have, is there a sustainable solution that can ensure continuity of investment and sustainability of production activities that are already in place? Let me start by saying that already available production activities have exceeded by far the return on investment, especially the earlier projects, as you very well know. Today, we have a market in transition. Greece is among the top countries in renewables development and use, and the transition to this new system that is in place today, and it's not a system that is being designed right now, it is already in place, it is already in operation. So there are needs for adjustment on the part of investors and on the part of consumers. On the part of investors should be aware of the fact that when you invest in renewables, you're not investing in Norwegian bonds. These are investments that are long-term. There will be fluctuations, so you need patience and strategic thinking. You should not believe that this is easy money you are after. Minister, you have described in a very concise way what you're saying right now in the past. You said that there will be no subsidies anymore. There will be a new landscape for renewables. Can you give us an outline of this new environment that will be relevant for other potential investors? Well, the main thing is that subsidies cannot be granted to investments that are already in operation and productive today. Secondly, we need much more freedom and less development cost. And this is why in our next legislative initiative, we will reduce the development cost for renewables by reducing the cost of letters of guarantee. This will facilitate the development of renewables without the pressure of letters of guarantee. There will be less cost for that. And thirdly, you need patience for both demand and investment in the network to be developed. Investments in renewables are not an end to themselves. They are carried out because they are carbon-free. You don't have a carbon cost, which today is 70 euro per ton. And also, currently, such investments are very efficient in terms of cost. On the other hand, you have a very low margin cost, which means that the initial investment may be very high, but you have a continuous return that becomes even more profitable after the period of depreciation. So you have paid back loans, and you have to face lower costs. As projects become larger, you have a higher stochasticity of the system. You cannot predict the wind and sun conditions, and this means that you need more storage to secure the investment. We are going to facilitate storage in order to accelerate its penetration. Currently, we are working on legislative initiative to that end, and at the same time, we are investing in the network and in interconnections so as to ensure interconnection with our neighboring countries. We need improved interconnection to lower stochasticity. And let us not forget that a large part of energy that pertains to Crete and the Greek islands is energy that is produced today in a very expensive way. So this expensive energy will be substituted after the interconnections have been concluded by cheap energy from renewables. Minister, you say that there are no subsidies anymore. Here in the room, we have about 300 representatives of the market. They may be involved in hydrogen and green gases, but they may also have been involved in renewables. So no subsidies means no tenders? Yes. What about batteries? For batteries, we still have some way to go because there are some funds from Repower EU and RRF. So there will be a last cycle for batteries, but it'll be the last one. Minister, what is the role of hydrogen in your political thinking? Maybe also as a means for energy storage. We have to understand for hydrogen that electrolyzers today, I'm not sure how electrolyzers translate in Greek, says the minister. But anyway, electrolyzers account for more than 50% of investment cost in a hydrogen plant. So the cost of energy is much lower than the cost of the initial investment, which means that as we speak, such plants cannot benefit from the mass penetration of renewables, which means that we will have days and times of very affordable prices. For energy storage, we need to be patient because we need to change the fundamentals in the market of hydrogen investment. Greece is not a country that produces electrolyzers. Therefore, we put the emphasis on pilot projects of hydrogen that are efficient, and we expect to see how things will develop so as not to have to pay 300 euro per megawatt hour from the special account ELAPE, when the mean price could be 90 euro. Therefore, I understand, Minister, that investment in hydrogen, in your view and in your strategic thinking, is not something that should happen very soon. I repeat, we have to invest strategically in the market where there is competitiveness, but a mass investment in hydrogen that would benefit from low prices of renewables has to wait for this shift so as to have a better capex and hydrogen production ratio. At the same time, we should prepare the system to use the existing natural gas network, to use it for hydrogen, because in the future green molecules will be as important as green electrons for electricity. We are neutral in this respect, but we need to invest at the right time. The Germans have invested heavily in solar energy, in PV, when PV systems were very expensive, so as to develop the solar market, because Germany is a large industrial country. We all know who is producing solar panels today. We do not have the ability to have large industrial investments. So we have to make a choice. We have to develop innovative industrial products where we can be competitive in industry. And this means we have to be patient to invest in hydrogen at the right moment. At the same time, we should work on our system so as for such hydrogen investment to be as competitive as possible. And in my view, we should also work at EU level. The existing natural gas networks should be used through blending for hydrogen as well. You cannot have a second network being developed for green gases. There is no room for that, since we already have the infrastructure that can be used. I have a question for the speed of injection of hydrogen in the system. And I also would like to raise the issue of biogas and biomethane. Look, biomethane is another sector. You can have biomethane injected in the system. The critical issue with biomethane is a different one. Now, we have another legislative initiative underway on organic waste of urban centers, because such waste goes into the landfill today, whereas it could be used for biomethane. So this is one issue. And also, we should see how other organic waste can be used. That is from farming. This should be subsidized, at least at the first stage, until the logistics have been set up, so as to be used in biomethane plants, because you already have the biomethane technology developed for years now. The main issue in Greece is the feedstock. It is not sun or wind, it is biomass. You understand that we have representatives of biogas producers here. They have described a situation that is not very encouraging in terms of financial efficiency. They say that the current framework is not very beneficial. For example, they spoke about curtailments as we have them in solar. So there are curtailments also in biomethane.
Biogas plants should be peak plants. I mean, they can produce 24/7 without stochasticity and know what they can produce. Yes, but in our system, base units are much less important. That's why lignites are not involved. And what is most important is the peak units, peak plants, because when the system now has more than 50% renewable energy sources, and if this percentage goes up to 80% for RES, this means that the system has intense stochasticity, and we need to supplement this stochasticity and have the ability to produce. And since here in these units, biogas comes first in the form of feedstock or raw material, we need to think about how to operate in this new system. But there is an economic value in operating much more in peak hours. Exactly, because that's the hours when there is higher demand. Yes, higher demand and very high prices. That's why there has to be, and it will be included now in the new legislation, we have to find a way in the new system to integrate these units. Do not forget that the existing legislation had the concept that the system has actually thermal base units and the rest are supplementary. So as long as that was true, biogas units had a specific function. They were actually base units, base plants. But now the system is changing. So we have to find the incentives and also the assistance that should be given to the biogas market in order to be effective. And I am adding here that the maximum effectiveness may not be in the electricity system. It could be in biogas production itself. Because biogas today since it is not sold as electrical, it is sold as gas, it gains the difference of the cost in performance. So we have to take this into account, because if we are talking about a system with green molecules, this system with the green molecules, or part of this system, is also biogas. It is an integral part until hydrogen is developed, or even after the development of hydrogen, because of the quality of biogas and its value for the system. Let me come back to what you said in the beginning, and please become more specific concerning the speed at which it should be injected into the system. I mean, the possibility of injecting hydrogen, biomethane, in order to create a first market that will also allow for production. Biomethane is different from hydrogen. Yes, okay. I'm talking about the concept, the philosophy. Grid plus hydrogen, grid plus biomethane. Well, my opinion is that as we are going forward in the next years and as this system will keep growing, it's very important that today, but this will not always be the case, as you know. This will not be true forever. But when you use gas in your house, there is no CO2 cost now, but this will not be true forever. The same goes for transport. So we have to plan for the system of the following day, the upcoming European system, which allows more room for development of green molecules. We just need to do it in a cost-efficient way and pay as least as possible and have an effective transition. I mean, make the investments on the right time. And concerning biogas, we also need to use the subsidies tool. And we first need to have the feedstock, because biogas without the feedstock is like skordalιά garlic sauce without garlic. In the garlic sauce, you may use other ingredients. But here, if you do not have the raw material, you cannot have any gas. Minister, we are closing with the following question. It was mentioned this morning by many speakers and also outside the conference room. Why are we in such a delay concerning the institutional framework for hydrogen and biomethane? Because this will set the rules for the activities of all stakeholders. So why do we have such a long delay? For biomethane, at the moment, we do have a draft law, which in the next months will be passed, will become legislation. For hydrogen, I should say that more time is needed to consider the topic, to study. There are, of course, certain milestones that we need to observe, but this framework, for the time being, will accommodate pilot investments. I mean, we are not planning to grant massive subsidies or aid that would allow us to go much faster to the development of the hydrogen market, faster than other countries, for the very simple reason that our country, in terms of industry, does not have any special comparative advantage in this market. Thank you very much, Minister. Let us applaud the Minister. Thank you for the applause. Because I know that I'm not saying the easiest or more pleasant things, but it is necessary for the market to know the real policies and adjust to the real policies instead of adjusting to non-real policies. Indeed, Minister, I saw many people did not applaud. Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you. So that was the discussion with the Minister. I hope we covered your concerns. During the discussion, I was thinking that perhaps we should have two representatives from the market on the panel to ask a few questions to the minister. We'll do that next time. So thank you very much. We are going on with the next session. I hope my colleague Nikos Karagiannis is here. Thank you, Nikos, for your presence. Thank you for all your help. Nikos Karagiannis will take over. He's a journalist and director for ipodomes.gr. The topic of the session is the role of hydrogen and renewable gases in transport. A very interesting topic. We will hear more details now.
Κύριε Σπυρί, είστε ο κύριος Βάσιλας. Γεια σας. Εκεί, εσείς εκεί. Λογικά, ναι. Θα σας πούνε τώρα. Ξεκινήσουμε.
So let's start. Thank you for joining. I wish every success to the Congress. In this panel, we are discussing the role of hydrogen and renewable gases in transport. This is a great concern, as you know, both for the Ministry for Energy and Transport. We have already a few buses that are being tested. We will see the details during the discussion. So we have here Mr. Nikolaos Vassilas, who is the head for grid development in Athens, Mr. Spiridis, President and CEO for Spiridis Group, and Mr. Nikos Davos, who is the co-founder and manager of Klube, the Life Green 2-on project, a pioneer for sustainable mobility, installation and operation of the first hydrogen refueling station with on-site production in Kozani. The Secretary General for Transport, Mr. Xifaras, will also join us in a while. Looking forward to hear about the planning of the ministry. Let me start with you, Mr. Vassilas. I think you have a presentation from Horizon. You can use the podium if you wish. No, I just want to check how this works. Okay, to start the presentation, let me express our great pleasure in Athens because we are a major link of the chain for the development of hydrogen mobility in the country. Athens Oil is part of the Motor Oil Group since 1987. It has a long history of around 50 years. Technician, please help us. No problem. I will go on. So, Athens is a member of the Motor Oil Group with a history of 50 years. And as a member of this group, we follow the strategies and policies defined by Motor Oil. Let me remind you of the announcement of Motor Oil at the end of 2023 about the investment strategy followed by the group for the period 23-30, investing €4 billion to a number of activities. $2.5 billion is for renewable energy sources. In this, how is this translated in commercial companies? So for us, this has to do with the fuel station of the future. the station that will work and provide to clients not just conventional fuels, but many other sorts of fuels, such as hydrogen. So Avinoil is a pioneer. We construct 2 hydrogen refueling stations, one in Agi Theodori. It will be completed in 2024. And the second will be in Sea Akratas, the highway towards Patras. It will be completed by 2025. Where is this exactly? What is the exact site? Well, it's very close to the refineries in Agi Theodori, and it will be accessible to everyone. Yes, of course. Let me say that the investment for each station is more than 3 million. It is financed by the CEF program of the EU. The selection, the choice of these 2 locations was not accidental, because we wanted to serve drivers driving along one of the most popular highways of the country, Athens-Patras Highway, and the Corinth-Patras Highway. But the supreme objective is to connect the Greece-Italy axis. Without many details, a hydrogen refueling station is much different from a fuel station. The equipment is different, and an important element is that it works at very, very high pressures, 280 bars for a truck, for a heavy-duty vehicle, and 700 bars pressure for a passenger car. Let me say here that we were faced with major challenges in this period. The most important challenge was the absence of relevant legislative framework, but also lack of know-how, and also the choice of equipment was a major challenge. However, we didn't step back, because our company invests in innovation, and we have a series of actions. For our fuel, we invest in new generation additives, fuel additives that provide savings, and there are renewed fuel stations with well-equipped rooms providing products and services, hydrogen mobility, a very strong loyalty scheme for our clients, and also the B2B collaboration with the fleet card. These are all initiatives that have been embraced by our customers, and we enjoy their trust every day. Thank you for the first presentation. We shall discuss later more about hydrogen refueling stations. Let me go on with Mr. Spiridis. Mr. Spiridis, could you tell us about the activities of your group and what is your expertise? Good afternoon. I'm glad to be here. And I'm very pleased to have excellent co-panelists here. Let me introduce myself. In the last 40 years, I've been the president and CEO for Spiridis Group. Our group is a family business that was founded in 1933. So we celebrated 91 years. We are a well-trained and qualified group of 220 people. Our group has a leading place, a leading position in the construction of fuel stations. And of course, one of our close co-workers is the Motor Oil Group. Since 1992, we have also had industrial activity. We are constructing fuel pumps. We are the only company in the Balkans doing that. We export our products in more than 40 countries worldwide. We have a strong presence also in the European market. Our philosophy in the group is to provide to the market comprehensive solutions. So we provide comprehensive solutions for the distribution and storage of fuel, and we provide equipment and services, construction services, project services, and support services. We provide both software and hardware solutions. And part of those were developed in our expert R&D departments. We also have 5 seats in Greece, 5 branches, and we cover all needs of our clients' networks in a uniform way, in a consistent and with a consistent quality. Actually, our big projects are studies, property, and the construction of turnkey fuel stations. And as market conditions are changing, we are also adapting. We have adapted already, and apart from our traditional activities, we are also on the front line of the developments. In 2019, since 2019, we have a new company, EOTEC, that has dynamically entered the e-mobility field. We sell chargers for electrical vehicles, and in the last 2 years, we sell electrical professional vehicles. Utilizing the technical experience throughout the years in construction, design, construction, and installation of stations, and we provide the turnkey solutions for new fuels too, CNG, LNG, and hydrogen. This shift is needed reasonably, and it is driven in our country by giants such as Motor Oil group of companies. And we work with Motor Oil and all other energy giants in Greece. Mr. Vassilas represents the Motor Oil group. Now, concerning hydrogen, we live in interesting times. And I think that we will all have more knowledge and evolutions in the future. It seems that you are a silent power that keeps evolving, which is very good news for entrepreneurship in Greece. Mr. Davos, a few days ago, I had the chance to attend the OC event, the Athens buses event, and you presented electrical buses, but you also spoke of hydrogen. Could you tell us more? Yes, I would be pleased too. Good afternoon again. It's my second time on the panel today. There will be no third time. Mr. Triantafylopoulos said that before. We made a great effort in the last 6 months to bring to our country a European project that makes a roadshow on hydrogen buses, Drive 2. We started with Dimitris Triantafylopoulos, with the cooperation of Motor Oil, Coral Gas, Tri-Aris, the project represented by Mr. Hadjifotis, because through Drive we wanted to bring a bus here for a long while, an electrical hydrogen bus from Toyota Caetano. We will bring that to the country, and we will give that to the bodies that work buses. It is Spanish, Toyota and Caeta, but it's Spanish. So it arrived to the country for 20 days. The bus reached the country. It was accompanied by a hydrogen container from Coral Gas for the refueling. We got it in Thessaloniki, Kozani, Athens, and Patras. So the central event, the event that you mentioned, was in collaboration with OC, the organization of the Athens buses, and the other stakeholders in the central depot of the organization. We did a demo, we presented the bus, we made a presentation with Mr. Xifaras, the SG, because we wanted to highlight the advantages of hydrogen for heavy-duty vehicles, because there are significant privileges there. And we showed how it works in smaller towns, such as Kozani, but also Patras, slightly bigger, and also as big as Thessaloniki or Athens. And the results were remarkable. Very low consumption, I should say, versus the factory specs, although it was already warm and the air conditioning was in operation. So the messages were very positive concerning the hydrogen-powered buses from the 20 days when we had the road show in 4 cities.
The nominal here is different from e-mobility. Do we have the opposite? That's right. Industry gives 7 to 8 kilo of hydrogen, which means that it is quite lower, about 3.5. And this is very positive for the transport sector. And Mr. Ayasoglu has embraced this. I believe that in the next period, we will have the first hydrogen-powered buses circulating at least in the large cities of the country. And maybe they will also be deployed in smaller towns as well. Let us hear from Mr. Xifaras when he arrives. Now, what were the challenges when you were building the first hydrogen station, fueling station in Greece? Well, like everything that is the first venture, it has a lot of challenges to overcome. Now, we started in 2022. Until May 2023, we were expecting the legislation that would govern the licensing of this hydrogen station. We had certain milestones we had to fulfill, our European obligations. So together with external partners that were running similar projects abroad, we started designing this fuel station, this hydrogen station, but we were running a certain risk since the legislation was not yet in place. But once the legislation was passed, we were able to get the license for this station very soon. Another important aspect was the lack of know-how in this area, since we were doing that for the first time. As a group, we are very safety-oriented, so we had a lot of studies, risk assessments, hazard analysis to carry out to ensure that everything would be safe for the hydrogen station. Did you get any know-how from abroad? Yes, we did work with experts abroad who had such know-how. But you see, this is a large team at Motor Oil. You have the technical service, Coral Gas, a large team that helped. And another aspect was the equipment. In Central and Northern Europe, you have hydrogen stations, but the equipment that is being used there is not tested. It does not have the specifications that would ensure it would work in Greece and its weather conditions. So we had to consider and examine the right equipment that would be installed in the hydrogen station here in Greece. Interesting. Now, Mr. Spiridis, you are specialized in constructing fuel stations. So how easy is it to create hydrogen stations? Well, to construct the hydrogen station, you need room, space. You see, fuel stations in Greece are mostly small. Motor Oil has selected large such facilities that are on the central motorways of the country. So how big do they have to be? I cannot tell you exactly in square meters, excuse me, but 3,000 square meters are the facilities at SEA. You need the room, you need also security, safety zone, special chillers. It is clear that hydrogen will be the fuel used for heavyweight vehicles, since they cover long-haul trips. It is also very energy-intensive. In a recent forum, we heard from the HEDNO representative who was pressured for creation of more energy facilities. So he said that you are putting pressure for 50 kilowatt, but for a charger of 50 kilowatt. For us, a charger hub is like a Hilton hotel for us. So you see how energy intensive charging facilities for vehicles are. And I believe that for many years electricity will be used, but I think that hydrogen will be used for heavyweight vehicles.
Στοιχεία για τα πρατήρια υδρογόνου τα κάλυψε.
Now, I think that some main issues about hydrogen have already been covered by the previous speaker. Let me say that hydrogen has a technology that is similar to other gases, meaning piping, distribution. So it is very similar to what large petrol companies are using in this transition. Maybe, or mainly, in shifting away from conventional fuels. The supply chain is also similar to LNG and other such gases. We heard what the problems are. There are licensing problems, also environmental assessment problems, lack of know-how. What we offer, and where we want to make a difference, is by having equipment from one source only. I think that this can be very helpful. The problem on the market is the time of delivery of the equipment that may reach up to 2 years. We have a solution of a delivery period that is 6 to 8 months. Our suppliers promise us this period of 8 months. So technology is making large leaps ahead. Those who will be courageous in this new era will take the steps ahead and integrate hydrogen. in their uses so as for hydrogen to become a sustainable fuel for heavy-duty vehicles. Net zero is the driver of developments. And let me also add that electric commercial vehicles will amount to 1,500 in 2024. Passenger cars are many more. Now, heavy-duty vehicles, e-trucks that have been registered, are only 2. So this shows the way to go for hydrogen. This was exactly my question to Mr. Davos. What are the benefits of using hydrogen in heavy-duty vehicles? I would also like to speak about this EU project.
Μπορούμε να τη βάλουμε. Λοιπόν, για να το συνδέσω και με την...
Let me just connect it to the question asked. We have put forward a live project on transport and actually on heavy-duty transport. The live project subsidizes, the third year in turn, subsidizes a hydrogen station Europe-wide. This is very important to Greece and to Kozani, where I come from, and to our company that we were the ones to introduce it. The third of those projects is being implemented here. Motor Oil and Avin have taken the first steps for hydrogen refueling stations, and they will move fast forward. But this will also combine the electrolysis and the production of hydrogen. The regulatory framework is not there, as you said. We have helped the Ministry of Environment and of Transport and Infrastructure to put in place the framework with Michalis Papadopoulos as the Secretary General for Transport and Infrastructure in May. But a lot of work needs to be done to put the puzzle pieces together. This was the first step in a maturity process, in a process to become mature. The steam reforming part is missing that could happen on site, and other parts as well. In order to complete the regulatory framework, we are in continuous communication with the ministry in order to be able to go forward. Let me just go through the Green Horn project. The title is Green Hydrogen Mobility for Transition to a Climate Neutrality, and Kozani is one of the smart cities. Will and aspires to do that until 2030, and in order to become green and neutral, carbon neutral, you need hydrogen. You need hydrogen-powered mobility. And here we would like to showcase, demonstrate the outlook, the perspective of using hydrogen for heavy-duty mobility, including production and utilization in Kozani. And there is also a perspective to do that in Thessaloniki as well. 60 months of duration and funded with 3 million out of the 5 million of the overall project by the European Union. A electrolyzer of 100 kilowatts, powered by green PPAs, a hydrogen refuel station, create 200, 350 and 700 bar HRS with a capacity of 210 kilograms, both the 700 bar for passenger cars and for trucks. And this goes well, hand in hand with a fleet that will be funded in the context of the project. One garbage truck, one of the heavy-duty vehicles necessary with extensive mileage, and e-mobility cannot play a part here. We have one road sweeper, 5 passenger cars, as well as 6 scooters for hydrogen-powered mobility in the city. And this is, of course, supported by an IT platform in order to be able to create a digital twin and make it as sustainable as possible. You can see here our partners and the work packages. The project is coordinated by the municipality of Kozani together with us as Klube. The hydrogen refueling station is promoted by DEPA, and there is also a storage and transport part using Type 5 storage systems. That is managed by Diadima, that is the waste management organization in Western Macedonia, together with other partners, Acea from Italy for urban waste management. They will gain know-how and transfer it to Italy. As said, the total budget is around 5 million, out of which 3 million is EU contribution. There is own investment by DEPA for electrolysis of 1 million euro. You can see the site here in the industrial park near Kozani, and distant heating is right next to it, as well as the Diadima station, and located near the urban bus depot of the Kozani municipality. Thereby, we believe to create the first HRS with on-site H2 production in Greece. This will contribute in making Kozani carbon neutral, climate neutral, and will also have an economic impact to help take on green technology as well as create new jobs in the H2 sector in Western Macedonia. And of course, it also has environmental benefits in reducing significantly the greenhouse gas emissions and fossil fuel use. And there is also an extensive impact at a national level, because it will open up the path, and hopefully the ministry will also listen to us and change the regulatory framework to include hydrogen as well as other vectors to help deploy and develop the hydrogen market. We tried to establish a hydrogen valley in Western Macedonia, which will also contribute. And there's also a replication part, if I may say, for other cities, other parts of Greece, as well as Europe-wide, that will enable us to pass on our know-how. I wouldn't want to talk further on that. As said, in heavy-duty mobility, hydrogen is the only way forward. You cannot carry the battery, the weight of the battery as well as the fuel. You won't go far. When looking at the hydrogen technologies in buses, one would not wait 3 to 4 hours for a bus to be recharged. You cannot have all buses being recharging at the depot when it comes to e-mobility, and therefore we believe that hydrogen is the only way forward for urban mobility as well as for heavy-duty mobility. Is this project already executed in Kozani? We have been licensed, and within 2 years, 2 to 3 years, we will hopefully have hydrogen production, and this station can become operational. The project for Thessaloniki is in the pipeline. We're planning it together with DEPA as to whether and when we will move to Thessaloniki for another project and pass our know-how there as well on. Mr. Vassila, let me Well, we talked about the hydrogen station, and I guess you've built it to have clientele. The clientele is not that large. What are the clients that you are wishing to have at your fueling station in the future? Well, you know, the clients and the customers are those moving along the Greece-Italy axis, as well as the Corinth-Patras axis, road axis. The market is not there yet, but there are initiatives already in place. Motor Oil itself, the municipality, other partners are taking initiatives to buy buses that would allow us to test the new station, as well as look into all pain points that might come up. You know, what is impressive in your case, in Greece, we're not used to proactive actions. We have a need first, and then you come up with a solution. But you have the solution, and then now we're trying to find the need for that. Exactly. And this is very interesting in your case. Mr. Spiridis, do you believe that that e-mobility has a future? Could you talk to us about that a little bit? I think there is a lot that can be said. I believe in the medium term, and I mean over the next 15 years, the electrical vehicle will be extensively used. Subsidies, pressure, mainly due to ESG compliance, that is gradually demonstrated by all stakeholders that one should be compliant with the ESG regulations. It all contributes to CO2 emission reduction. The e-powered vehicle is a competitive solution. 15 years on, I wouldn't risk making a case for electric vehicles, but over the next 15 years, there will be further advancement in terms of mileage, of cost, of charging times. Speaking about the passenger vehicles and light commercial electric vehicles, the LCEVs, that are the vans that are everywhere. Hedno, the distribution system operator, is putting an extreme effort. There are small substations being established. We live it, we experience it every day because our technicians carry out hundreds of installations every year. Infrastructure is being put in place. In other words, I would like to add that with regard to technology, it is obvious that the first hydrogen stations will have no customers. The technology is there. But then again, there are European projects. Own funded projects could not be viable if there is not the market there, if vehicles are not on the streets. And this is why the European Union is subsidizing these technologies. Technologies are there. At Kozani, I had the Hyundai Nexo of Mr. Hatzimakakis in Kozani. He has been using it over the past 4 years, 70,000 kilometers as a mileage. The technology is there, but the market needs to be developed. Because, as you know, for a refueling station to be sustainable, regardless of the fuel, it must be visited by customers. During the first years after introduction, these stations will not be sustainable, in other words, and necessarily subsidies would be given to keep this market, to create this market. We have to be competitive because such endeavors are in the pipeline of large corporations, and I believe that over the next years, leaps will be done forward because it is an egg and chicken question. We're trying to do both at the same time.
You can also have these technologies work in parallel. It doesn't have to be one dominating over the other. Both are green fuels. Do you believe that hydrogen can be used in trains or other transport means? Actually, we have seen it being used already in trains. Exactly, and there are already passenger trains that are powered by hydrogen. Whatever is large, whatever is carrying extra freight is hard to be powered because batteries will have to be very large. But we will have climate neutral fuels and other things that will be useful because you need hydrogen everywhere to green all these areas. So they will play a role. The professor, Mr. Marnellos, will talk about ammonia, methanol, synthetic fuels. They will play a role in the years to come in those hard to abate sectors. So yes, hydrogen will play a role in shipping, in aviation, and of course in railways. My answer is yes. Hydrogen can be an important fuel, not in small vehicles, but in larger vehicles. Can you tell us a few technical details about a hydrogen station? Yes. A hydrogen station is a trailer with hydrogen vials, and it is connected through compressors. And then you have the distributors. Between the distributors and the compressors, you have the storage buffer and chillers that keep the temperature low. So this whole system works under a certain temperature and under certain pressure conditions. The equipment is certified for those pressure levels. So you have special hydrogen cylinders. I think I should add here, with regard to the current legislative framework, that in Northern Europe we have stations where they are not larger than 200 square meters, and you have pumps, petrol pumps, and then you have chargers for electric vehicles. Where was that? In Belgium. It was actually a station near the airport that is very busy. So you have all these different possibilities very close to each other. I'm saying that because here we have special safety distances that need to be kept, and I believe that we need to be more flexible because there is no problem whatsoever if you have all those hydrogen stations operating in Northern Europe already for years. I think we are exaggerating a bit and being too strict in the limits we have set. We don't need that. It is time to welcome Mr. Yannis Xifaras, Secretary General for Transport. I apologize for the delay, says Mr. Xifaras. Please take a seat, or you can go to the podium right away because we have an important question to ask you. Good afternoon. I apologize, but we have a new political leadership at the ministry. and there were some unexpected meetings that had to be held. Our question is, what is the role of hydrogen in transport? Okay, hydrogen essentially is an important pillar in a set of things that are difficult to address. As you know, in the ministry, sustainable urban mobility is an important priority, and it consists of urban mobility, urban transportation on the one hand, and reducing environmental footprint on the other. Now, we know that for heavy-duty vehicles, hydrogen is a reliable option so as to address the difficulties that are linked with e-mobility. The difficulties of e-mobility are focused on infrastructure. Now, transport is not only passenger transportation, but also freight. And we know that e-mobility is faced with a lot of challenges in practice. So we hope that hydrogen technology will be able to address these difficulties. I would say that hydrogen technology is an improved or can provide an improved e-mobility. We have less requirements for charging infrastructure. At the ministry, we have drafted a plan to integrate e-mobility in urban transport, and already 250 buses are being planned for Athens and Thessaloniki. We have some 140 e-buses in operation already, and they provide a different vision of the overall urban transport. In Thessaloniki, 25% of buses are e-vehicles, but we also see some practical boundaries in terms of charging infrastructure or connection with the current network. So we are taking steps for the day after, which is hydrogen. In the previous weeks, together with my friend Nikos Davos, we carried out a pilot operation of a hydrogen bus in some Greek cities, Athena, Kozani, and Patras. And already there is a financial instrument or financing instrument that is linked to the creation of a depot for the Athens Urban Transport Agency, in cooperation with large companies that have the know-how and the willingness to take this a step ahead. For example, Motor Oil. We are working with Motor Oil for this OC depot. So we are trying through this partnership to take stock of all our needs and to map the steps that need to be taken in order to embrace this new technology. When I came to this ministry in March 2021, I was faced with a very difficult venture, the supply of those 250 e-buses and many other challenges. But what was the main challenge? The main challenge was that after 2007 was the last year we had bought new buses. So so there had been 15 years of no tendering, and we had lost the know-how of setting up such tenders. We didn't have the expertise anymore for the buses, the maintenance, and all these items that needed to be considered. The 250 e-buses were a different technology, a shift to a new technology, and it was a challenge for us because we had never used e-buses in our organizations. This was a lot of work, and it also meant a lot of risk. What the country should have done was it should have used 30 buses in Athens and 30 in Thessaloniki as a pilot for the future, because if 140 buses prove to be a failure in Athens, this doesn't mean that you didn't use your resources in the right way. It means also that you are lacking, you have a lack of 140 buses. We didn't have this luxury, and fortunately, we didn't face this failure, but it was a great risk. Right now, we are preparing a tender initially for 50 buses, but we're trying to raise the number to 100 buses so as to cover both cities. These are hydrogen buses, and step by step, apart from the e-buses that will also have a new tender of 700 buses, e-buses. So step by step, we want to integrate hydrogen buses in our everyday life. One could say that the 250 e-buses plus 700 e-buses plus the 300 natural gas buses plus some leasing operations, etc., we could say that we are okay. We don't need to do anything more with our buses, because we're about to renew 100% of our fleet in the two large cities. But after so much work that has been done, after integrating hydrogen buses in our everyday life, we can say that we are placing trust in this new technology, and we hope to pave the way for other organizations of the private sector that have not yet started considering hydrogen. And this will have a multiplier effect in commercial transport. Today we have a very old fleet of trucks, and because of the fleet being too old and not competitive, freight costs are very high in Greece compared to our neighboring countries, and a lot of freight companies at the northern or eastern border are taking work from Greek operators. So it may sound ambitious, but we are ambitious. We would even like to export know-how to the private sector, support it and work with it in a targeted way, so as to create a positive footprint in commercial transport as well, in freight, because this is also a priority for the next period. Thank you very much. Mr. Davos spoke about the benefits that hydrogen power can have in transport. We do not have any more time for this panel. Thank you for joining us.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον Γενικό.
Would like to thank the Secretary General we're well aware that he took time out of no time that is at his possession to be here. We'll now move on to a module on the challenges of maritime industry during its decarbonization and energy transition journey. Moderator Ariadne Psimara, as was the case last year, she moderated the panel there too, and we'd like to thank her for being here today and for being present and supporting our effort today.
Ναι. Νομίζω δεν ακουγόμαστε. Καλησπέρα σας.
Hello. In this panel, we will talk about the challenges of the maritime industry in the decarbonization pathway. We have representatives of the academia, Mr. Dimitris Lirilidis from the National Technical University of Athens, Professor, Dr. Yorgos Skevis, Dr. Kyriakos Panopoulos, who is a principal researcher, and from the maritime business, Dr. Yorgos Skevis, who is the general manager of Kleos. In this panel, we would like to demonstrate the strategies and the challenges for the maritime industry ahead of the decarbonization. The EU rules, together with the IMO rules, shape a regulatory framework that calls for extensive shifts. Together with the Professor Liridis, we will try to review the regulatory framework. Good morning on my part. I'm very happy to be here today. Congratulations for the panel. Let's start with a summary, for an overview of the maritime business. When we're talking about the shipping industry, this entails many sectors. There's Trump shipping, that is charter market shipping, and the liner market. And we are differentiating between those because in the charter market, there are many carriers, many freights, and none of those two can affect the market. The fares for the shipping businesses are the same for all. And thus, these shipping industries and corporations trying to cut costs, and they don't have money to invest in new technologies. And in the liner business, companies operate as joint ventures. And as soon as partnerships, joint ventures were forbidden, prohibited, there were 15 companies around the world that are managing the freight and the container shipping. They determine the fares as well as the profit made out of it. And they have a large margin of profit. A second benefit of the liners is that they have specific lines. If there is any endeavor to decarbonize a line, they can invest in the harbors where they operate. If there is a Malaysia-Rotterdam liner line, they can invest in a specific fuel. A small company that owns 20 ships, has a tanker, and operates in Greece, and then in Spain, and then in Indonesia, they can't be certain that if they invest in methanol or hydrogen, they will be able to find refueling stations everywhere. There are serious problems that make differentiations between the shipping sectors, and therefore the decarbonization attempt differs. And well, the maritime business and the liners do face the coastal shipping does face a great challenge in terms of decarbonization. We're not talking about the Ro-Ro ships, we're not talking about dedicated ships at harbors. So when we talk about the shipping industry, we should bear in mind that there are various sectors, and the ship is not independent of the harbor. It is part of a supply chain, of a value chain, so to speak, that involves harbors, because for a ship to operate, it needs to have the infrastructure of a harbor available. Decarbonizing a shipping sector means decarbonizing a harbor and its infrastructure. There is, of course, the EU Fit for 55 that was mentioned earlier today. There are regulations and directives in place. Regulations are directly implemented, whereas the directives are transposed into the Greek law. And then there are regulations by the IMO, the International Maritime Organization, which determines regulations on the at a maritime level. It is sometimes stringent and sometimes less stringent than the European Commission. And then there is so to speak, a gentleman's agreement as to the regulations that take effect because of policies, because of the mindset of the climate change, of the non-government organizations. Regulations are overambitious. And if we want to be realistic, we should say that the targets set for the shipping industry, 50% reduction of CO2 emissions, 70% until 2050, are perhaps overambitious, and we should maybe revisit them, bearing always in mind that we shouldn't disrupt the worldwide trade. What does it mean? A ship that closed the Suez Canal for just a couple of days, it turned the global commerce topsy-turvy for several months. Look at the Houthi attacks that are disrupting the shipping operations. We should bear in mind all those factors when talking about the shipping industry.
Let us go on to Mr. Panopoulos and listen to his presentation about green fuels for ships, new generations. He's going to speak about two projects.
Τώρα ακούγουμε, σαν με τα οποία καταπιανόμαστε.
These are two indicative projects that I think cover some issues that we could discuss later on. I'd like to start by saying that hydrogen in shipping is a part, accounts for a part of the hydrogen value chain. Still, the EU Commission is placing a lot of emphasis on hydrogen being used in shipping. Hydrogen as an energy carrier needs to be transportable. So there's a lot of focus being placed on hydrogen. Right now, I have here in red that fuel cells and batteries may be in the forefront, also methanol and hydrogen. Later on, we will hear about ammonia by the Professor Marnelos on these technologies. So you have all these alternative fuels. Now, when we say that we want to use hydrogen in ships, we probably mean liquefied hydrogen, but you also have the alternatives of ammonia and methanol. Of course, you have fuel cells and batteries that work as carriers. Now, I don't want to talk about the theoretical aspects. This is an academic way to explain how fuel cells work. I'd rather go on to speak about the H2 Marine project. What works well in vehicles needs to be adjusted so as to work in shipping as well. You have some large players, EPFL, EH Group, ThyssenKrupp. They are manufacturing fuel cells that have to be robust, meaning that they can cover many thousands of hours of operation. And after some projects were carried out, it was shown that you need a lot of tests of the use of hydrogen on ships because of the movements, the strength tests that are needed. I forgot to mention also Kleos and Klube. Anyway, today, methanol is in the forefront. It has already managed to be used in internal combustion engines of ships. So in a way, we have been able to use clean energy on ships. I heard previous speakers say that most CO2 is emitted from fossil fuels like titan, but you also have biogenic CO2 emissions. This is what remains from biogas. And of course, biogenic CO2 is cleaner than fossil fuel. In the Mare project, with the participation of Maersk and MAN, and with the participation also of Air Liquide, which has a technology for methanol production. In this Mare project, we are studying the use of methanol in shipping. I will not talk about the conclusions of this project, and I will end by saying about these two interesting projects that they are only two of a series of very interesting projects. Okay, let us go on to shipping. Mr. Skevy, what is the importance of these clean gases?
Thank you. I'd like to thank the organizers for having me here today among two distinguished colleagues, if I may call them colleagues, representing two sectors, starting with the following. When the maritime, there are many particularities. There are various challenges ahead, but we're talking about big, large challenges, technical challenges that we are tackling together with the academia and the engineers. Well, there is no single maritime and shipping industry. Solutions that might be available for the for batteries and electrification in the maritime business cannot be applied in the seafaring vessels that Klaus is representing, such as seagoing vessels of the Livanos and the Onassis corporations. A large tanker is actually a non-connected island that is moving around the globe. It does not have access to cheap energy, does not have access to green energy, and the fuel is the largest operation cost. A large ship needs 50 tons of fuel every day. The shipping industry uses up to 98%, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Liridis, a heavy fuel that nobody else would like to use. It actually controls the price, which is rather low. This is no excuse. Of course, the maritime industry is trying to do the best possible decarbonization. And we're talking about decarbonization of the seagoing ships is not shifting to new fuels. It is all about combining fuels. The share of reducing CO2 emissions, that is 75% of 75% of 2040, if I'm not mistaken. And then we have three available instruments in our disposal. First of all, to increase energy efficiency. The maritime industry is a sector that is not traditionally trying to tackle any efficiency issues. And of course, efficiency could be a solution. Before I move on to fuels, I would like to talk about another solution that is linked to the next panel as well, and has to do with the carbon sequestration, with carbon storage, capture. On board, there are rules for the sequestration of nitrogen, of sulfur, and of course a lot of technical work needs to take place to achieve that. When it comes to fuel, now there are many pathways we can take with many restrictions. Let's not forget the space restriction and the safety restrictions and specifications on board of a ship. A ship operates based on a heavy but efficient fuel. Coming to the hydrogen question, when we're talking about hydrogen, as rightly said, we're not talking about necessarily about clean hydrogen, although it has been suggested as a solution. If you look at the technological advancements, you can see that there are ideas about the cracking of fuel to produce hydrogen on board, which hydrogen can be sent to the internal combustion engine, which with a little bit hydrogen can change its efficiency and then burn less fuel. Methanol, as Kyriakos correctly said when we're discussing among ourselves, methanol is 3 molecules of a very expensive thing and 1 molecule of rubbish. Methanol could be a very good solution for the maritime industry. If you look at the data, 70% of the ships built within 2024 that would use alternative fuels will use methanol. The shipping is moving towards methanol, but let's not forget that, as is the case with all fuels, there are three basic parameters. One is availability, and the second one is the price. Fuels that will not be the brown fuel will not be determined by shipping anymore, and third is distribution. And there are then a series of other secondary technical issues that need to be resolved. Okay, I will just leave it there, and yes, since we don't have that much time, Mr. Liridis, would you like to add something in terms of hydrogen as the shipping fuel and its transport? I would be happy to do so. All these fuels are available, provided they are green. If methanol is not green, there's no sense in talking about it, and the regulation has to, and the ETSs from the shipping industry, the credits are gained when not using fossil fuel. We are measuring the CO2 emissions from the time on board until these fuels are burned. This is not a convenient way to calculate it, but then again, the basic problem of fuels is availability. Secondly, the price when it comes to green fuels, and in terms of hydrogen, the problem is that you need great capacity and huge capacity to transport it. So if it will be used in seagoing vessels, it would be used as liquefied at minus 250 degrees, which is linked to certain problems that have to do with the containers used. And we are also looking into liquefied hydrogen carriers, which is extremely difficult because the container itself, keeping hydrogen at minus 250 over a large time is very difficult. Ammonia could be a solution, but it's rather very toxic. Even the hydrogen slip is considered now a greenhouse gas. And there are several major problems. I think a lot of time will go by until we see seagoing vessels using hydrogen. In my view, hydrogen will be used in dedicated vessels, combined hydrogen consumption. Seafaring industry will use biomethanol or other biogas combinations. And the Greek rural vessels will use methanol, green methanol, or other type of methanol. We have to look into that. We could be able to address that through the ship passport scheme. And smaller vessels can use electricity over shorter distances. And where liners have their own way to decarbonize, Maersk opted in for methanol. Other companies could opt for other uses. In terms of bulk carriers and tankers, that is the Greek case, we have to expect that liquefied natural gas and liquefied biogas could be a solution, together with other measures of energy efficiency that, of course, help, but it is of less help in terms of decarbonization. Well, Mr. Panopoulos, this green journey in the shipping industry costs companies a lot of money, and they do need help. This is not sustainable if financed from them themselves. What are the plans of the European Union in terms of decarbonization in the shipping industry?
Maybe I could share the research agenda and also some demonstration projects. A large part is about the Greek industry. So demonstration projects are an area of focus. Also, the integration of technology development, shipyards are an important part. The EU wants to avoid importing technology to create a hydrogen market or a market of renewable fuels. So integration is an important part. Ports and bunkering are an area of focus right now. Although Greece has a dominant role in shipping, some foreign ports in the Netherlands and Germany have been pioneers already in integrating such fuels. In the Nordic countries as well. That's true. You have different thematic areas. You have liquefied hydrogen, and there is a project that is being moderated by Hydrus. So they are experts in bunkering technology. Let me also add that another important issue is cold ironing. From the harbor to the ship. That is also a regulatory prerequisite. Exactly. So you see that the port plays an important role here. Now, Mr. Skebits, how will the targets to reduce emissions by 2030 in shipping be met, and also the targets for 2050? They will not be met. No, we should be optimistic here. This is not a question of black or white. Let us first define what a target is. You have a trajectory to reduce emissions as the one set by IMO. And this entails progression, because I will agree that the targets are very hard to meet. And maybe we are expecting too much from shipping, since I am not advertising for shipping now, but shipping accounts for 3% of CO2 emissions, and due to slow steaming, this has been reduced. So we expect it to reduce these emissions by 70% or even 100%, where other industries are still increasing their emissions. So this is one point. Of course, green fuels play an important part, and if I had to take something home today, I would say it is step-by-step changes. We are talking about an industry that is hard to move. It moves at 10 miles per hour. And to conclude, Mr. Loridis said something I agree with. We talk about methanol, ammonia, but we should always bear in mind that these fuels have a very low to zero carbon footprint. Ammonia has a carbon footprint, and ammonia does not ammonia that does not come from green hydrogen has a higher footprint than mazout. So the first thing is greening. That needs time. A second issue is that ships have huge internal combustion engines. They are huge. They are whole buildings. So it is not so easy to change those engines. And they also have a very long life cycle. So we need a progressive decarbonization. Biomethane is a good solution. Biomethanol is also a good solution until we reach green methanol. And it may seem easy to substitute a fuel, but it is not. You do not need only pilot projects, and here I'd like to stress the good work that is being done. You need to test these things in practice first. And although we are in a hydrogen forum, I would like to address the fact that for a large group of ships, such as tankers, biofuels may be a solution. They may be at an early stage, but they should be considered. Of course, you may say that we need to decide at some point, but we do not have to decide on one fuel alone. It may be a number of fuels that will be used. It's also a question of partnerships with energy providers, I guess. Most of them will go to aviation. Well, aviation will get the good fuels and shipping the bad ones. We are within our time schedule. I'd like to add something. I have been listening to the discussions today very carefully. There seems to be a political will. Maybe this is a self-fulfilling prophecy, but there is a proactive policy. You have the industry that is following suit and investing, but what is unacceptable is that we do not have the legislative framework yet in place. So we're talking about greening of ports, etc., but you still have not resolved the legislative issue. And this is unacceptable to have a bureaucracy that goes against the policy. Okay, so with small steps, we will green shipping as well.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ την
Thank you very much, Ariadne Psimara, for the moderation of this great panel. Now, in the same thematic area, we will have Mr. Giorgos Marnelos, a professor at the University of Thessaloniki, green ammonia and methanol as hydrogen carriers, production, uses and prospects. You have the floor, Professor.
Λοιπόν, καλησπέρα.
Hello.
First of all, I would like to thank Energy Press for this invitation. I was very happy to accept it. It is a very impressive event with very interesting discussions, and when you are among the last speakers, you're wondering whether others have addressed the topics you're going to talk about.
Όχι. Μέχρι να περιμένουμε τώρα το... Λοιπόν, ήθελα να κάνω ένα σχόλιο.
Allow me an introductory remark. We listened to the ministers and the Secretary General's input, and I do understand that on the one hand there is a certain planning as to whether we will go ahead with hydrogen. At the same time, they're looking into buying 100 hydrogen-powered buses. I don't understand how these can be combined. You know, not having hydrogen as a priority and then buying buses. Anyway, hydrogen is used here to help develop renewables. It is an instrument that will help us to address this mismatch between the supply and the demand. There is plenty potential in terms of renewables. What we need to do is harness it. In order to do that, we need to use a certain technique to store it, and the technique that has the greatest storage capacity over a long period of time, and that would enable us to use it when we want, is electrochemical storage. And we're talking about hydrogen and its products. As Mr. Panopoulos previously has shown in the hydrogen's value chain, we do produce hydrogen. At a certain point, we need to store it and then transport it for end use. As you know, from the Mendeleev table, hydrogen is at the top right corner. That is one of the lightest elements on the planet, which means that it has a very low density. In order to make it, to put it this way, in order to store hydrogen, I have to overcompress it so that it is purposeful in terms of its volume. I will not talk about hydrogen, I will talk about liquids. And with liquids, I mean ammonia and methanol. And perhaps we can produce hydrogen everywhere, but generally speaking, in the future, there will be restrictions in place. In Europe, for example, there is a medium renewables. There is an average renewable resource available, but there is not that much space available. Somewhere worldwide, hydrogen will be generated, produced, and then transported where the demand is. Europe will be a source of demand. To store hydrogen, there are various technologies. We talked about compressed hydrogen. To those that are not aware of that, we're talking about 350 to 700 bar of compression, and when we're talking about liquefied, we have to take it down to minus 250 degrees. And there are other ways to store hydrogen. Some of those use ammonia and methanol. And the concept is to generate hydrogen, and instead of storing it and carrying as hydrogen, I convert it into ammonia or methanol, and later on I use that fuel as methanol or ammonia, or convert it to hydrogen. And we are interested in the round-trip efficiency, the efficiency over the entire life cycle: hydrogen, ammonia, hydrogen, and then power production, power generation, or any other application I might be interested in. The good thing is that we are very good at connecting hydrogen with ammonia and methanol. Apart from refineries that are large off-takers of hydrogen, other industries that use large hydrogen is ammonia synthesis and methanol synthesis. We know how to move from ammonia to hydrogen and vice versa. Ammonia is the second widely used product worldwide. It is used in fertilizers, and there are other uses as well in pharmaceutical products, in explosive materials, and we now claim that it can be used as fuel, 243 million tons per year. 500 million tons of CO2 are produced. For every ton of ammonia, 2 tons of CO2 are emitted. So, is it worth it to use ammonia in order to green this field, to use hydrogen in order to green this field? Of course, because this is 1% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. Do you remember what Mr. Skevis said previously, that the shipping industry makes 3% of the worldwide emissions? And I can build ammonia in many ways, using biogas, and I can connect it to the usability of biogas. I will just focus on the upper chart. The only thing I do is how I produce hydrogen. And this is what takes CO2 out of ammonia synthesis. And if I do it in a green way, I can obtain green ammonia. My dissertation was exactly on that, how I can move on to the electrochemical synthesis of ammonia instead of using carbon and various steps. When will I reach a specific cost that would be similar to ammonia production combined with carbon sequestration in order to produce blue ammonia, just like blue hydrogen? When will this be similar and comparable by 2030? When the costs of the electrolyzers will come down, and electrolyzers the electrolyzer cost needs to go down, and hydrogen production in this part makes 90% of the cost. And look at the at the table to the right, the typical energy consumption for ammonia production. The conventional method is 28 to 29 gigajoule per ton ammonia. I cannot reduce that any further because, as you see here, this is the thermogenic power of ammonia. I cannot decrease it further, as said, whereas, look at the last row of the table, producing hydrogen through electrolysis, ammonia from high-temperature electrolysis, that would make us competitive to conventional ammonia production, is use high-temperature electrolysis for hydrogen, and this requires less power. What is very interesting is also this table. What is the round-trip efficiency if I move from hydrogen to ammonia, and then I ship ammonia, and I use ammonia on board, and then with a solid oxide fuel cell, the SOFC, I can power my ship in the first instance. That is 21 to 26% round-trip efficiency, whereas in the second instance it's much better. What is what's not good here is that these solid oxide fuel cells are high in temperature and are less technologically advanced compared to other electrolysis or fuel cell technologies. What do researchers predict? That ammonia production will be 3 times higher by 2050, 4 times higher, and coming from renewables. And what is its use going to be? The fertilizers will be there. We do need them for our food production system, but we do need ammonia as a fuel in the shipping industry and usage of ammonia as a hydrogen energy carrier. Do I have time left? Okay, that was it. Just want to talk about ammonia. Methanol was addressed by the gentleman before. I had carried out a presentation about methanol. It is the 4th product, merchandise, commodity in terms of transport capacity. It can be produced through many ways. There are several options, more than by ammonia. And what I try to do here is to imitate nature. Nature captures CO2, water and sun. And this is what we're trying to do, to harness the solar power, take water, convert it into hydrogen, combine it with CO2 and get biomethanol. And you can have an idea of the costs here. We are, of course, it is more costly than producing methanol from fossil fuels, but it all boils down to the cost of producing hydrogen. If hydrogen, green hydrogen, is generated at $2 to $3 per ton, per kilo, then we can claim that we will be able to level the cost of methanol production right now using conventional means. And you can look at the predictability. 5 times the production by 2050. Let me wrap it up. Apart from hydrogen, ladies and gentlemen, we need to pay attention to its products that are ammonia and methanol. For example, the technology is there. We can use it. And as a matter of fact, ammonia and methanol, because of their different uses, can help hard-to-abate sectors. And therefore their production will be 4 times higher because of new applications that will be added to the existing ones. Technologies for green ammonia and methanol are there as well, at a higher cost, of course, right now. The best case would be to take immediate steps. That is, whether we could do everything on an electrochemical reactor, and this would achieve higher efficiency. How can we now make those methanol and ammonia production technologies very competitive through large-scale, through scale effects, and bringing down the electrolyzer cost? And on the other hand, we can increase the CO2 emission rights. And I will agree with the professor that spoke earlier about that, about the demand and the alignment of the regulation, of the legislation, and then subsidies should be provided after 2030 for conventional CCS technologies. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ τον κύριο Μαρέλο. Νομίζω ότι ήταν
Thank you very much, Professor. I heard a lot of useful facts. Now we will go on to the next panel that will be moderated by Kostas Deligiannis, a journalist. 40 minutes are envisaged for this panel.
Wherever you like. Συνεχίζουμε με την 8η και πρώτη τελευταία ενότητα.
We will proceed to this next model about CCS technologies as a driver for the decarbonization of Greek industry and the development of the hydrogen economy. We have the pleasure to have representatives of front runners in Greece, so they will inform us about where we stand in this respect. Thank you, all four of you, for being with us. Mrs. Maria Ritagali, she is the CEO of DESPA. Aris Tsikouras, Group Decarbonization Strategy Director of Titan. Mr. Kyriakou is Head of Industrial Installations of Elefsina of Hellenic Energy. And Mr. Yorgos Daskalakis, Strategy Division, Head of Technology Department, Motor Oil. We will start with Mrs. Maria Ritagali. And I would like to ask you to describe the CCS hub that is being developed by DESFA. It is combined with the Energian project for Prinos.
Thank you very much, and it's really a pleasure to be in a conference that has a title, Hydrogen and Green Gases. So let's say every year we had a new building block, let's say looking at the solutions that the gas technologies and the gas industry can, let's say, deploy in order to, let's say, achieve the target of the decarbonization. Before talking about specifically our project, a few considerations about, let's say, the potential in general for CCS, not only in Greece, but of course in Europe. And what are some of the critical factors that will be necessary, not only from the economic, but also from the technological perspective to be able to achieve a solution about carbon capture and sequestration. If we look only at Attica, the region around Athens, emits approximately 9 million tons of CO2 per year. This number may mean nothing, but of course is a huge number and represents a significant portion of the overall emission of Greece. So capturing and removing from the atmosphere these 9 million tons of CO2 at prices that are at cost, in this case we're talking about costs which are affordable, it's certainly something extremely important for the, let's say, competitiveness of our industry. Of course, let's say, Greece, I have to say, is really a front runner in this respect because there are already many companies, let's say 3 of which, of course, are here with us today that have been working a lot, and there are already, let's say, companies which have obtained European financing, innovation fund in order to develop their carbon sequestration technologies. But one of the, let's say, crucial element necessary to succeed is the availability of an overall integrated infrastructure. And this is something on which the European Commission has highlighted the need of developing in Europe an infrastructure for the transportation and the storage of the CO2 which is captured in the European strategy which has been published at the beginning of this year, which is for the first time a full document which the European Commission has issued in relation to CO2 sequestration. And very critical, just to give a number and why it's important to have infrastructure, is that Prinos, of which we are a partner in the context of the Greek PCI, has a carbon sequestration capacity at maximum approximately 3 million tons per year. And immediately you can see that 9 million tons of Attica cannot find a solution only through Prinos. So that's why we started looking at how we can develop a system in which, in a way, is simply specular and reproduce conceptually what has been done more than 25 years, 35 years ago in Greece and more than 70 years ago in other countries for natural gas. So a system in which emission from different emitters can be gathered through pipelines, can be delivered in a single liquefaction point, and through, let's say, a single liquefaction plant be loaded on big ships that, in a more cost-competitive manner, will be able to bring this liquid CO2, of course, to Prinos, but also to other storage facilities. So this is the concept and the model in which we are working now since more than almost a couple of years by now, both technical economic studies. We have obtained a financing under the RRF scheme for the pipeline network, and we are also looking, hopefully, to receive support from the Commission under the Innovation Fund. Our goal is really to create a logistic solution that help reduce the cost, because the CO2 sequestration, carbon capture and sequestration will be successful if we can make it cost efficient. And so the goal is to look at synergies, to look at integration, to look at avoiding redundancies, to reduce the cost and make this option something viable for the industries and for the country.
Κρατάω αυτό που είπατε για την υποδομή μεταφοράς.
It was very interesting to hear that we do need to integrate the value chain in CCS. So what about Titan and Kamari Viotias? Where is the project standing right now? Thank you for the invitation, and I would like to speak about Iphaistos and CCS. I will start by saying how important CCS is for the cement industry. The cement industry is one of the hard-to-abate industries, meaning that the production of cement entails processes where at least 60 to 70% of carbon emissions cannot be avoided. You need to do something about those emissions. And CCS for industry has been recognized as one of the most important solutions in the decarbonization process in the last years. Now, CCS, on the one hand, is something new, but on the other hand, it's been around for 30 years. There have been CCS units around the world for some decades now, so there is expertise. And the cement industry has an important role to play here. Let me go on to speak about Titan. We have a very ambitious goal to reduce our carbon footprint. It is 30% by 2030 and net zero by 2050. This is our target. So that is why we developed the Iphaistos project. It is the largest of its kind in Europe. We're talking about the sequestration of 1.9 million tons of carbon per year in Kamari in two phases, pre and post-combustion. That is the first step. The second step is it will be liquefied and transported in specially equipped ships. Then it will be transported for storage to Prinos or to any other unit that will have the capacity. Until now, the Iphaistos project has received funding from the EU. We have signed the grant agreement with the Innovation Fund, And right now, we are working on the maturity of the project in terms of technology, regulations, and we are we're working together with all our partners because CCS is a series of steps that need to be taken so as for it to be commercially viable. Do you have an indicative timeline? Well, it depends on many factors. You need to have the storage area, you need the ships, you need the infrastructure. But what we try to do is to have it ready by 2028 or 2029. Mr. Kyriakou, what are the plans of Hellenic Energy in terms of CCS and for Elefsina? It is a great pleasure for me to participate in a panel such as this one with such important personalities. There is no doubt that energy transition is a one-way road. There's always something of concern to us that this transition is not only a monofactorial issue. Of course, you want to improve your carbon footprint, but at the same time, we need to ensure safe and reliable access to energy products. And at the end of the day, you need also affordable solutions. Against this backdrop, Hellenic Energy has designed a plan, and we believe that we can be part of the solution for the next 20 to 30 years. Now, let me become more specific and get back to your question. This plan entails a series of activities in renewables, but also investment in industrial facilities, investment to produce renewable fuels, so Scope 3 CO2, but also investment in the heart of processes. There we are talking about Scope 1 and 2. And since we're talking about heavy industry, and it is hard to abate industry also, so carbon capture technologies are can be very beneficial for such industries. Now, let me go on to talk about Elefsina. Carbon or CO2 is generated from the energy used in Elefsina, and there we have some considerable investment to improve energy efficiency, to use fuels with a better carbon footprint. Also, digital tools can help monitor the procedures better, but there are also some processes that generate CO2, such as the hydrogen production process. For us, this is a stream that is instrumental in the operation of the facility. So you have a high temperature catalyst, you have the hydrocarbon, you break it down to the hydrogen, and it is there that we want to create a carbon capture unit that will capture the carbon. This unit produces 40% of CO2 of the whole Elefsina facilities. With a targeted investment, we will have a major benefit. So we are going to install carbon capture unit. We will capture carbon by 90%. We will store it. We will have a buffer storage unit. Then in Elefsina. And then it will be used in geological areas. So this is the whole scheme. And we are targeting 2029, 2030 to conclude this project as long as all the other requirements are met. This whole venture may seem very simple. It is not at all simple. There are a lot of challenges. There are some comments off the microphone. So there are great challenges. You said that by intervening in that process of hydrogen production, you can reduce the footprint of the whole refinery. Mr. Daskalakis' project Tiles at Motor Oil is also targeting the creation of blue hydrogen.
Exactly. It is the similar concept to the to Ellinika Petralia. We started 2020 examining those technologies, and we relatively shortly understood that this is the field where we have a benefit and we can reduce our footprint. A rather introvert process, corporate internal process. We passed the first stage of application that was not successful with the Innovation Fund, and we understood that in parallel to this project, other synergies are available that can give new life to the project. There were two projects. EFIRA was the one on the construction of a 30 megawatt electrolyzer. Just think about that Yara has built a 20 megawatt electrolyzer. We had already 30 megawatt, and then a second project for the entire ecosystem. Based on that concept, the IRIS started being formed, and because of the circumstances with EFIRA and the legislative framework, we were able to fulfill the requirement in the market for methanol, the demand for methanol. It was a very important step for us because it has given us impetus to deal with another subject matter, a topic that 1 year before was not in our radar. We were well aware of the difficulties of electrochemical production of methanol. We were well aware of the difficulties linked to the production of green hydrogen. But looking at it from another standpoint, different standpoint, these projects could materialize. Well, there are many factors that need to be coordinated, which are upstream, so to speak, in terms of the regulatory framework and all factors that create an environment for such a project. And then there are other issues that are directly associated with the offtake agreements for CO2, for hydrogen, methanol. Let's not forget that there is a requirement, there is demand for green energy. Things are underway, and I think we will be able to speed it up. Engineering is perhaps the most linear of those. Other issues around IRIS are more difficult. The logic is similar. It is a highly integrated project within the refinery. We produce, of course, blue hydrogen, and we sequester it post-combustion in order to fulfill the very low footprint of hydrogen, 70% lower than the 72% lower than the ETS benchmark and 40% lower than the taxonomy benchmark. This is 53 kilos of dioxide. In order for the product that will be placed in the market to fulfill the demand and the requirements for this project. The hydrogen unit is 25% of our, makes 25% of our emissions. This is the setting we find ourselves in and the progress of the project 3 years on. An indicative realization plan 28-29. From what has been said, I keep what Ms. Galli said, that we need a transport and storage infrastructure. And as you all said, it is indeed a chain. The projects are just one part of the chain, but you also need the infrastructure around them. Having said that, what are the challenges for creating the value chain in Greece, and what are the perspectives? What is the outlook as well? And within this question, let's not forget that in February, the European Union has published its strategy. How do you see that as industries that are at the forefront of this? Ms. Galli.
Well, let's say, as you mentioned, one of the critical factor of success of this technology all over in the world is the availability of reservoirs where the CO2 can be stored. And the other one is to make sure that the cost of the various pieces of the value chain, from the capturing to the transportation, eventually liquefaction and storage, are minimized as much as possible, because at the end, until we will be able to do utilization of fossil CO2, we're talking about, let's say, a cost. And so we are all focusing on reducing the cost. Let's say, we know that countries in Northern Europe have a better access historically to depleted fields, and in fact the industry for CCS is developing in Northern Europe, from Belgium, Denmark, UK, of course, which is at the forefront. The Mediterranean Sea so far, in particular, if we only look at storages that are within EU, we only have the two projects of Greece and Italy, Prinos and Ravenna, which are important projects. So, of course, it's good to be on the map. It's good to have projects that are going to be financed and developed. But it's also important that we start looking at how to establish international cooperations and ways of expanding the European regulatory framework in terms of the rules for the storage, also to countries which are, for instance, we think about Egypt in particular, but other countries in the southern side of the Mediterranean Sea, where the hydrocarbon production has been historically very important, and many fields are already in the depleted state. There are big fields which are going to be depleted. So a critical element is really to create also the right incentives. If I think about the storages, the incentive is for the upstreamers. For them, it's a huge opportunity for those who have been producing oil and gas, because they will have the possibility to reutilize an investment, not to dismantle completely existing platforms and infrastructures. And so bringing on board the majors, the oil and gas companies, certainly it's going to be a winning factor. To do so, they need to have the proper incentive scheme, and not only financially, but not to be considered the enemy in this case, to be considered those who are helping to find this kind of solution. And as you said, with the European strategy, a big focus has been given to infrastructures to avoid, let's say, a distortion of competitiveness among European countries, amongst those countries which can have better access in the north to depleted fields, and industries in the south that have to struggle for more limited storage capacity. So we are really convinced that we will see a more let's say, strategic and coordinated approach toward the development of infrastructures in Europe, also with the new Commission. It will most likely be on their top priority on the table. At least I hope so.
Thank you very much. Κύριε Τσικούρα, η κυρία Γκάλη μίλησε για το...
Ms. Gali talked about the cost, the infrastructure, talked about the coordination at the European level. What are the challenges that you see? Well, at the EU level, it is very positive that the challenges are being recognized, identified, the challenges that the value chain is confronted with. And there are initiatives, regulatory initiatives and legislative initiatives that go faster forward. If you consider that the first directive was drafted that the CCS directive was drafted some 15 years ago, there is a net zero initiative, the act that was endorsed some weeks ago, the strategy referred to, and all this is being transposed into national law. And there are then initiatives among member states to facilitate the transport along the value chain. There is a regulatory movement within the European Union. And looking at Greece and at where we stand right now, many initiatives are being taken. CCS directive has become a national law since many years, and there are other things that need to happen as well. Namely, access terms should be clear. Terms of access to storage facilities, and as Ms. Galli rightly said, the Mediterranean area is not that lucky as the northern European area. If you look at the capacity of carbon storage, then in the Mediterranean, this is 10%. We have to utilize what is available at the best possible way. Storage is the first one, and secondly, a level playing field in terms of access to storage facilities and reservoirs. And the third technical aspect is to have coherent standards in terms of carbon capture. Last but not least, there should be a clear definition as to the billing scheme to avoid physical monopolies that operate in a regulated market. These are the major problems I see and challenges. Of course, there are coordination issues across the value chain. I think that the state can play a significant role, as is the case abroad. Make sure that the different projects are associated along the timeline. Perhaps interoperability, yes, indeed. Then there are licensing issues that need to be addressed. There is a lot of work that needs to be done. But I do believe that there's the will from the side of the European Union, as well as from the Greek state, and from all project stakeholders. Let's not forget that we are at a happy place right now, where the Greek value chain has a valuation of more than 700 million euros in funding. If we are able to utilize that, this provides us a comparative advantage. Mr. Kyriakos, the challenges that we have to address in terms of the value chain, I think I will build on what the previous speakers said and just argue that the best way to make the most out of a value chain is to be healthy from its beginning, from the outset. We were happy to see that many issues that weren't settled have been dealt with through the new ICM directive that was announced. This addresses issues such as how a right business plan can be supported. Rightly so, because this endeavor has to be amortized from the CO2 cost or the avoided that accompanies it. When there are fluctuations in CO2, you cannot build a healthy, a robust business plan and end up with a project that is that actually exceeds its budget. And then it's the regulatory framework. And I'm talking about large carbon capture and storage schemes, where even the technical part that will support licensing is not clear yet. And then there are issues linked to the licensing part, not the technical part, in terms of the communication with the local communities. Citizens hear carbon capture and transport of carbon that are concepts that are not familiar. If we're not able to communicate the benefits of this technology to the communities, there will be indeed major problems in the licensing process, not in terms of technicalities, but in terms of the support by the community. And I do agree that, of course, this value chain is very complex. If we do not standardize it, and if we end up talking about segmented value chains with sub-value chains, then I guess this becomes a highly complex issue. And then, since this value chain, of course, every one of us sees its own part, has many interfaces. A regulatory framework should be in place that resolves the problems between interfaces. The sequestration facility, between that and the next stakeholder for capture and storage, whether these will be issued within a state or between states, it's an issue. And then the mass balance, these are several aspects. The ICM that was published in February provides a way forward, but we need to standardize it and move on to this in this direction.
Mr. Daskalakis, do you also see challenges in the licensing procedure? Surely there are. There are issues, if not licensing issues, then at least regulatory issues throughout the chain. And there's also a question to what extent the large number of legislative instruments from the EU can be integrated in government operations. And I do not mean signing instruments here, but creating the structures that are needed to face all the issues that Mrs. Galli also mentioned. So the question is, whether there will be an organized way to go about these things without leaving open questions. We have a delayed transposition of directives that should be considered. On the other hand, we have actual investments that need to follow a certain timeline. The radio example is a clear example. It makes you think that I have to consider all parameters. I should even bear that in mind in the social account. Thank you very much, Mr. Daskalakis. Thank you all for participating in this panel. Mr. Kyriakou said that Greek companies, through competitive procedures, have been able to tap on about 700 million funding. And we're talking about actual investments, actual projects that by the end of this decade will bear fruit. Thank you for participating.
Ναι, λοιπόν, μπαίνουμε στην τελευταία ενότητα.
We have reached the last panel that will have a duration of about 30 minutes. I would like to thank all those who have remained here in the room, and many others are following our event online. We're talking about currently existing investment activities. We're talking also about challenges. So opportunities, prospects, and challenges for the domestic production of biogas, biomethane, and bio-LNG. And I have a panel of ladies. This is very good. Mrs. Kyriaki Karakitou, head of DEPA Commercial Subsidiaries Division. Mrs. Eleni Bayrami, CEO of Eco Hellas, a company that is very dynamic in biomethane. And we also have a lady representing Mr. Petrochilos, Mr. Maria Druga from Kiefer. And connected online, we have Mr. Christos Zafiris, an expert in these issues. He is from CRES, the Center for Renewable Energies. Mr. Zafiris, I hope you can hear us.
Καλησπέρα κύριε Ζαφύρη. Θα σας καλέσω.
Thank you for joining us, Mr. Zafiris. You will maybe introduce us into the topic of this panel as briefly as possible, please. First of all, let me thank you for the invitation. You know that I would have liked to be there. Before I go on to talk about Greece, I would like to share with you some very new information just to compare. So According to information that we received just yesterday, 25 million in private investment for biomethane, billion, not million. Until 2030, 950 new biomethane plants are expected, which account for 6.3 BCM annually. 29 million tons CO2 annually. And also there will be 130,000 tons fertilizer produced annually. What is important is the distribution of funds across EU countries. It is not France that one would have expected, but Denmark. Denmark has a huge knowledge in biogas, and so 2.3 billion euros will be spent by Denmark for 9.8 terawatt hours. And then we have Italy on the third place, and Poland is second. And among the first countries, you also have Poland. Poland and Romania, both of them are countries with a lot of agriculture, and they will play an important role in biomethane. Let me now come to Greece. Today, we have 80 biogas plants today, 1.4 terawatt hours and 119.5 megawatt hours is the average capacity. The target for Greece is 2.1 terawatt hours. If all these plants are upgraded, we will be able to meet the target only by 70%. It is important to stress, however, that from 80 plants, only 38 can be connected to the grid. All the others are remote, and there is a cost of connection of more than 1 million. So we need something else. We need another option to reach the NECP target. We have the feedstock in Greece, but we cannot capture it and we cannot transport it because the supply chain is not in place. So what we need is to start examining the use of local places, the renewable areas that will inject biomethane in the grid. And if not, then bio-LNG will be used. The minister considered our proposal, and the next legislation will consider solid waste, urban solid waste. 2,150,000 tons are this urban waste, and if used, they can produce 1.5 terawatt hours. Now there are 130 municipalities that can make use of their brown bins. We could meet our target through that.
Thank you, Mr. Zafiris. Thank you very much. Indeed, this was a very interesting insight into this sector. What I perhaps didn't understand good, and we could clarify that 80 plants are operating or licensed. Based on current data, the head gnome talks about 80 plants that are operating, that are in operation. So, and then there are plants with the natural gas, cannot be connected to the natural gas system. These 80 plants are producing electricity. Out of those 80 plants, 38 only are able to connect to the natural gas grid network. Because, as you said, connecting to the natural gas is a way to reach the 2.1 terawatt-hour target. Thank you indeed. Ms. Karakitsu, VEPA is going beyond its conventional business that is selling natural gas. And having said that, I guess you have many interesting things to share with us today. Indeed. First of all, this is the presentation I would like to share. I would like to thank you, first of all, for the invitation. This year's event, as well as the event last year, has been receiving a lot of attention and interesting presentations. VEPA, over the last year, has switched from a purely natural gas company to an energy group with various holdings in energy corporations, among which also renewable corporations, where we are actively active. We're actively engaging. With regard to biomethane, we had last year also the opportunity to say a few things. Let me just skim through the concept. Together with Pharmakitas industry in Filipiada, Preveza, we are piloting a project. It is the first biomethane production pilot in Greece. As VEPA, we had the chance to implement it because it's far away from the natural gas network, but the supply chain is there. The physical stations to use natural gas for natural gas powered vehicles were available. We are utilizing a biogas production sector that is being upgraded through the biogas upgrade to biomethane using membrane technology. And after going through an osmosis process, it is liquefied and will be stored in cylinders as compressed biomethane to be transported to the DEPA Physikon refueling stations and be used to fuel vehicles. Within this year, we concluded the call and the tender. We awarded the supplier with the project. They have completed the planning of the plant, and the upgrade plant is already ready-made, is already ready at the supplier's warehouse in France. We are anticipating that starting early next year, the project will be commercially available. So far, the regulatory framework permitted the existence of compressed natural gas stations, but now compressed biomethane stations are permitted and vessels can be fueled. The plant has already has its environmental impact assessment study endorsed. We're currently building the Pharmakitas site and make the preparatory work to accommodate the upgrade plant. We need 3 months for trial runs, since October, when the station will be on site, so early next year is rather feasible. At the same time, besides this pilot project, VEPA has participated in consultations both at EU level in the context of the Burgas in order to supply Europe with biomethane, as well as in the consultation process in Greece to conclude the legislatory context for biomethane. And we're also participating in research projects, taking part in a larger project on biomethane production from scratch, and in case of off-grid stations, natural gas stations, the produced biomethane will be liquefied, bio-LNG, to transport it using the LNG trailers to remote off-takers. So we're talking about bio-LNG production as well, at larger scale, of course, because it's not economically viable at smaller scale, using the same way that you use to transport CNG. LNG as well, yes, indeed. Thank you for your introductory remarks. Ms. Bayrami, you and Kiefer are companies at the forefront of this sector. Based on your experience, could you share some introductory views? Thank you for having me here today. Congratulations for organizing this event. My experience comes from Germany, primarily, which has 10,000 biogas plants, and biogas is largely used in the natural gas system because the biggest advantage of biomethane is that it is, of course, sustainable and has the same features and attributes, so the Germans can use the natural gas pipelines and their storage capacity infrastructure. 20% of the natural gas in Germany is green already. There are 120 CNG biomethane plants, and equally importantly, out of the 900 natural gas stations, 1 out of 3 provides a biomethane mix to fuel vehicles. It is also used, biomethane is also used for distant heating. So if you put all that together, Germany has 6,000 megawatt capacity installed, which corresponds to 37 terawatt hours of electricity. That is 6% of Germany's electricity consumption. Translating into heat, 23 terawatt hours a year, which corresponds in 3 billion cubic meters of billion liters of oil, of heating oil. That is 2.7 saving CO2, 2.7 million tons. It is exactly what you pictured, what you outlined. Cogeneration is something that we are all well aware, but biomethane is a very flexible energy vector. Could you share a remark as to how we can, how can Greece become Europe, become more European, become more German, so to speak, to move towards the German standards? Well, we have to communicate to people what biomethane is, biogas is, because many believe that it is produced in nuclear power plants, but this is not the case. These are sealed facilities, And biogas is the product we're actually looking into. What people don't understand is that it is more dangerous to have waste in nature that produces biomethane, which we do not see because there's no flame, instead of just using it to produce energy. Let me move on to Ms. Druga.
I'd like to ask you, your plants use organic waste from agriculture. Now, how can collective management be improved? We heard that there is no possibility to collect and transport the feedstock. What is your take on this? The truth is that all gas plants, biogas stations start as gas management stations. And the waste treatment is an important parameter, and there is a lot of volume there in Greece. Without going into the details, according to the facilities and the different animals that you find in the regions, you can reach 4.5 thousand cubic meters per day. You have small facilities, livestock farms where you cannot collect the waste. On the other hand, you have organic waste from the food industry. That too can be used in biogas, because together with the livestock waste, this is waste that has a high potential through anaerobic processes. You know, waste management is such a large problem in Greece. Since we have the technology, what is making us lag behind in making use of such possibilities? Well, you see, the biogas plants we have in Greece are located where we have the major livestock farms. It is not easy to collect quantities from all regions. Now, today we are speaking about technologies that are highly interesting, and the plants that we are talking about here are facing major problems for licensing. To start with, Kiefer has delivered 11 plants. It has about 12 megawatt of licensed plants, and there are delays due to the different requirements from the state. So even if we want to develop biogas plants, there are serious problems. So, Mrs. Bayrami, you may agree that licensing delays are a major problem for the operation of such plants. That's right. The procedures are not as quick as we would like them to be, and the legislation has been changed for some years now, but procedures are still difficult. Another question is where the plants are located, and when you consider the siting of a facility, you have to consider the network. If there is no network for collection, then there is no purpose in licensing. Another item I'd like to raise: the acceptance rate by local communities. In Crete, you recently opened a facility. Well, we have seen that the more we engage the local authorities and the local communities in activities that relate to waste treatment, the more awareness raising is done, the better, because then the acceptance rate is higher. What is your experience in this, Mrs. Druga? It is true that biogas as a concept, especially in places where there are no biogas plants, terrifies the local communities. They believe that it's something very bad. So we try to educate the local communities and inform them about what it is, so as at least to overcome this first obstacle. We have found in many regions that it is not the citizens who have a problem, but the local stakeholders who are not aware of what we are willing, of what we are planning to do. So they create a negative atmosphere. I understand that the practical implementation will make them see that it is a solution to problems. Now, Mrs. Karakitou, you spoke about the legislative framework earlier. Would you like to tell us what are some critical points in this roadmap for the legislative framework? Now, essentially, what has not been completed is the production and use of biomethane in a similar way as natural gas. We understand that this is something that has to be done because you know that a lot of difficulties and obstacles had to be overcome to reach, or rather to shape, the natural gas market as it is today. But now the market is there, the expertise is there, so we should use it and capitalize on it also for the biomethane market, so as not to start from scratch. The licensing issue that was raised by the other speakers is a major issue. We need flexibility there. And we also need all the stakeholders, that is suppliers, operators, to work together in a way so as to carry out this transition. It is true that a lot of time has passed, more than we had anticipated, but we hear that by the end of the year, this issue will have been resolved.
During an interview with Minister Skylakakis in the framework of the Delphi Forum, he answered that the state's capability to deliver is rather low. And I guess this is another reason, indeed, from my discussions with the market, I have understood that the major problems are resolved already. Indeed, steps have been taken. The law entails this opportunity to use biomethane in networks. It is now up to the operators to complete the framework, and I guess that within the year we will have positive results. Is Mr. Zafiris still here? Perfect. Mr. Zafiris, looking forward to a closing remark on your side. Looking at it from the perspective of the CRES, a stakeholder that plays a role in forming the new institutional framework as well as the strategic planning of our countries. We have been involving since 2006 in biomethane. We had visited the Attiki, and we implemented in 2008 the Redubar, the first project, 1993. I mean, we have experience in that. Let me just compliment to what has been said, that the biomass potential in Greece is way larger than we think. There are 280,000 registered primary sector businesses. 95% of the waste ends up in the network. There is no energetic utilization based on the most recent research on the biomethane potential at the European level. We have 6.93 terawatt hours for Greece, coming from manure, from urban wastewater, without taking into consideration these 280,000 primary sector companies. And there are many serious studies that account for not for 2.1 but 10 and 15 terawatt hours in terms of Greece's biomethane potential. 2.1 terawatt hours will not be achieved if a biomass market is not established, if the Ministry for Agricultural Development is not involved. None of those companies should be licensed if they do not take their waste to a waste treatment facility. This should be the first thing to do. It would change the status radically. And secondly, as said, in Greece, plants are not planned correctly because there should be a single study that is the plant topography. This is the case at the European level. I mean, all countries in Europe do that. You need a topographical survey within the village, within the site, and look at an area of 25 kilometers to establish which farms, which companies can provide feedstock. This is why we fail finding a solution. Thank you very much. Thank you. Despite not being able to join us in person, we do esteem that you joined us online. Looking forward to your conclusive remarks to close the panel. Let me just repeat what I said. All stakeholders are now tuned, aligned, in order to be able to conclude the institutional framework by the end of the year and start with the construction of the first biomethane plants in Greece. And this is how we can allow the head-to-know network to operate efficiently. And we're looking forward to the draft law as well, of course. And let me just add that we as a company are ready for this technological transition. We are looking forward to the conclusion of the institutional framework. We have already decided that a company-owned plant will make this transition to biomethane, and we do support biogas in its twofold utilization, and we take a step forward in the direction of biomethane. Thank you very much. And with this panel, we are concluding. Let me just please a round of applause for the ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends present here after so many hours, many are still here and many more are following us online, streamed both in English and in Greek. We will post the statistics also of this event. We're very delighted to close this event. I do believe that the target we had in mind to establish it as a forum for dialogue, as a work as a event where we can discuss and exchange ideas, and I am confident that people of the market, decision makers, as well as the academia and researchers could gain many takeaways. I really thank the speakers, and I'm very surprised. I really like the fact that they come prepared, and they are really well prepared coming here and presenting. This was the case today as well. I would like to thank our sponsors, in particular Hellenic Hydrogen, that has been supporting from the beginning this event, as well as all other sponsors. Thank you all. Looking forward to the next conference, late October, early November, for the renewable energy source markets and the storage market. That is a rather hot topic. And looking forward to seeing you through Energy Press and seeing you following us. Thank you.
Είμαστε πίσω από τη μεταμόρφωση της ΔΕΠΑ σε μια σύγχρονη καθετοποιημένη εταιρεία ενέργειας. Από τα μακροχρόνια συμβόλαια με τους προμηθευτές, με τα οποία εγγυόμαστε την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Και από την επαναδιαπραγμάτευση των συμβολέων, με την οποία εξασφαλίσαμε ακόμα πιο ευνοϊκούς όρους για τους πελάτες μας και την εθνική οικονομία. Είμαστε πίσω και από τη συγκράτηση του ενεργειακού κόστους για τα νοικοκυριά και τις επιχειρήσεις. Πρωταγωνιστούμε σε μεγάλα διεθνή έργα που μετατρέπουν την Ελλάδα σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο φυσικού αερίου. Είμαστε πίσω από το πράσινο μέλλον, επενδύοντας σε έργα ΑΠΕ, στα πράσινα καύσιμα και στη σύγχρονη ηλεκτροπαραγωγή με φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε πίσω από το Φύσικον, το μόνο πανελλαδικό δίκτυο πρατηρίων CNG, διαχέοντας τα περιβαλλοντικά και οικονομικά ωφέλη της αεροκίνησης σε όλη τη χώρα. Είμαστε πίσω από όλα όσα πάνε την ενέργεια μπροστά. Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ Εμπορίας.
A future built on clean, sustainable, and green energy. Energy invisible, gaseous, and renewable. Energy that will travel further, reliably and effectively. This is the future we at DESFA envision, creating the conditions starting today to make it come true. With the know-how of our over 600 employees and the dynamic of 1,466 kilometers of high-pressure pipelines, 55 metering and regulating stations, 6 operation and maintenance centers, and 1 LNG terminal. Through key energy infrastructure projects, we ensure alternative supply sources and open new energy routes. In DESFA, we shape the next day of energy for stability, growth, and a better quality of life for all. Because in energy, as in life, the future starts now. DESFA, enabler of a sustainable energy future.
Στη σημερινή εποχή των μεγάλων αλλαγών, κάθε στιγμή κρύβει τη δύναμη της εξέλιξης. Η ΕΝΑΟΝ έρχεται να εκφράσει αυτή την εξέλιξη. Τη νέα εποχή. Επενδύοντας σε αξίες όπως η εμπιστοσύνη, η ασφάλεια, η βιωσιμότητα, η καινοτομία, ο ψηφιακός μετασχηματισμός. Η ΕΝΑΟΝ ανοίγει το βλέμμα της στο μέλλον, μετασχηματίζοντας τις δυνάμεις της ελληνικής ενεργειακής αγοράς σε μια ισχυρή δύναμη ενέργειας και τα δίκτυά τους σε μια ασφαλή οδό προς ένα βιώσιμο ενεργειακό μέλλον. Ενώνουμε τις δυνάμεις μας, αλλάζουμε το μέλλον. ΕΝΑΟΝ, εταιρεία του ομίλου Italgas, ελληνική εταιρεία διανομής αερίου. Stronger together.
Η ιστορία του υδρογόνου ξεκινάει με τη μεγάλη έκρηξη δισεκατομμύρια χρόνια πριν, όταν διάφορες κοσμικές διεργασίες οδήγησαν στη δημιουργία του μαζί με άλλα ελαφρά χημικά στοιχεία. Το 1671 ανακαλύφθηκε από τον Ρόμπερτ Μπόιλ. Σχεδόν 100 χρόνια μετά, το 1766, αναγνωρίστηκε ως ξεχωριστό χημικό στοιχείο. Λίγα χρόνια αργότερα, το 1781, Απέκτησε και το όνομά του από την ένωση των δύο ελληνικών λέξεων «υδρο» και «γενής», όταν οι Αντουάν Λαβουαζιέ και Πιέρ Λαπλάς ανακάλυψαν ότι όταν αυτό το χημικό στοιχείο καίγεται, παράγει νερό. Αυτό καθιστά το υδρογόνο μία από τις καθαρότερες μορφές ενέργειας που βρίσκεται σε αυθονία στη φύση. Για την ακρίβεια, 75% του σύμπαντος αποτελείται από υδρογόνο σε διάφορες μορφές. Ακόμα και ο ήλιος παράγει την ενέργειά του από την αντίδραση ατόμων υδρογόνου υποπίεση. Αν και άχρωμο, το υδρογόνο χωρίζεται σε γκρι, μπλε, καφέ, τυρκουάζ και πράσινο υδρογόνο που προέρχεται από ηλεκτρόλυση νερού με χρήση πράσινης ενέργειας και θεωρείται ως η πιο καθαρή μορφή υδρογόνου. Σήμερα, η ραγδαία κλιματική αλλαγή, η ανάγκη για νέες, πιο φιλικές προς το περιβάλλον λύσεις και η ανάπτυξη της τεχνολογίας δημιουργούν τις βάσεις για το μέλλον της ενέργειας. Το υδρογόνο έρχεται ξανά στο προσκήνιο ως το καύσιμο που θα μας οδηγήσει σε μια νέα ενεργειακή εποχή, βιώσιμη και καθαρή, με οδηγό τον δέσφα. Με επενδύσεις σε εξειδικευμένο ανθρώπινο δυναμικό, ανάπτυξη νέων τεχνικών και λειτουργικών δεξιοτήτων, αναβάθμιση και κατάλληλη προετοιμασία του υφιστάμενου δικτύου και κατασκευή νέων 100% hydrogen-ready αγωγών, εργαζόμαστε για να διασφαλίσουμε ένα 100% συμβατό δίκτυο για την ασφαλή, γρήγορη και αποτελεσματική μεταφορά και αποθήκευση του υδρογόνου. Παράλληλα, σχεδιάζουμε νέα έργα και υλοποιούμε συνέργειες για την ανάπτυξη της αλυσίδας αξίας του υδρογόνου στην Ελλάδα, ανοίγοντας το δρόμο για ένα πιο πράσινο και ενεργειακά βιώσιμο μέλλον. Το μέλλον του υδρογόνου. ΔΕΣΦΑ. Enabler of a Sustainable Energy Future.
Our world is filled with light. It surrounds us as we sleep, dream, rise, and live, day in and day out. Light fuels every promise and every discovery. It sparks our passion, play, wonder, hope, and humanity. At Deloitte, we're constantly inspired by that light, and the companies that energize and electrify it, they generate and power it. mine and refine it, transport, manufacture and build it, sustain and renew it. These indispensable industries use light to make our homes, offices, tools, toys, practically everything that we rely on, day in and day out. So we're doing everything we can to elevate their promising ideas, innovations, and approaches. We're bringing together brilliant minds across sectors to introduce new thinking and approaches. We are looking to fresh talent and diverse points of view to broaden our perspective. We are fusing purpose with profit as we prepare for the future. We are merging established processes with new technologies to accelerate transformation and embrace sustainability. At Deloitte, we are collaborating with those who, like us, believe the only way to strengthen tomorrow's possibilities is to shine a light on them today.
At PwC, we've learned that trust is more important than ever. And big ideas from a community of solvers are what bring change and sustained outcomes that stand the test of time.
At PwC, we understand the power of our people. That it's not just who we are on the job,
but who we are as individuals that makes us special. And when our people take on a task, we can tackle the most important challenges facing business and our world.
We're working to build trust in business and society, as we understand the expectations for business to lead in this space.
We know transformation is key to success, and it's what keeps a business thriving and growing. That's why we're helping companies transform for the long term.
We're helping business and society do the right thing on ESG. It's not just a responsibility, but an opportunity to create long-term value.
And we know people are at the heart of it all. The world of work is also changing, so we're helping companies build a productive workforce and overall organization to navigate the journey.
These challenges cannot be solved from a single perspective. They need a human-led, tech-powered community of solvers. These challenges need the new equation.